Okie dokie. I think we're live. Um, let's see. So, okay. I'm a little stressed out because I didn't have my stream stuff already. Ah, dang it. Let's go gambling! Aw, oh, dang it! Aw, oh, dang it! Okay, so, check it out. Here is what we're here to talk about today. You haven't heard from me for a long time. That's on purpose. Also, let me know how audio is. Actually, let me just check. Let me unmute myself really quick. You haven't heard from me for a long time. That's on purpose. Also, let me know how audio is. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's fine. There's no background music, and that's fine. We're here to talk about a very serious subject. My mic is as high as it gets. I could turn it up a smidge more if it's on the actual preamp or amp. Actual amp, preamp, amp, post-amp, post-rock. Sorry about this. This here. I can't remember how to turn it off. And my Canon 5D Mark II is from a few centuries ago. So, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. We're streaming both on Twitch and on YouTube. The stream for the duration of the stream will be subscribers only in the chat. And that's all. Let's get started. So I was going to stream on Instagram. That didn't work out. I can't stream on TikTok yet. The account is too new. I was going to record it on TikTok, but like I'm really not interested in like doing any editing today. So I figured what I would do is I would just read it. Just read through this for the first time, which I have not read before. And there will be some interruptions. I will have to go off camera for a moment. And then we'll resume. I mean, I guess someone's gonna have to edit the VOD, I guess, or like, can we clip? Can we do clips? Like, I don't want to edit video of me. Okay. Anyway, so. Let's go. Let's do this. Where to start? So, we're here to talk about known rapist Erik Garlington, the lead singer of a band called Proper. You may have heard of them. They are on the I Saw the TV Glow soundtrack, which is produced and distributed by A24. They have all been made aware of this. They've all known for many, many months, and when we actually started being more public, as it turns out, other people had reached out to them as early as a year and a half ago to let them know about Erik's behavior. We all knew that it was going to come to this. We all knew that it was going to come to paranoid schizophrenic Erik Garlington writing something up and saying, none of that's true, I didn't do that, this, that, and the other thing, Mark's crazy, Mark's racist. Hilarious. I have not read through this, but it's very long. It's 50 pages. So we will be here for a while. Grab some water. Let's settle in. And what else do I need to mention? Oh, the reason I've been so quiet is because I've been waiting until Erik had an active restraining order. He has an active order protection against him right now. And in fact, this beautiful publication here is in direct violation of it. Crazy. He's telling everybody that he beat his wife in court. These are the rantings of a paranoid schizophrenic. And I don't even know where to start. Let's start with, first and foremost, I love Kate. Kate is my best friend. Kate and I have been friends since we were kids. Kate commented on this painting above my desk when we were 16 years old. Weird. I haven't had to talk about this like publicly like this. This is why I've been waiting, because like Kate deserves honor and respect, and to be kept out of the mouth of this schmuck. Okay. Let's get started. I did read the first 2 paragraphs, and that's when I decided to stream, because it's really, truly unhinged. Okay, Erik Garlington, or his statement. Oh, and if you haven't seen what's going on above me, you'll see the link, erikgarlington.com. You can also go to tiktok.com/properleadsingerrapist. Sorry, demonetized, everything, blah, blah, blah. Yes, we're talking about rape, sexual assault, trigger warning, sexual assault, narcissism. It's all on the website. If you go to the website, it is Erik Garlington. Let's just, you know what? Let's just Google Garlington and see where we are here. Oh, this is Bing. Oh, interesting. Okay, I guess Reddit doesn't rank as highly on Bing. Let's do. Oh, look, there's the stream that we're streaming right now. Let's go to Google and let's ask it. Erik Garlington. Who's this guy? Oh, what? Who's this? What? What? Erik Garlington, known rapist, has been dropped? What? No way. What? You're telling me there's an entire account of years, decades worth of abuse from this man? And this is what he came up with, 50 pages of drivel. Let's go. My ex-wife, Nikki, and former employer, Mark, have spent the last 3 years trying to tarnish my reputation. You do that on your own, buddy. I don't need to help you. First, they were telling people that I was faking being autistic. Nobody said you were faking being autistic. We're just saying that you didn't actually get an assessment. Your girlfriend told you you were autistic. You didn't do the work. You didn't do the research. You didn't actually introspect yourself and discover whether or not you were autistic and self-diagnose yourself. And you didn't go and get an assessment either now, did you? No. Your abused girlfriend diagnosed you. Take that for what it's worth. Then they'd go to black artists to convince them not to work with me. No, I only went to the black artists that we worked with, the people who had already been exposed to him. And in fact, I didn't even go to them. I just had to give them context for why there was a shit ton of incomplete work from Erik Garlington in the database. They were trying to tell people that I left Nikki for another woman. I mean, you did. You literally say you started dating your girlfriend in like months after, and she's been your girlfriend for a decade now as well. Was she not talking about you on Reddit? Was that not her posts on BPD in 2018 and 19 that you had her delete? Are you not the person who was watching her mocking her self-harm? Is that not you, Erik Garlington? Known rapist? I don't know. I had no idea any of this was even going on until Mark's wife, Kate, reached out to me out of the blue one day, a full year after I left Nikki. Erik Garlington, piss pants Erik Garlington, shit in his pants, shit in his poopy diaper Erik Garlington. I swear to fucking God, you make this so easy. Caitlin's pronouns are they, them. You fucking Neanderthal. Kate has been dead for almost 2 years, and you cannot stop misgendering them. Jesus fucking Christ, are you stupid? God damn, you're so stupid. Ugh. A full year, out of the blue one day, a full year after you left Nikki? Hold on a minute. I know you're a narcissist, but I don't think that gives you temporal power, does it? You're not Teferi temporal mage over here, are you? I don't think so, because I'm pretty sure Nikki left you, first of all, in September. First of all, and Caitlin reached out to you in October. Oh wait, there was a full year. I stand corrected. Math is hard sometimes. And still, you didn't leave Nikki. You didn't leave Nikki. You're a joke. You did not leave Nikki. You fucked a girl in the apartment that same night that Nikki left you. Nikki left you. Let's get this straight. Nikki left you. You are a bum. Nikki left you. We had not been having an affair the entire time. We can get into that later, but that's just an outright lie. Kate thought we were having an affair the entire time, but that was absolutely not true. He wouldn't know this because he hadn't spoken to Kate after October 3rd, when Kate was getting information for me, because there was plenty of time in between when they spoke last and when Kate and I saw each other. We saw each other twice before Kate took their own life. Moving on. This is all so fucking jumbled and drivel. I'm just addressing each sentence as we go. In 2021, Mark Colt called me offering a job writing for a card game they were developing called Beyond. False. False, you gigantic roast beefer. You're so wrong. You're so loud and so wrong. And you won't keep Kate's name out of your dumb fucking mouth. You imbecile. Oh my god! No, here's what happened. Yeah, I guess it was a cold call. I messaged him on Instagram because, I commented it because he was live. He was live streaming tabs for one of his songs or something, and I commented on the stream, and I participated in the stream, and I messaged him after to say, I'm really impressed. Like, you don't see artists do that a lot, you know? Artists don't usually come on stream and break down their music, talk about it, break down the tabs, help people play it, answer questions for those who are interested and want to play it themselves. I thought that was really, really cool, and I had been listening to Eric for like a year already. I'd been listening to Proper since late 2019, early 2020, right at the beginning of the pandemic. I discovered, I spent the winter running songs about getting better, which there were only songs. He did not get better. And I messaged him and I said, I would love to talk with you about doing some music. I want to be very clear here. The writing that he's describing here is not writing. It is writing music. He was hired to write music. Okay? He was not the leader of the music team. No. He was hired on a contract basis, on a monthly retainer, to produce X amount of stuff on a monthly basis, which he never actually did. We'll get back to that. He shoehorned his way onto the writing team, which was led by a black femme, who he immediately abused in front of the entire team. He would ignore what they had to say. He would ignore his deadlines. He would second guess he would second guess this person all the time. He would try and get everybody else on the team. Like, how do you even know what a smear campaign is, Erik Garlington? Is it because you run them all the time? Like, he tried to get the writer fired. Excuse me. He tried to get the writer fired, and say that they weren't competent, so that he could usurp them, so that he could do music and lead writing. And his writing was terrible. His writing was fucking terrible, derivative, drivel, just like you see here. But let's be very clear. He was hired to write music, and let's be ultra clear. He was not hired to write music because his music is good. He was not hired to write music because he is talented. He was not hired to write music because he is performant, because the music's doing well. None of those reasons. He was hired because I saw vulnerability. I saw in him, wow, my nails are long and filthy. I was just repotting plants last night. Gross. Moving on. They sold it as wanting to uplift POC queer voices in crypto tech gaming. That's 100% correct. That is 100% correct. That is the reason why we haven't shipped what we've made, because I knew that the market was full of cishet white crypto bro dudes who are pieces of shit, who aren't going to appreciate the art, who aren't going to appreciate the storytelling, who aren't going to appreciate anything but how much money they can make off of it. So the hypothesis was maybe we can get this technology into the hands of marginalized folks so that maybe we can try and edge these dudes out, because they're constantly infighting. Maybe if we get all marginalized people to understand this technology, then they won't be boxed out of the economic future that seems unfortunately real. So yeah, that's correct. My pronouns were not he, they. I had already switched them. I switched them to he, they in 2020. When I met him in 2021, I had already dropped the he. When you put a gender, like a gender in, oh, one moment, I need to just be right back. Okay, hi, I'm back. Sorry. Oh no, is my camera going? Yeah, okay, good. La 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 la. Okay, so, right, so I was talking about pronouns. When you have a gendered pronoun in your bio or whatever, when you give someone the option, if you're not binary in your heart, and you give someone the option to use a gendered pronoun, they're going to use the fucking gendered pronoun. Okay? They're going to use the gendered pronoun. And I changed my pronouns in 2020 when Kate did, because Kate realized, like, the pandemic was a great opportunity for introspection, and Kate was like, I think I'm non-binary. And I was like, shit, really? That's an option? We're not, like, too old for that? And Kate and I grew up calling each other Girl Mark and Boy Caitlin, like, since we were kids. So we both decided that we were non-binary that same year. And I kept he, they for a long time, for about a year. And early 21, I changed it to they, them, because I discovered that nobody gave a shit. People aren't like me, apparently. Like, when I see that, I use they, because, like, oh shit, I have the option. And apparently most people don't do that. Most people, if they see a gendered pronoun, they will just use it. It's what they're used to. It's comfy. So I stopped doing that. And yes, I always talk about doing my part as a fucking white person, because I'm not only marginalized, I'm also very white. Even though the white is Jewish is still white. Ashkenazi Jew is still white. I'm predominantly white. Yes, Eric, that's correct. Would you like to discuss your whiteness? I do absolutely take very fucking seriously the amount of privilege that I have. If you've been watching my content for a long time, if you've ever met me, you know that I have a tremendous amount of privilege, and I try to deploy it as responsibly as I possibly can, and that's a huge part of how I apply it to my career. If that's a problem, let me know in the comments. This is a lie. He did not ask. Oh my God, this is a bold lie. This was bold. God, they only get bolder, don't they? I asked Mark if they had any job openings for my wife as well. No, that's a lie. Nikki was hired because when I started working with Eric, first he came over my house and got shit-faced drunk and got me really drunk. But then I went over to his place, still pandemic times, and when I went over to his place, I immediately noticed that his wife was being abused. Like, I could tell immediately. She was constantly sweating. She was so nervous. She was like, anything he said, he would bark at her. He was so upset about everything. It was really, really gross. And Eric, for a moment, like, she had a moment of peace. And Eric needed to step away to take a phone interview. And I noticed how stressed out of her mind Nikki was, because she was dealing with her dog, who Eric didn't know how to train and took a lot of responsibility for, even though he had no understanding whatsoever to speak of. And while Eric was on the call, I went ahead and just packed a bowl. I packed Nikki a bowl. I was like, hey, you seem really stressed out. So I just figured, I smoke weed. I brought weed with me. So I used some of the weed I brought with me, and I packed a bowl because you seem really stressed out. And we smoked the bowl while I don't know why I keep calling. Never mind. We smoked the bowl while Eric was on the call, and then while we were finishing up the bowl, while we were smoking, while Eric was on the call, Eric had nothing to do with this whatsoever. Nothing. I asked Nikki, I was like, okay, so what do you do? Like, I haven't talked to you at all. Like, I just met you. Tell me about yourself. Like, what do you do? What are you interested in? Like, what do you do for money? Like, is that what you're passionate about? I ask everybody these questions because I'm a good conversationalist. And Nikki said that she had done basically everything for the band. Nikki said, anything you see that isn't the music is me. Like, I do all the photoshopping, I do all the photographs, I load in and out, I do all the merch, I do all the designs, I did the website, I did this, I did that, I respond to things, I ship stuff. Like, Nikki did everything. And Eric was a very early hire. Eric was hire 7, 8, I want to say, something like that. So we didn't have someone for operations yet. And I was drowning. I was fucking drowning. And I was like, wait. So, like, okay, wait. You worked at doggy daycare for like 10 years. You hate that. And you've been doing all of this stuff on the side for free for your husband's band. Can you, like... Is this a package? This is a package deal? Or like, do you two and this is the first thing I asked before I even asked that question. I said, do you two have a good working rapport? Are you two able to work together? And Nikki was like, yeah, absolutely. I know I do all this stuff for the band already. And I was like, dude, I think, are you free? Like, would you consider joining the team and like helping me, because I'm drowning. I need someone to run operations. I need someone to answer questions that I can't be bothered with on a daily basis. Not that they're not important. It's just like I lose so much time switching gears, and in order to get into flow state, it takes a ton of specific energy. I had so much playtesting to do. I was constantly interviewing people. I was constantly doing game demos for investors, talking to investors every day, all night. I was stressed out of my mind. We had just taken $500,000. Stressed out of my mind. So Nikki said yes, of course. Nikki said yes. Erik's a liar. I got Nikki hired on as Mark's secretary? Do you use the word secretary, you fucking dipshit? Like, it's too easy. It's too easy, Erik Garlington, known rapist. It's too easy. Are you gonna make this difficult? My God. You did not get her hired. I chose to hire her, and she was not a secretary. She was head of operations. You reported to her more often than not. She was in the C-suite, bitch. You were just a musician. What else we got here? Mark literally let us pick our salary. Yeah, I usually do that. This is also a lie. That's a lie. Well, I don't let people pick their salary, right? But like, when I begin salary negotiations, the first thing I say is, what is your time worth? How much do you cost? I don't price you, you know? I can tell you how much we can afford, but I'm not going to ask you to do everything that we need in the cost that we can afford, right? I need to know how much your time is worth, because then I know how much to ask you for. Because if your time is very valuable, then obviously I can't afford to buy too much of it, right? So this is what I say to everybody. It's like, what would it cost to get your pooping time? And yeah, shout out Miniman if you're watching. What does it cost to get your pooping time? I want your pooping time. How much does it cost on a monthly basis to pay you a monthly retainer to get the spare time that you have while you're trying to take a dump and you have those good ideas? I'm not talking about shower thoughts, shower ideas. I'm talking about the time that's just for you while you're playing or reading or texting or whatever it is that you're doing while you're on the commode, right? I want your pooping time. I want you to think about this game as if it's yours, and I want to make sure that I'm paying you enough and giving you enough equity in the company to make sure that you feel ownership. Because I'm not the kind of founder who doesn't give equity and says, why aren't you working as hard as I am? I give equity, I pay as much as I possibly can afford to, and we had $500,000 at the time. So I said, how much are you worth? They came away, they went away in disgust. This is a bold-faced lie. He did not ask for 80, 90 a year. This is all in my fucking mind. I'm the founder of a fucking company, you fucking Neanderthal. Like, I can think faster than you can. I can write faster than you can. I can talk faster than you can. I can be right more often than you are. Insane. They asked for 60 apiece, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken, if I remember properly, if memory serves, they asked for 60 apiece at first. And then when Nikki realized that she was in the C-suite, that she was going to be head of operations, not on a team, that she was going to be running a team, that she asked in the last minute, she was like, actually, can you make it 65? And I was like, you betcha. So this is just like hilarious. Your usual income of $55,000 to $65,000 a year. Are you referring to the medical studies that you do? The medical studies that you do for money that take an incredibly long amount of time, that are not financially stable to build a home with? And are those the same medical studies that you doubled up on in violation of your agreement with the studies. And if the only person who would come to harm from that were you, from being at risk from multiple different experimental medications, I don't exactly know what hell happens in there, but you're not the only one you put at risk there. You ruined countless, untold amounts of critical medical data. The reason they have you only able to do one study at a time, little boy, is because you will tarnish the data. If they don't know what you're... It's just like a fucking EMT. The EMT asking you if you have had any drugs, they're not going to report you to the cops. They're trying to keep you alive. The EMT needs to know what the fuck is in your system so that they can keep you alive. They need to know, is it 1 new vape, 2 lines of coke, 3 drinks from the bar, 4 more lines of coke? You know, like, what is it? God, he's so stupid. Put you at $150K a year? Yeah, is that right? God, this fucking kid has never made more than like $20,000 in a year. It felt too good to be true, but Mark paid us a hefty 10K signing bonus and we got to work. Did I? I believe it. I believe that. I joined the music team supervised by Joel, who was Mark's landlord, and the writing team supervised by... Oh, he's using their name. Wow. Kendriana didn't respond to you, bitch. Kendriana didn't respond to you. Kendriana ignored you. Kendriana and I spoke about having you fired and making sure that we waited until Nikki wasn't in the home to do it. Okay. Next. What do we got? That was May 2021. Yep. By August, the game fell apart. I don't know what he means by that. We were operating into March 2023. Or 2, excuse me. Which part fell apart, Eric? Do you even understand the game? Do you know where it takes place? Do you understand the concepts that we are trying to espouse? Do you know how to play the game, the card game, the rules of the card game? Or are cards too difficult for you because there are too many words on them and you'll start crying after about 20 minutes of trying to play a card game? I don't know, man. I don't know. If you can help me understand where it fell apart, I'll fix it for you, though. I knew Mark for a little over 2 months, and we were only ever in the same room together 4 or 5 times. May, June, July. Yeah, I mean, he only lasted 2 months. He was fired in July. So yeah, we only knew each other. We only worked together for 2 months. Anybody who knows a narcissist knows that's plenty of time. Plenty of time. And yeah, we were only ever in the same room together like 4, maybe 5 times, I think. Oh, wait. Eric, isn't Joel the guy that you said you would rob if I didn't know him? Wait, you mentioned Joel. This guy. Joel Escher, right? Isn't he the guy that you said... Listen, I'll tell you what. Joel is the kind of white guy that I would rob the shit out of. And then Nikki was like, babe, and hits you. You remember that? Or is your memory rusty? Like my asshole that I need you to eat. Okay, moving on. Here we go. Switching subjects. Talking about my late best friend's spouse, Kate, who I love dearly and talk to every single day. In August 22, Kate... Oh, now you know Kate's pronouns. Now you know Kate's pronouns. Reached out to me a year into Mark and Nikki's affair to inform me of the smear campaign they'd been on. Kate was fully dissociating. Like Nikki said in their post, I stopped talking to Nikki immediately. I had only ever... we had only ever even kissed. And... Kate reaching out to Erik Garlington was the worst thing they ever did. And they told me as much. The last 2 times that we got together, Kate apologized profusely. Kate apologized for things I had never heard them apologize for. One of the reasons that our relationship finally ended is because they said they didn't believe me about what happened to me as a child anymore, about my CSA stuff. And I was like, I don't know what you expect me to say to that. Like, I love you so much, and I'm not going to I'm not going to like grovel to get you to believe trauma that happened to me as a literal child, that you were the literal first person that I told about. Like, you're the first person that I told about this, and that really broke my heart. And once Kate had moved out, this was August 2022, that's when Kate moved out. Kate was dissociating, or no, July they moved out. No, August, the end of July. End of July, it was like July 30th or 31st, I think. And in August, Kate was having a really bad time. Kate reached out and started lying, as we will see down here. I haven't brought up Kate because, like, I'm not really interested in arguing Kate's positions, in arguing Kate's words, in telling people how unwell Kate was. Which is why what Erik is doing is so heinous. He's not a person. He's not a serious person. It takes a lot for me to dehumanize somebody. But the way that Erik behaves is animalistic. He's a dog. Moving on. I was blindsided by all of it. No. When Caitlin reached out, as you'll probably see here, oh, you won't see the timestamps, but the time between these messages is minutes. Minutes. Erik can smell a vulnerable person a mile away. A mile away. Erik can smell it. It smells delicious to him. Kate was so distraught about what they were believing, even though it wasn't true. It was not true. I tried to make them believe it. Oh, that was the other thing too. Is I tried to help them believe that it was true. They have access to all of my stuff, phone, everything. I was like, Kate, like, what else can I do? We got back into therapy, and then we got kicked out of therapy in February 2022 because Kate didn't want to come in person anymore in the same room. Kate was calling into therapy from the kitchen while I called in from here, or from my desk, I mean. We got fired from therapy. And then after that was the other piece I told her about. This is going to be disjointed because Erik's writing this. He has no idea what he's talking about. Okay, on top of trying to tarnish my reputation, nobody gave a fuck about your reputation. You were actually, in this time, you were the abuser. You were the one harassing me and everybody. You were the one sending shitty messages. You were the one encouraging Kate to send messages like these. You were the one who left comments on my Instagram from all of your accounts, one of which you cannot access anymore, by the way, the left-hand pin code, which you lost your password for. You were leaving comments on everything, on all of my accounts, and I had to block you. I only unblocked you last week, and then you blocked me like a little bitch. Interesting. Very interesting. You tarnish your own reputation, dipshit. Kate informed me that Nikki had moved into their apartment. Not true. Nikki came to visit for less than a week in August. Was driving their car. Not true. Kate was dissociating and saw Nikki's avatar and projected. Like, Kate literally thought that Nikki was taking photos and posting them as her avatar to hurt them, because that's the kind of shit that narcissists do. That's the kind of shit that Erik and Kate do. The picture was an ancient photo of Nikki from Arkansas in her aunt's truck. Like, Kate was so wrong. So wrong. But Erik doesn't have two brain cells to rub together to try and understand and make sense of the complexity of the situation. Joel Escher's gonna get smoked too, don't worry. And starting a whole new life with Mark. Not true. Not true. Not true. Absolutely not true. Which Kate knew when they died, because Kate and I got together. We talked about all these things. I'm not going to spend too long on Kate's messages. I don't want to. So Kate and I teamed up trying to get answers from them and work on my defamation case together. Oh, a defamation case. I see. A defamation case. So you're a little Johnny Depp-ass bitch. You're a little Amber Heard woman-hating bitch. Wow, that's really impressive. You really are a little roast beefer. Okay. Kate would reach out to people involved and get ignored, even blocked. Isn't that what you're doing right now while you're being called out as a racist? Or, excuse me, a rapist? You're calling me a racist? It's only one letter. You're being called out as a rapist, and your response is to ignore and block until you posted this? Okay, sure. I don't need to talk about Quinn. They've had enough going on in their life. I will say Quinn reached out last week and did something very cool. It's very rare that I see a white person like Quinn take such accountability. They called out of the blue, called Nikki and said, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have left you alone because Erik's behavior and Kate's behavior scared Quinn and their partner at the time away. And Quinn called last week to say, I'm so sorry. That was a shitty thing to do. I was a shitty friend. I hope you can forgive me. And they are forgiven. Before long, the narrative was that we were both violent and unstable. Kate was violent and unstable, and Erik is violent and unstable as a human being. Kate had broken so many things in the home, done one of Kate's... I don't want to talk shit about Kate. I'm not going to talk shit about Kate. I'm not going to pretend like we weren't aggressive about it. We were livid. But I stand by every email, text, and DM I sent. I'm sure you do. You're a dipshit. You can't tell why they're bad, just like you can't tell why this was a bad idea to post. Before long, the Oh, I read that part. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Sorry. Kate, where are we? Kate and I spent months trying to get Mark and Nikki to talk to us. I did talk to Kate. What? Nikki didn't want to talk to Kate because Kate was behaving violently and unstably. A lie. It's just a lie. I started talking to other employees from Beyond, and a lot of them share the same general story. A lot of them? How many? Mark outs their self as a crypto tech bro who routinely goes after their secretaries, followed by them weaponizing therapy speak or just downright denying they ever said or did the things other employees accused them of. This is classic narcissism projection. It is, like, honestly, dude, this is the best thing he could have done. I'm, like, over the moon thrilled that he posted this. Like, I was sitting here just anxiously waiting. I really didn't think he was going to do it, but, like, I'm so impressed and so happy. Oh, interesting who you decide to blur out here. Interesting that you'll name Kendriana, in addition to emailing me in December of 2021, which I posted on the Instagram that got pulled down, but I'll post it back up, emailing me in 2021 in December, unprompted, just to say, hey, I saw Kendriana's tweets calling you out. I'm super happy to stand next to you and say, I know it wasn't malicious. Kendriana, it doesn't know what they're talking about. Kendriana's stupid. Whatever you need, man. If there's a black woman that's gotta go down, I'm first in line. I'm Erik Garlington, known rapist. Jesus fucking Christ. The person he's talking to here is Robert, or Bob, aka Peenpoon, 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 who I hired despite this stupid fucking name because I don't judge artists and his art was good. So I thought. This motherfucker got paid every single month in advance on time and didn't deliver. Did not deliver. And then said I was telling him to make more shit he wasn't told to make already when the entire list was in front of me. He kept saying, I don't know what to do. The list is in front of you. The list is in front of you. So I said, guess what? You're not getting paid until you finish the shit you've already been paid for. And then once you do that and the rest of the shit, you'll get the rest of the money. And he said, peace, and took all the files with him. That's the kind of person that Robert is. What the fuck is his last name again? I don't know. You can be Piss Pants too. Robert Piss Pants Peenpoon. Like, really? Piss Pants and Peenpoon? Come on. Come on. Try to say that I hadn't delivered. Yeah, correct. Correct. No, Peen Poon. No, Peen Poon. We had fully decided what was needed. You were confused. You didn't understand. You didn't get the concept. You didn't understand how to play the game. Please step to me. Please. Then they're all forced to sign NDAs to get the money they're owed. Are you stupid? You are stupid. This is in violation of the NDA that you signed, Erik Garlington. I have your signature on an NDA. Are you stupid? Every single person who worked at the organization signed a non-disclosure agreement in their paperwork. Every single every single contractor at the organization signed a non-compete for a year. You can't work for a crypto card game for a year after working here. And even that, I fucking waived it. I fucking waived that shit for one of the writers who left and went to work on a crypto card game. I wasn't even fucking scared because we know we have the fucking juice. You are stupid. You signed an NDA. The only people who signed no one signed a new NDA. No one signed a new NDA, you dipshit. How about you produce the NDA you signed? How about that? Mark made Nikki sign an NDA? No. Nikki had already signed an NDA. Nikki signed an additional piece of paper that was made to look like a work order. Well, it was a work order, actually. Not made to look like a work order. It was a work order. Because I didn't have another easy way to cash out her equity. The easiest way to make the equity into liquid cash was to just add a new, what do you call it? Where you add, not an exhibit, it's like A or B. I forget, legalese. But the easiest way to do it was to attach a new agreement. And with the new agreement was, you don't have any equity anymore. I'm giving up all the equity in exchange for the cash value of the equity. This, that, and the other thing. I think maybe we put a sentence in there that was like, I reaffirm the NDA or something like that. I'm not sure. Why don't you produce it, Erik, if you're so sure? My lawyers sent Mark a cease and desist using these testimonials because you can't just send one without first showing to lawyers that there was a pattern of behavior. To this day, they're all too afraid to speak up. Again, projection. Who's too afraid to speak up, you dipshit? Who is too afraid to speak up? Quickly now. Back to Kate. Oh, okay, good. Really quick, before we do that. The lawyers, this is Lewis and Lynn, and Erik can't afford them. He had to pay them a flat rate to send the cease and desist, and he is not represented by anybody at this particular moment. And this is just hilarious. What the fuck are you talking about? We've been speaking up for a month. We were just waiting until you couldn't do what you're doing now, and now that you've done it anyway, the court is going to... You're going to be a felon. Okay. Yeah, you can see here October 3rd. Kate got this information for me and told me about this. It was the last thing they did. And then you can see Erik keeps messaging only to talk about himself. Where's all the rest of the messages, dipshit? Why don't you post all the messages? Let's see all the messages. Why don't you post all the messages where Kate was asking you for help and you were just egging them on? Why don't we do that? Then a month later, in November, I hear from Joel, who's in the middle of evicting Mark for not paying rent. Lie. You can look up the case. It was not a non-payment case. It was a holdover case. In fact, the judge told me I could stop paying because it's a holdover case, and I'm not being sued for non-payment. Erik is an idiot and doesn't know how to read. That Kate had been dead for almost a month. Yes, that's correct. I lost my shit in court that day. It was the reason that Kate did what they did here is because on October 3rd, the morning of October 3rd, I went into court and Joel and Caitlin's lawyer Joel Escher and Caitlin Strickland are two of the most like narcissistic, racist pieces of shit I've ever met in my entire life. They are the kinds of people who I was talking about on my Instagram. They post, Joel posts images of his daughter on his Instagram and has done so since she was born. He has been posting images of his daughter, face, body, everything. Are you an idiot? Do you have any idea what kind of predators exist on the internet? Have you ever been on TikTok? Do you know what some of these parents do to exploit their children? Do you know that you're a fucking junkie? Did you know that you're a junkie for dopamine, using your child for likes and views, and they're going to resent you and fucking hate you for it when they grow up? Thea, don't come crying to me, okay? It's your mommy and your daddy who fucked up. They'd committed... Wow, Erik Garlington is the classiest of all acts. Erik, I know this is hard for you to comprehend, but language matters a lot. This is not how we discuss someone who died by suicide. We say died by suicide. If you knew Kate at all, you would know that, because Kate constantly corrected people on that too. You know nothing. 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 When do you want to meet up, bitch? When do you want to get together? When do you want to get together in person so that we can talk about this in person? I'll live stream it so that everybody can see. Does that sound good? Which means that Nikki and Mark had been using their social media accounts. I was, you asshole. Kate left me the passwords for everything so that I could piece together the lies and all of the deception. I was using their account to see what you would say for a month. And all you said was, hey, me, remember me? Talk about me, look at me, think about me, listen to me. I'm Erik Garlington, I'm a known rapist. If you don't want to have sex with me, I'll make you. I scroll through Kate and... God, learn English. I thought you were proper. I thought this was proper stuff, dude. I scroll through Kate's and my Instagram thread. Let me know if you need more help. And every comment detailing Mark's domestic violence has been deleted. No, that's not true. He was blocked. He's very confused. I'm logged in as Kate right now. I can pull up this exact message. What the fuck are you talking about? How about you show the deleted messages? Instagram shows deleted messages. Are you, I mean, I keep asking, are you stupid? But yes, you're stupid. Luckily, I'd already screenshotted one though. Wow. Can't miss an opportunity to pat yourself on the back, huh, buddy? Kate called her father about many instances of domestic violence, but Mark almost always convinced them to drop charges and recant their statement. Here's the only restraining order that Kate was able to follow through with. Here we go. Caitlin was no contact with their family. Zero. Kate has not spoken to their family. Kate hadn't spoken to their mom for a decade when their mom died in 2017. Kate hadn't spoken to their father since he came groveling to Kate asking for money in 2019 when we lived in Philly, if I'm not mistaken. Caitlin's father is a disgraced Manitowoc County, I think, Sheriff's Department police officer. I'm not sure if it's Sheriff's Department. I could be wrong. But Gerald Michael Bartelt, Caitlin's father, is an alleged PDF file. Okay? So let's get that into our heads here. Let's understand that. Caitlin's older brother, Jared, is every bit a carbon copy of his father and has raised 4 meathead sons, 5 maybe now. My dog, who many of you know, Wicket, came from Jared because he is a useless pile of garbage, waste of space human being who abused the shit out of Kate gleefully when they were children. And when his wife said, we're going to try again for a girl, we're having a 5th kid even though we can't afford it and we don't know what the fuck we're doing in life, we're going to have a 5th kid, Jared said, we can't deal with this fucking dog anymore. And he told Kate he was going to leave it on the side of the road. Kate drove 4 hours to his house. That's the last time Kate saw him. Kate drove 4 hours to his house to pick up Wicket, and he's been with us ever since. That's the kind of person Jared Bartelt is. Then they popped out a fifth kid, and then they got divorced. There's 5 little boys running around Manitowoc County, Wisconsin, with no guidance whatsoever to speak of. Give me 2 minutes. I need to fill my water bottle. Be right back. Okie dokie. Hi, I'm back. I just need water. It's good for you. Okay. I said what I said about Mike and Jared. Okay. Kate called her father by many instances. No, that's not true. There were not many instances. There were like 3 or 4 maybe, and Kate instigated all of them. The first time it happened, for example, Kate was gaslighting me. Kate was threatening to leave. I didn't know, like, Kate would do that all the time. Like, Kate would leave, and then I would have no idea when I would see Kate again. And this time, it had been like 2 days of gaslighting and arguing and like me just trying to do whatever I could to do right by Kate. And Kate went to go get the keys to leave. And I freaked out. I was so scared. I was like, where are you going? Where are you going? Why do you have the car keys? Or where are you going? But they were headed towards the car keys. So I went and I got the car keys before Kate could. And I had them in my pocket. I was like, please, 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 just, if you're going to go, at least just tell me when you're going to be back, or like where you're going, or like, can you just please tell me if you're going to be back like this weekend? Like, when can we finish talking about this? Goose. Kate like saw red and tore my clothes off while I was um, 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 Kate, I was in the corner of the bedroom, and I had like sat down on the floor like against Kate's night table, and I was just like still begging and holding onto the keys in my pocket, and Kate ripped all the clothing I had on off of me until they got the keys. And that was the first time Kate's dad was called, and in fact, it was not Kate who called; it was me. Gerald, Kate's dad, is a liar. He's a closeted gay man. Sorry to out you. I don't think Julius was your roommate. I think you need to look inward and come to terms with your homosexuality. I counted on Mike for maybe 2 years. I thought he had Kate's best interests at heart, but he turned out to be exactly like the other kinds of people who Kate keeps around, because Kate's mom was the narcissist, Pam, and Kate's dad was the supply, but he wasn't. You know, he was an addict and a PDF file as well. And it became really, really clear after about 2 years, around 2016, that he was not remotely interested in Kate, Kate's life, Kate's well-being, Kate's career, Kate's interests. I tried so hard to be in a relationship with him. In fact, I stopped for most of 2016, and then I tried again in 2017, which we'll get to in just a moment here. I took him to lunch so many times. Every time, it's just, what can I get out of you? How can you help me with my business? How do I do this? How do I do that? Isn't Nancy Pelosi such a bitch? When are you going to do this? When are you going to do that? Never any kind of remote interest in Caitlyn or Caitlyn's life. He used Caitlyn as a trophy, as a representation of the only things that he hasn't done wrong in his life. That's how he sees Caitlyn. No, this is not true. I never convinced Kate of anything. Anybody who fucking knows Kate knows you can't convince Kate of anything. Like, how stupid are you, dude? Please, just tell me. Just tell me. It's too stupid. Like, my brain can't take the stupidity. Mark almost always convinced them to drop charges and recant their statement. No, that's not true. There were never any... there were never any charges filed. There were never anything like that. More often than not, I called Kate's dad for help. Kate hardly ever did. Kate didn't want Mike in their life at all. The times when Kate and I had blowout arguments, which we did often, because Kate would gaslight me for days and then stonewall me for days. And then when I would lose my shit, they would go, oh, see, you are crazy. Meanwhile, I'm the one in therapy. I'm the one on meds. I'm the one actually doing the work on myself. It's crazy how similar these stories are. Also, like, I've heard from a lot of you who say, like, this is the exact same thing I went through. This is crazy. How is this the exact same thing that I went through? It's because narcissists all have the same playbook. No, I never convinced Caitlyn of anything remotely like that. Here is the only restraining order that Kate was able to follow through with. This is my favorite thing. Mike and Gerald keep throwing this around as though A, it was valid in the first place, and B, it's anything but embarrassing for Kate. Like, the fact that I have to talk about this in response to you saying, in response to me saying that you're a rapist, and you say, Kate was mentally unwell. Here's this order of protection that isn't valid. Like, it never went through. This is a temporary order of protection. Were you in court with me? Were you there? Gerald wasn't there either. He was there in court that one time. But what actually happened is, the reason this occurred was, this was in July. This is real, by the way. This is real. This is not forged. This is completely 100% real. What happened was, I don't want to talk shit about Kate, but it's context that I have to give. I caught Kate cheating when we lived in California in 2016. This was, I think, April or May. And when I confronted Kate, I had done so recording everything, making sure I had everything, because I thought I was crazy. I knew Kate was going to tell me that I was crazy. Kate had left for a work trip, and I was trying to go to sleep. It was like 9 p.m. and I was just like trying to pass out, and something kept vibrating in Kate's night table. They had left their iPhone that they had upgraded from in their night table, turned on, logged into Tinder, receiving messages over and over. I recorded all of this. One of the things that was like, I don't like talking about Kate like this. I just need you to understand how much Kate was struggling and how much Kate struggled on a regular basis. Kate would often wear other people as a costume. It was one of the only ways they knew how to survive. I'm not saying I hate Kate for that. I'm not saying Kate was wrong to do that. I think once Kate realized that they were doing that, they did everything in their power to stop. But the fact remains that at this time, the thing that really threw me over the edge was, because, like, I'm not the kind of person who gets upset about cheating. Like, if you're cheating, my first instinct is, like, what did I do? What did I do to drive you to cheat? Why is this relationship not fulfilling enough for you? how can I change? How can I grow? How can I be better? What do I need to address so that we don't have this problem again in the future? And that's how I approached it. I wasn't upset. I said, Kate, I have videos of this stuff. I waited for them to come home, and I said, Kate, I know about Tinder. Like, I know what you've been doing, and it's really upsetting and disturbing that you're pretending to be me for some of these conversations. Like, Kate would create a different personality, a different persona for each and every Tinder match, and one of them was me. Kate used all of the knowledge of Destiny that I had, that they had overheard from me playing Destiny since 2014, to make themselves sound like a Destiny diehard in a Tinder conversation. And that's what really, really set me off. I was like, there's something wrong here. You need treatment, Kate. Like, you can't wait any longer. I put myself into therapy the second Kate and I got together in September 2014. And Kate said, I don't know if I'm ever going to do that. That's not for me. And I said, whatever. One of us needs to go. At the very least, I will go. I will volunteer, and it was the best decision I ever made in my life. I don't think I'll ever stop going to therapy. And I begged Kate. I was like, please see a doctor. At least, if not for your mental health, can we at least get your physical health under control? Because it's only been like 4 years since you were in the hospital with walking pneumonia and bronchitis at the same time. You sneak cigarettes. You don't treat yourself with any kind of care, and I can't keep up anymore. And Kate agreed. They went to the doctor, and they at least got some treatment for their fibromyalgia. But all that was, we lived in California at the time, was fucking gabapentin. And if you know anything about pharmaceuticals, if you know anything about meds, if you've been on a journey to find the meds that work for you, you know that gabapentin is like taking ice cream scoops out of your brain. Gabapentin has absolutely zero studies that it's helpful for absolutely fucking anything, and oodles of studies that it is actually one of the most harmful things that we have ever introduced into our medical systems. And that's exactly what it did. Kate's short-term memory went to shit. And there was like 4 weeks where Kate really had a hard time remembering things, before 3 weeks maybe, before they were like, I'm not fucking doing this anymore. And I was like, I support it. Don't take it. Like, that's not the right med for you then, obviously. But I think the damage had been done. Kate came home from work one day. I think it was 2 days after that or so, later that week. I can't quite remember. And started packing their stuff. And I was like, what are you doing? I have this recording. I watched it like 6 months ago, 8 months ago. I have all these things on recording because Kate's been gaslighting me for 10 years. So I have it all. I have all of our chat transcripts for 10 years. I have all of the fights on recording for 10 years. I have all of the everything. There's nothing that you have that I don't have. Do you understand? Okay, moving on. What had happened here was Kate was trying to leave, and I was like, no, please don't. Like, you don't need to do that. And Kate was like, well, I'm going to do it anyway. They had packed a bag, and they left for like 2 days, and I'm on the phone with my parents, and I'm like, I don't know what to do. I can't help Kate anymore. I have to help myself. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. My parents were like, we're in Jersey for like the next 2 weeks. If you want to come here, you're always welcome with family. So I was like, I think that's what I'm going to do. I think I'm just going to come and stay at the lake house with you until everything cools down. Kate and I will stay in communication. I'm not going to go not talk to Kate, of course. And I told Kate, I was like, I know you're not home right now. I just need to know if you're going to come home. Because we have 2 dogs now. One of our dogs had died at the beginning of 2016, and we got another dog. And I said, I can't do what's happening between us much longer. I think we need space. And I'm going to go to Jersey and just try and think about everything. I just need to know if you're going to come home. Because if you're not going to come home, I can't leave. If you've gone somewhere, if you've flown somewhere, I can't leave the dogs here. We have 2 dogs. So if you can't confirm to me that that you're going to come home tonight, then I'm going to put them up somewhere, okay? Like, I'm going to find a friend or pay to have them boarded. And Kate just kept saying, oh, I don't know. Oh, gee, I don't know if I'll be home. The same exact tone that you hear on from Erik's voice, where I was like, when is your statement going to be ready? When you see it online. Piss pants? Oh. The O, by the way, is him remembering what piss pants means because he's a bedwetter. He is a narcissist and a manipulator, and that is and I know that because I lived with one for so long. Okay. Kate said, "Oh, I don't know if I'll be around." So I said, "Okay. I'm not gonna bother you. I'm just gonna find a place for them to be." I put them with the woman who we adopted the second dog from. I went to Jersey. Kate lost their mind. They told everyone that I had kidnapped the dogs. They posted on Facebook, everything. They got the police involved. They did all these things. I have all the emails of me saying, "Kate, please, I love you so much. I love you so much. The kids are fine. They are super fine. You will see them again. They're not gone. They're just somewhere safe while you and I take the time that we need in order to process whatever's happening between us right now." Kate would not hear any of it. Kate went and got them back, and the woman was like, "Actually, I'm going to keep the other dog because you're fucking crazy." And took the dog back. When I came back from Jersey, Kate had disappeared. Kate had taken Wicket, filled the car, and driven back to Chicago. Kate told their dad that I was abusive, that I was doing all these terrible things, that I would scream at them, that I would hit them and throw them and punch them and all these things. Completely 1000% untrue. I would never, ever in a million years raise a hand to Caitlin Janae Bartelt. In my fucking life, I have never, ever attempted to physically harm Caitlin Janae Bartelt. When I'm angry, I write about it. When I'm angry, I play the drums. When I'm angry, I grab a box from Amazon and I beat it against the wall until it's in smithereens. I don't hurt people. I got back to California, and the house was like missing a bunch of stuff. Obviously, Kay had taken a bunch of my things. Kay had taken 8-Bit's ashes. Our dog who died, who I had since 2010, like, and I stayed there for about a week. I called Kate's dad. I called Kate and tried to figure out what was going on. The only time Kate spoke to me rationally during that week was when they called me to say that they had to give Wicket up because the apartment that they had found, he was stressing out. Obviously, like, you whisk the dog away to somewhere stressy and then you leave him alone for 8-9 hours a day. Of course he's gonna bark. And Kate said, "I can't have the dog here, so I have to give him up." And I said, "The fuck you do? Are you stupid?" So I called an old neighbor who had watched our other dog before, and Tracy, and she said, "Of course, bring him anytime," and she let me stay with her while I kept trying to talk with Kate. And that's when this happened on 7/13/16. I had spent a lot of time at Kate's apartment. I wasn't sleeping there yet. And Kate had agreed to go to therapy together. And we selected a therapist together. And we selected a therapist explicitly who did both couples and individual therapy, and who had explicit experience with childhood trauma. Excuse me, I can't remember his name. We went to this appointment on the 13th. Oh wait, no, that's wrong. That's the hearing. Where's Kate's writing? Kate says what date it was. 6/21/16. So it was June. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes more sense because I spent all of July at my parents' house. Okay, so we went to this therapist in, I think it was like in the Loop in Chicago, something like that. And we went through the entire session. I'm not going to give you the details of the session. The important thing that you need to know is that when it was my turn to speak and I talked about all the things that I was worried about happening between us and in our relationship and the things that I knew about Kate and their childhood and that I had witnessed myself, Kate gaslit me in front of the therapist. And I sat there like bewildered. Like, but like Kate, we talk. You're like you told me this. Like you told me this in confidence, and like it didn't become clear until after that. They were upset with me for breaking that confidence. For telling a medical professional about it that Kate needs help. Kate gaslit me the entire time and said all those things didn't happen. It never happened. And the therapist was like, I don't know what you want me to do. Like, I can't help people who don't want to help themselves. You can't help Kate. Like, let me know how you want to proceed. And that was an hour. When we got out of the session, Kate was driving. Kate always drove. Kate never let me drive. Kate hated when I drove. Kate had to be driving. Kate had to control the climate. Kate had to control the music. It was only if and even then, if I was in the passenger seat, it was expected that I had to navigate for them. I had to run the Google Maps and like tell them where to go. If I was using my phone and not paying attention and they missed a turn, it was my fault anyway. Anyway, Kate was driving. We left the therapy session. It was like dead silent in the car. After like 5 minutes, I was like, Kate, what was that? Like, I know what you told me, and like, this is what we agreed to, and I don't understand why you lied. And Kate started berating me. Saying that they never loved me, they didn't love me, they didn't want me. They don't know why I can't just take the hit and understand that it was all a fantasy. And eventually that I was just like my dad. You're just like your dad. And they kept going for like 20 seconds before. And I just took it all until I finally said, was like, please, okay, I get it. Like, please, you don't have to, like, please don't talk about don't compare me to my dad like that. Like, and they just kept going. They kept going and going and going and going and going. And I started yelling, and I was like, stop! Screaming, like, stop! And I saw red. We were on Lakeshore Drive, and Kate was speeding. And we were trying to get home, and Kate was like banging on the wheel and berating me. And I said, stop. I kept yelling, stop, and they wouldn't stop. And I said, please just pull over. Just pull over and let me out. Like, I'll find my way home. Like, it's fine. Like, just let me out. And I kept trying to, like, open the door even while they were driving. I was like, I can't stay here. And they kept locking the door, and then they put the child lock on. And I tried to roll the window down, and they locked the window. And I saw red. I started bashing the window. And I didn't know I could break a window. That's what all the scars on this hand are from. From breaking the window. And that finally got Kate to pull over. And I got out of the car and I just started walking. And when I had gotten back into my body, I came back and Kate had called the cops. And they said, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? Kate was non-binary when they died, but before that, Kate would say they would cosplay as a woman, which makes sense. And Kate was socialized as a woman. And Kate knows how to get what they want. Kate knows what situations they have power in, and they also know what situations they have power in, not based on gender, but based on skin color. And they use that against me all the time. The cops came and took a report and said, what do you want to do? You want a restraining order? Yeah, okay. Kate drove me to the hospital. Kate drove me to the hospital, and when I got checked in, Kate basically tried to have me put on involuntary hold. Kate was like, psych eval here. This guy's crazy. Psych eval. This guy just broke my car window. Conveniently not mentioning to get away from Kate, but so I had to stay until a psychiatrist came to check on me and make sure that I was in my right mind. And they released me, and then Kate left me there. Kate left before I walked out the door. Kate was in the car driving away, and I tried to catch up with them, and they drove away. I took an Uber home. And my dad, Kate's dad, tried to call my dad at this point, because I had just called my dad and said, I just broke a window. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know I don't know. And Kate's dad called him and told him about this. And Eric thinks it's like a trophy or like some sort of a point to make that my dad said I don't have time for this shit, because he didn't have fucking time for this shit. This is how my life with Kate was. Okay? This is what my life with Kate was like. And you can see here what Kate wrote. Kate also lies. Kate also leaves things out, just makes things up. I haven't read this page in a long time. And so there was a temporary restraining order. There was a court case, or a court date. There's always I don't know if you've ever been in court for any reason, but there's usually like a conference first. There's usually like you go in front of the judge, they say, hey, can you two fuckers work this out? And if the answer is no, okay, we'll go to court. And that's what we did. It's the temporary restraining order. We went to court, and Kate's dad stood there and was like, yes, we're gonna get the restraining order. And the judge was like, okay, and there's nothing I could do, obviously. And so the temporary restraining order stayed in place until the next court date, which would be, I don't remember what day after this. This has the first court date on it in July, because I was living with my parents at that time. But I don't recall what the second court date was, because it never happened, because Kate didn't show up. Because what happened is, at the end of July, I emailed Kate anyway. I emailed Kate and said, it was really long. It was like, I love you so much. I don't know what's going on between us. You're my best friend. I just want us to be okay. Whatever I need to do, I will do it. Whatever I need to change, I will change. We have these traumatic streaks in both of our families, and we can end them here. And Kate answered the email. I said, if you don't want to talk to me, I get it. You have a temporary restraining order. All you have to do is go to the next court date, and it's forever. All you have to do is tell them that I contacted you, and that's it. It's done for me. I'm a felon. You can have me arrested right now. Or you can give me a call, and we can try this again, because I don't think this is how it's supposed to be. And that's what Kate did. They called me later that day, and we talked, and we caught up, and Kate was starting to feel a little better. And the next week, I went back to Chicago, and I started living with Kate, and things got worse again for a while. That was the worst birthday of my entire life. Kate screamed at me for like an hour as I sat in bed, like sobbing, just like asking them to please give me just a minute, because I didn't have anywhere else to go at that time. Anyway, that's what this is about. Kate and I got back together, and after this is when I took Kate's dad out all the time. But I was so grateful that we were able to reconcile. My family was like, "Wow, we really thought that was it for you two, but now that you've done that, nothing can stop you two." You know, that's what I thought too. There it is, September. It was supposed to be September 14, 16. That's when the next one would be. And it's an emergency, as you can see here, emergency interim order of protection extended to 9/14 at 11 a.m. at the next court date. Right? Kate did not go to this court date because Kate did not want the restraining order. I didn't have to convince Kate of anything. We went back to therapy. Kate decided not to report the contact. Kate decided not to pay the lawyer. When the lawyer asked, "Would you like me to go to represent you?" Kate didn't respond. And the lawyer said, "Cool, I'm going to let you know I'm not going, and the restraining order will be gone." Kate didn't respond. This is one of the biggest points of shame in Kate's life. Thank you so much, Erik Garlington, for bringing this up as though you're a smart guy and you think you've got something. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to go drink some water and pee. I've been streaming for an hour and a half. And then we will resume. Yeah, take your time. You see the frame? You can barely see behind me anyway. I'm not using my wide angle.
Look how little I.
Yeah, you don't even.
Literally just my face.
Just
is all
your
you
face.
can see.
Yeah, no, you'll just be a disembodied voice. That's okay. Hi everybody, I'm back. To continue this escapade, whatever you want to call it. Okay, sometime later I get confirmation from Kate's brother Jared that Mark admitted to using Kate's socials. He admitted he was responding from her phone. I fucking knew it. That fucking weasel. I have not seen these. These are new to me. Dude, just talked to him today. Wow, I'll catch you up. Guy's insane. Oh god, what happened? 58 minutes of every word salad under the sun. Yeah, I recorded the whole thing too, and it wasn't word salad. It was actual words. You're just an idiot and can't understand them. Unreal. He didn't start his relationship with Nikki until November. Long story short, I played him like I was on his side, and I only talked to you once. I recorded it. We're going to talk again, just scratching the surface. I'm going to record all the conversations. You confirmed what I already knew. Now it's... I don't know what else he says here. Jared has a habit of doing this. He's a giant fucking bitch. He used to steal all of Kate's toys and all of Kate's game consoles. Kate was only ever allowed to watch him play video games. Kate was never allowed to play video games themselves. Kate was never allowed to do any extracurricular activities. Kate was never allowed to have any hobbies. Kate was kept inside in a house forever, and that is why the internet was the place they could be themselves. Jared is a fucking moron, as I described earlier in giving up a dog to have a fifth child. I figured out that he had done that pretty quickly, and he bailed on the phone call that we were supposed to have again. He's actually saying, we're going to talk again, just scratching the surface. You know, this is exactly why I didn't reach out to Kate's family, because Kate's family is a fucking PDF file, and this asshole. Kate's mom is dead. Kate was happy their mom was dead. Pam was a cunt. Fucking idiot. This is nothing. This is a nothing burger. This is a nothing booger. Booger burger. This is a nothing booger burger. Well done, you dick. Idiot. I've been texting him like crazy. I've been texting Jared almost every single day saying, when was the last time you spoke to Erik Garlington? Because the funny thing is, guess who controls Kate's estate? It's me! And guess who's defaming a dead person? It's you! Amazing. So, naturally, I go full ballistic at this point. I'm now aggressively trying to reach out to everyone involved. Another few weeks go by, and then Kate's best friends, Elena and Lex, are now DMing me asking if I've heard from Kate. I have to inform them that they've been dead for over a month.
Ballistic included my family.
Yeah, ballistic included Nikki's family as well.
My 17-year-old cousin.
Nikki's 17-year-old cousin. Speak up, because you're far away. You gotta shout.
Okay.
Yeah.
Including my 17-year-old cousin, who was still in high school at the time. Erik was messaging her saying, didn't you know that your cousin is so disgusting?
Don't you know your cousin's a fucking cheater, affair whore?
Like, basically.
He didn't say those words. But
yeah, he might as well have.
He might as well.
And he also called and texted my mother, who, sits at home by herself most of the time. She can't work. She doesn't see. My mom is a hermit. My mom doesn't.
Her mom is actually disabled. Like, she can't move her body around. Not like Eric's parents, who are... Eric was like, oh, I feel for my parents' life. They're disabled. Ooh. No, dude. They're fine. They're fine. They're well off and in LA. They're okay.
Eric's dad has gout, but, that's
yeah,
it.
he has gout. But he and he also has a partner in his life to help him with that gout.
Right.
Your mom is alone. You were raised by a single mother. Anyway. Fully ballistic. So, before I read this, I have not seen either of these. And before I read this, I want to tell you about Elena. Elena had until yesterday to help me. I gave Elena from, I think 2 weeks ago, I emailed her and said, listen, you can either be a named party in an IIED and or defamation case, wrongful death, you name it, lots of options. Or you can talk to me and help me figure out the things that I don't know. And then you'll be a witness in the case instead of being a named party. but Elena didn't want to get back to me. So Elena is going to be a named party along with Eric and Joel and Caitlin. Strickland, not my Caitlin, obviously. Okie dokie. So Elena is the person who Kate... I don't want to talk shit about Kate. How can I say this? Elena's one of Kate's flying monkeys. And has been since 2019, if I'm not mistaken. Elena and Lex were two of the only people that Kate allowed to be friends with both of us because Kate could control the narrative. Whenever we had an argument, Kate would backchannel everything to Elena and tell Elena what to say to me when I would go to Elena and say, can you help me understand what's going on here? Can we talk? Like, I just need a friend who knows both of us to tell me if I'm crazy. Kate was telling Elena everything to tell me. Elena also then decided that I was full of shit when it came to my gender and my pronouns. So Elena had Kate start misgendering me from, I think, April onward in 2022, if I'm not mistaken. From April until Kate moved out, I'm pretty sure. Kate was misgendering me to my face. You'll see maybe in a few messages, I think, if Eric actually posts the ones from Kate that don't support his position, you'll see that Kate does start to gender me properly again, but to my face they didn't, and that was one of the reasons that we had that big explosion, and that was the thing that happened right before they said they didn't believe me about my CSA anymore. So I don't know how to, like, if you're gonna misgender your partner on purpose and mock them, like, I don't know, man, it seems kind of shitty. And Elena encouraged everything. Elena ate out of Kate's hand. Elena does not have a brain of her own. If Elena gets to be the important person, that's all she cares about. Her mom's a therapist and her dad's an asshole. She has no earthly idea what she's doing in life. She doesn't have any marketable skills, and she doesn't have any nepo options, you know? Like, she is young also, and that was also a pattern for Kate, was to have a young and impressionable gal from the makeup industry who would echo everything Kate said and would never second guess a single thing. I tried for many months. I asked Elena for many months for help. Kate lied to Elena. Kate lied to Eric. And Elena was just a dumb idiot throughout the whole thing. They insisted that they were going to come and help Kate move out. Elena said that she could help Kate find an apartment, and then that fell through. That was one of the reasons Kate was so stressed out. I could not stand living together anymore. Kate had packed all their things like months prior and left them all around the apartment. There were packed boxes, and they had not moved out, so they were opening the boxes now. There was shit fucking everywhere. I couldn't cook, I couldn't clean, I couldn't do anything. I was losing my fucking mind. And Kate kept doing this shit, gaslighting me, and then stonewalling me, and then waiting until I have an eruption, and then recording it, sending it, calling someone. One time I did it. I took Kate's phone, and I sent a recording from Kate as Kate to Joel so that he could help me. And then I called Joel later that day when he then gaslit me again, even though he had been there a few weeks prior when he saw Kate gaslighting me in person. These people need help. Let's see what Elena said on November 27th. Hey, I'm sorry, my partner Lex just messaged you about Caitlin. They're trying to find more information out, but please, if you have any time today, could we chat? Mark is a terrible person, and I don't trust a single thing they say. If you have any more information on the situation, I would really appreciate it. Caitlin and I have been close, chosen family since they lived in Philly. That's your term. I've been with them through everything since then. Yeah? Okay. It's not out of the ordinary for us to not talk for extended periods of time. Oh. Did you read the sentence before that? I've been with them through everything since then, and it's not out of the ordinary for us to not talk for extended periods of time. Is it possible? I mean, go with me here. Is it possible that you didn't know everything and that you hadn't been there and seen them through everything since then? Because, as you mentioned, there are many extended periods of time without talking to Kate. I had not gone more than 24 hours without speaking to Caitlin Janae Bartelt since we were 24 for 8 or 9 years until Kate moved out. That was the first time in a decade that I went longer than one day without talking to Caitlin. I am the person who has healed Caitlin with these hands, fed Caitlin with these hands. Who taught you how to cook, Elena? It's me. I taught you how to cook. And the things I didn't teach you, Kate did. Who taught Kate how to cook? I did. I taught Kate how to cook. Elena is a useless pile of cells that needs to be involved, needs to feel important, needs to feel like a part of the crew. But with everything escalating with Mark, I tried to be more present with them. They can, and this is the best part. They came and stayed with me and Lex for a few days in October, and that was the last time I saw them. They texted me a week or two later about mail, and that's the last I heard from them. During those 2 weeks, or week, what was it? Oh, it was days. During those few days, and no, that wasn't in October. That was not in October. That was September.
It was in September.
September, thank you. That was not in October. That's a lie. Kate was dead in October, you dipshit. Like, you fucking idiot. The time that Caitlin spent there was some of the worst time Kate has ever spent with a friend. The only worst time that Kate ever spent with a friend was with Erik Garlington and Mila Belanik. How do you say her last name?
I don't know.
Belanik. Cloutfoot with zeros for O's. Lubert, Luberti, or Lubert the Third, and BKM and E, which is like so obviously Mila's initials backwards and Erik.
Oh.
Like so obviously. Those are his gangbang usernames. Anyway, neither here nor there. That was in September, and for like 3 or 4 days, that's when Kate got it in their head that Nikki had taken a photo in our car. Elena filled Kate's mind with vitriol. That was really the beginning. This is before Kate reached out to Erik. I'm 99% sure, because Kate reached out to Erik on September 9th. Is that right?
That I don't remember either.
I'm pretty sure it was...
Remember the
Or
date.
no, I think it was the weekend after. September 9th is when Kate did acid.
Oh, with the coworker.
Yes. Kate dropped 2 tabs of acid on like September 9th, and they were going in looking for clarity, and they came out furious. And I think that was right before Elena or right after? Right before Elena. I just don't want to be digging through all the stuff and seeing it all again right now. Either way, Elena's wrong.
That picture was in my aunt's car.
Yeah, I told him already. It was in your aunt's fucking truck. Those few days, Kate sent some of the worst messages they've ever sent. If I'm not mistaken, this message to Quinn. Interesting, Erik. Why don't you include dates? Do you not want to? Why don't you want to include dates? I mean, like, I can pull it up too. I have Kate's account right here. Interesting. Yeah, it was during those days that Kate sent some of the most vitriolic things to strangers about me, about what had happened, and making things up. Kate had done this routinely. Like, Kate had done this. This is why we didn't have mutual friends. This is why we didn't even really have friends. Every time we moved cities, Kate needed to start over because Kate needed to lie to maintain the narcissist fantasy. Okay, scroll back too far. Moving on. Okay, what else did you say, dipshit? Elena just enabled Kate. Elena just enabled Kate like crazy. It was like, yeah, yeah. Oh, Mark's the word. Nikki's the word. Eric's the right. Yeah. Idiot. And then when Kate was dead, they posted a picture that Kate sent to them privately that Kate would never in a million years ever have wanted posted, and I have the record of it. And guess what, Elena? You're going to be a named party because you disseminated information and photos that were privately sent to you, causing intentional emotional distress. Mark hates my guts. My biggest fear through all of this is that something would happen to Kate and I wouldn't find out until much later because Mark would purposely keep me in the dark. Please, I'd love to talk to you if I can. That's exactly what happened, you cunt bitch! That's exactly what happened! That's exactly what happened! I saw every message you sent. I saw each and every single one. And I heard from Kate, and Kate said, fuck her. And I left them all there, left them all on scene because I knew it would drive you fucking insane. It was one of the only things that gave me any semblance of peace in the month that Kate had died. That you helped Kate do. I asked you to sit down with me and Kate and Lex and all have a serious conversation about what was happening between us. But you knew better. You knew better. This is on you, Elena. This is on you, Erik Garlington. This is on you, Joel Escher. This is on you, Caitlin Strickland. That brings me a lot of relief. Like I said, I don't trust Mark at all. Mark has a way of getting what they want, and I don't think it was working anymore, and they don't know how to deal with that. If you could let Joel know that you gave me his number, that would be great. That way it's not a surprise when I reach out. This is definitely a sensitive subject, and I don't want to cause any stress. I know it probably wasn't easy for you to break the news to me, but I am more thankful than you could ever know. Elena, let me tell you right now. If you think you have ever heard or felt Kate's presence like you did when you texted Kate to tell them that you broke up with Lex because you saw and had felt Kate and heard them tell you, that was your imagination. That was your imagination. Because Kate will never fucking speak to you. Ever. Ever. There's a reason that Kate didn't talk to you for long periods of time. There's a reason that Kate didn't talk to you the last 2 weeks they were alive when we were reconciling. That's because you're not good for Kate. Because all you do is enable Kate. Kate needs people around them who will hold them accountable, like their coworkers. Those were real friends. It was just that Kate couldn't stop lying, couldn't figure it out quickly enough. You are no friend to anyone. You are a disgrace to the queer community, and you're a shitty artist. You're a 2-bit friend, and you should sit the fuck down. Moving on. I tracked them down to inform them what's going on, and it turns out they don't know. Mark was never going to inform Kate's family and friends of their passing. That is 100,000% true. They didn't deserve to know. Kate didn't want them to know. They don't deserve to be spoken about now. They don't deserve to know now. Erik has no right to speak Kate's name at all. Mark tries to spin the lie that Kate would no contact on their own, which fine, let's say they did, but what's their justification for not telling Kate's best friends, for blocking them from Kate's accounts? Do I have to justify it for you, piss pants? Mark tries to spin the lie that Kate would no contact on their own. They did. It was years ago. Oh, you mean with Elena and Lex? Yeah, like I said, they did. What's their justification for not telling Kate? Because they didn't deserve to know. That's the justification, you dipshit. Because they fucking helped. Because they sat across Kate and said, yeah, send that one. Yeah. And then when it came time for Kate to deal with the shame of doing those things, where were they? Nowhere to be fucking found. You know nothing, Erik Garlington. You know fucking nothing, and you can't write to save your life, music or words. For blocking them from... I blocked them because they deserve to be fucking blocked. You are stupid. Yeah, you're not alone in that. I sent them messages on Signal October 5th and November 5th. They were both opened. Yes, they fucking were. I opened them. I also sent them a message on 11/19, and instead of it being opened, it was removed from a very old group chat that had me, Mark, Kate, and Mark in it. It was just odd because I blocked Mark on my end in May 2022. I can still see their IG, but I have a feeling once I contact Joel, I may not be able to. So Lex went on Caitlin's Instagram, and you must have been blocked, like, today. Because the only reason they were able to find you was by going through Caitlin. But when they try and find you now, they can't. At least not on Caitlin's page. Do you know what that means?
It doesn't make sense. It sounds like they're talking about Signal and Instagram, but I can't tell when she's talking about one and when she's talking about the other.
No, and Erik is an idiot, so he didn't clarify anything with any captions or whatever. Okay,
We
so...
also don't see Eric's messages on that end of that
Yes.
discussion either.
Also
so,
true, we don't see Erik's
like,
messages.
That's what I'm curious to see. Like,
Oh yeah, I would be
like,
fascinated to see all of Erik's
like,
messages.
I mean, if it wasn't like egregious, like I would post my entire text history with Erik. Like, I love that he included my text because like it just shows how abused I was.
Yeah, he's just
like,
showing his ass for 50
just,
pages.
Like I just said yes to everything that he ever wanted me to. But I have my section, so.
Oh, you have your own section?
Yeah, when you scroll through, he separates them into sections. It's Kate first, and then it's me, and then you're at the end.
Oh, I can't wait. This is so exciting. This is so good. Also, Lex and I are now blocked from Caitlin's Instagram. So fun. Yes, that's correct, you dipshit. That's because when you found out about Kate's death, you posted their fucking image. If you knew a single fucking thing about Caitlyn Janae Bartel, you would know that they would fucking hate you for posting a picture of them that they didn't fucking say you could post. Eat shit. No, you can't put... I'm not going to say it. If Mark and Kate really did make up at the end, why not show proof? Because I don't owe you shit, asshole. I don't owe you shit. Kate's roommate confirmed to us that Kate sent Mark a suicide note. They're lying about being on good terms in the end. That's correct. Kate sent suicide notes. What is your point? Cops showed up at my apartment with a suicide distress call made by Mark. Kate, I guess, had set up an automatic email to send, but I didn't realize the seriousness of what was going on, so I insisted on being the first person through the door. So technically, I found Kate. They left an email note. Mark read it to me. It was all about him. There was no thought or regard for anyone else in their life. Yes, that's correct. That's correct. And also, how dare you use Katura's name and username when Katura had nothing the fuck to do with this? Katura was a great roommate to Kate, a great friend to me. What's the date on this, dipshit? What's the date on this? Huh? Why would you post this? What do you think this means? What do you think this means? Quickly. With your words now. Idiot. Tried to pin it on Joel during the eviction proceedings, but that failed. No. Joel and Caitlyn absolutely are responsible in the same way you're responsible, in the same way Elena's responsible. I don't know which failed part you're talking about. By the way, Mark got evicted because they found out that they had an enslaved ancestor in their lineage, so they believe they shouldn't have to pay rent anymore? I can't make this up, but you did. What are you talking about?
The reason that you couldn't pay rent was because...
I did pay rent! What are you talking about? I could pay rent!
Oh, that's right. You were
I did pay rent! I wasn't being evicted for non-payment. It's a fucking holdover!
That's right.
I paid rent, and the judge said stop paying rent because if they take your money, they can't evict you.
I forgot all of that.
Fucking idiot!
I forgot that they told you to stop paying rent. Like,
the judge literally said you don't have to pay anymore.
Yeah.
And I stopped.
I remember that because you were yeah.
I stopped. I fucking stopped. And they're never getting a single fucking penny either. We're still in appeals. Their lawyer is a liar. I have a recording of their lawyer lying. It's fantastic. I don't know why you would do this. I'm going to move on from this. I don't know it. I mean, I do have that. I have a century's worth of those, but this is disgusting. Like, more disgusting than usual. Katura has struggled to be okay since then. I don't know what the fuck you're thinking. I don't know what the fuck you're thinking. And I don't know why you think any of this that we've seen so far. I'm on page 21 out of 50. I don't know why you think any of this is a reasonable response to you're a rapist. In what world is this a cogent response to someone saying you're a rapist? The fuck? I can't make this up, but you did. This rich white person from Jersey can afford it. When they first hired me, they bragged about having $500,000 in crypto. They showed it to me. Are you an idiot?
You were talking about your funding.
Literally the funding for the company.
Not your money.
No. That was, like, I said that an hour ago, Eric. I said that we raised $500,000 for the company. Yes, that's correct. We raised $500,000 in seed funding. What are you confused about? What are you confused about? I didn't brag. I told you so that you could have fucking job security, you dipshit. I said, we're a funded company, and I can afford to pay you for X amount of time at least. That was the purpose of showing you and everybody else at the company, for that matter, what the bank account looked like at any given time. Transparency, something you can't get through your fucking head. It's opaque up there. The pink opaque. Like the movie, I saw the TV Glow that features known rapist Erik Garlington on the soundtrack. Outrageous. 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 Again, they let Nikki and I choose our own salary and actually followed through by paying us a big signing. Do you remember that? Do you remember that? I think I did pay you guys a signing bonus, right?
You did.
It was like $5K a piece?
It wasn't. Yeah, it was. It was
5K a piece.
And I used it to buy
You used it to buy that computer that you're using. Yeah.
And
Yes.
actually negotiating the salaries, like, that, I think Erik is just mad because I made more money than him. Like,
Yeah, I told him already that too.
He says that I was your secretary, but I was so much more than that.
I said to him on camera, I said, Erik, you reported to Nikki. Nikki was in the C-suite, okay?
Like,
you were just on a team.
I was not a secretary.
No.
Like, every department had reported
You were
to me.
doing payroll.
Like, anyway, like, when we decided for salary, like, I had to go behind Erik's back and ask for more because Erik had told me in private that we needed to make the same amount. And
Nikki wasn't allowed to make more.
Like, we had agreed to ask for $65K, and when it came time to have that conversation, like, I said a higher number.
No. You had agreed on 60, and you said 65.
60, that's right. And I said,
And
that
it
was 75. I think it was 70.
was it? I only remember it being 5K more, but I could be wrong. I don't know.
I don't know the numbers, but
The numbers don't even fucking matter. Like, that's not the point.
Like, seriously, like, was it 65 or 75? But, like, the reality was, like, Erik was not happy that I made more money than him.
And like, what is his point of bringing this up anyway? What is your point? What is your point? Yes, there was money. What is your point? I wasn't evicted for not paying. I was evicted incorrectly because they wanted to sell the place. They told the judge that they were going to sell the place, and that's why they needed to get me out of there, which is very legal. But these days, lots of landlords are doing that shit. Lots of landlords are saying they're going to sell the place, and they just go, oh, well, the market and this and that and the other thing. There's already someone living in that apartment. You think I don't have eyes everywhere? There's already someone living in my old apartment. I wonder what the housing court will think of that. Moving on. Back to the eviction. Okay. Throughout the proceedings, while representing themselves, of course, Mark would accuse Kate of being unstable. He tried to claim that we harassed him by giving... I guess this is Joel. Or Joel, I guess this is Joel. He doesn't even put a name here. He tried to claim that we harassed him by giving Caitlin a key after he tried to restrict her access to the building, again misgendering Kate. We explained we had to give her a key because she asked us, again misgendering Kate, for one, and said Mark was restricting her, again misgendering Kate, access to the building. Mark had the gall, or just the crazy man, again misgendering me, logic, to say that that was us ignoring his request as a tenant for safety because he didn't feel safe with Caitlin. The judge was like, no, the landlords couldn't participate in the lockout. Mark was like, it wasn't a lockout, I had a key. And the judge was like, but Caitlin didn't? Don't you see how that is trying to say your word is superior to your late wife's? They had to honor Caitlin's request to have access to the building. This is the stupidest shit I've ever fucking read. God damn. Listen, it would be a lot harder to read if I didn't literally have the fucking transcripts from each and every single fucking court date, and if I hadn't fucking read them in the last 2 months when the transcriber got them back to me, remember? In order to file an appeal, you have to have all of the audio files transcribed by a professional transcriber, like a transcription service. And they have a giant list of acceptable companies. You can't just pick someone. It has to be one of the listed transcribers, right? And I have absolutely everything from the court dates. God, there's so much to do with that still. Anyway, that's not remotely what the judge said. The judge didn't actually bring this up at all. We didn't actually even go to trial for many months because when I went back to court on the 3rd of November, Kate had died and I was unwell, and they referred me to APS, Adult Protective Services, and they assigned me a guardian ad litem who didn't really fucking help at all. I had to do most of the shit myself anyway. And that's why we're here. I had an APS. I still have an APS case. I'm very grateful to have an APS case. I'm so grateful to the city of New York for what I have been able to, they don't make it easy. They don't make it easy.
It was your full-time job
It was
for
my,
like 4 months.
it was like 4 months. But I'm very grateful to the city of New York for the kind of support that they have given me and for putting up with me when I was not well and for, I mean, honestly, just for having the resources. Like, it's not easy to use them. It's not easy to use the resources. Anybody who's done this will tell you. But if you can do it, they're there. And I know not everybody can do it. I get that. It needs to be more equal access. But I'm very fortunate and very privileged to have been able to been supported by APS, even though I had to do a lot of the things myself, I'm just going to read all 3 of these real quick before I say anything else on the subject. Another part of Mark's response was that we ignored tenant requests related to Caitlin's mental health, and in doing so, directly contributed to her, again, misgendering Kate demise. What those requests were is anybody's guess. We, of course, were in communication with Caitlin and did whatever we could to help, including giving her again, misgendering Kate, one of our spare building keys when Mark refused to allow her, again, misgendering them, free access to her building, again, misgendering them, and writing her, again, misgendering them, a recommendation as a landlord to the next place she rented from, again, misgendering Kate. He, misgendering me, again, did say in an email to management that my wife enabled Caitlin's literal death, which is so the opposite of reality. I just can't even understand how he, misgendering me once more, can be that crazy. Okay, now we get to tell the story about Joel and Caitlin. All right, these 2 dumb bitches are not New Yorkers. These 2 dumb bitches are from anywhere else. Joel's a Bostonian, and Caitlin's from North fucking Carolina. They moved to this city to drive up rent in, yes, you guessed it, black neighborhoods, Harlem. They renovated an apartment, and now they're trying to sell it for oodles more, even though that apartment is a NYCHA building, which means that it's intended for residents, for natives of New York City to find a residence in. And there's an explicit rule against flipping those apartments. There is a tax for flipping those apartments, in fact. They have to give 30% of whatever they sell the place for to the co-op board. This place is a co-op, by the way, okay? Joel and Caitlin was on the co-op board for a long time. Caitlin also, by the way, works for one of the big 3 pharmaceutical marketing companies. She does marketing for Gilead. She does marketing for fucking, you name it, any gross pharmaceutical company. Like, she's done that stuff. Joel is a shitty person, a shitty writer, a shitty playwright. He did.
Remember ethnic music?
Oh yeah, I haven't even gotten there.
So
I'm gonna tell them why I fired Joel, because it's all right here as well. Joel's a transphobic little shit stain. What was I saying before that? I forgot.
You were talking about. I'm sorry, derailed you.
That's okay. That's okay. Joel and Caitlin and where they worked. Caitlin works in pharmaceuticals. Joel is a playwright, and he did a really shitty play called Pharma Bro about Martin Shkreli. And he also worked at the, was it UCB, Upright Citizens Brigade? That turned out to be a scam. Like, he was like the piano player at UCB. Like, there was an article, Google it or whatever, like the UCB was a scam. Something like that. Or am I thinking about Second City? No, I think it's a UCB. Anyway, Joel is someone who I knew for 10 years. Joel Escher and Caitlin Strickland. I met them in 2012 at the 20-sided store in Brooklyn at the pre-release for Return to Ravnica, where Joel and I both selected Is It as our guild. We became fast friends. I didn't realize at the time, like, how vulnerable I was to people like Joel. I'm a very, like, giving person. I really like to help. I really like to support people. Like, it just gives me a lot of joy to see someone I've helped do well. I don't need to be given credit. I don't need any of that. I like how it feels inside. And I helped Joel a lot with a lot of things. Over the years, well, actually, when Caitlin and I got together, they stopped speaking to me. Joel and Caitlin stopped speaking to me because the girlfriend that I had at the time was very upset. I cheated. Kate and I got together. We ran away together. And she moved in with Joel and Caitlin. And Joel and Caitlin didn't speak to me again until, I want to say, 2017. So 2014 to 2017. Started speaking on and off here and there. And then in 2018 and 19, when I moved to Philly, I was at their apartment all the time because I had to go to the city all the time for work. We had raised our first bit of money back then. We raised just $100K in 2018, at the end of 2018. And I was spending a lot of time in the city from Philly, and it was just such a nightmare to like make the last Bolt bus back and then get all the way home. So I would just crash with them, right? I would work until 2 a.m. and then go to their place, crash on their couch, get up and leave first thing in the morning with Caitlin when she went to work. They put me up a lot, and throughout those 2 years, I gave the two of them such an incredible amount of advice. Not to say that I'm a genius or anything, but Joel is a dunce. While he had worked on his play Farmer Bro, he cheated on Caitlin. It was literally right after they got married. Literally right after they got married, he cheated with his co-writer. They were making out and like, you know, doing their little writing sessions, and it was really bad. Like, I told her to leave him. I told her, like, stop. They met on a cruise ship. He's a narcissist raised by a narcissist, and she's a narcissist raised by two narcissists. Her dad also, by the way, is a PDF file, Caitlin Strickland. Her father, Mr. Strickland, who's a volleyball coach, I forget his first name, a volleyball coach in North Carolina, you can Google it. He was having sex with a 17-year-old girl who was one of his students. And I shit you not, their argument, I think they're still in court about it right now because I think Caitlin's dad is fighting it. Their argument is, well, it was legal at the time. The age of consent was 16 then. And she's only upset about it now. And now the age of consent is 18, and she was 17 at the time, so it was legal. No harm, no foul. These are the kinds of people we're talking about, okay? First and foremost, I need to tell you about the night that Kate gaslit me that I mentioned earlier when we went to dinner. This is February 2022, or late January 2022, if I'm not mistaken. We had been dying for sushi, and we had agreed on sushi, all-you-can-eat sushi, this place in the Upper West Side, Manhattanville, is that what it is? Where they moved. And we had talked explicitly on the phone, on a video call, about the restaurant not having outdoor seating anymore. And we were like, is that okay? Are we all comfortable with sitting inside? It was cold, COVID, and we had all agreed it was okay. Kate and I had been out to eat already, and we still mask everywhere else. We just take our mask off to eat, and it was fine. The night came around, and we went, and Kate and I were walking up to it, and I felt the air change. Kate said, oh, there's no seating outside. And I said, yeah, we talked about that. Like, we all discussed it on the phone call before. We explicitly discussed it. Like, I remember, we explicitly discussed it. We wouldn't be here if we hadn't discussed it. Caitlin had forgotten. But to Kate, like, Kate can't take the narcissistic injury. So Kate gaslit me like crazy. Kate was like, no, we didn't. We never talked about it. Why are you like this? I can't believe you're doing this to me again. Why are you pushing me? Why, like, this, that, and the other thing? And I was like, okay, man. I don't fucking, what do you want from me? And I'm like talking to, and they eventually stormed off again, like they do. Kate would leave me anywhere and everywhere. Kate would get upset and then leave. So Kate had done that, and Joel and Caitlin showed up to the restaurant, and I was crying, and I told them what had happened. I said, I haven't said anything about this to you guys. I've only ever talked to Caitlin about when Kate and I have problems, and she has told me that the way Caitlin treats me is not okay. So I don't know what else to do right now. Like, Caitlin literally just gaslit me like crazy and then left. I feel like I'm insane. You remember talking about this, right? We explicitly had this conversation about whether there was indoor or outdoor seating. And they both go, oh, I don't know. Oh, maybe it could have been, I don't know. I told them more. I was like, no, Kate does this to me, guys. Like, I don't know what's real. Like, Kate lies to me and moves things around in the apartment, tells me things are real and true, and then they're not. They flip-flop back and forth. One day, everything's amazing. The next day, they're hurting me. The next day, they're healing me. I don't know what's real. Mark said this, and Mark said that they have trouble with understanding reality or knowing what's real sometimes. Like, are you you're stupid. I know. Anyway, that night, after dinner, during dinner, and the advice that I was talking about earlier, for 2 years, like, I'm so fucking sick of it. Joel and Caitlin had their own sort of, like, racial reckoning, maybe, not really, in 2018 and 19. Actually, no, it wasn't racial. It was fucking, you know what? She's a fucking pink pussy hat bitch. That's what it is. She's a white feminist, okay? So when it comes time to confront Caitlin Strickland, she goes, I'm scared. And that's exactly what happened. We were at dinner. I was telling Joel about why his behavior at work was not okay. He was trying to usurp I had hired this brilliant guy, Nigel, who had so much experience in games, so much experience in the game platform. He's designed physical games. He's worked for many, many great brands. And he's a black man. And I had the opportunity to work with him. I had the opportunity to afford his incredible attention. He is one of the, like, he was green, you know? He didn't have a lot of the, like, professional experience, like C-level stuff, but you can teach that to anybody. Nigel is one of the most fabulous human beings that I have ever worked with. He taught Nikki so much about being a video game producer. He taught anybody and everybody who was willing on the team how to play the game. He was always ready and willing to do anything and everything that he could. That wound up biting him in the butt because it was hard for him to stay focused, but I would work with him again in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. I would hire Nigel in a heartbeat. And he even flexed his network and found us another incredible designer and developer, Kane, who is a UI UXer as well. Like, I'm so grateful to these two people. They provided such incredible work. Like, I forgot how I even got on the subject, but, oh yeah.
That night at dinner.
Nigel is a trained game developer. He went to school for this thing. And at dinner, Joel is trying to get me to put him on the team despite Nigel's saying no. He already applied to the game design team. That team belongs to Nigel. Your team is the music team. You're already the lead of the music team. Why do you need to be on another team? Focus on your team. You have no professional experience to speak of, and you have no experience in working with black people. Anybody brown. Joel worked for rich people privately until like 2020 when he realized, oh shit, there's black people. And then he quit all of his jobs and started working in the inner city in the Bronx. And that's how you know he's a good one. Yeah, that's right. So throughout 2018 and 19, I was putting up with them. I was like, I need a place to stay. And I was educating them. And I got so tired of being their good white person check signer. I'm over it. I don't do it anymore. If you're a white person and you're upset with me telling you that you're racist, if you're a white person and you're upset, I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care. You can eat my entire asshole. You can come and get all the smoke you like. I don't give a fuck. That night at dinner, it escalated. They both said one racist thing after another. One after another. And we were drinking like crazy. It was like sushi, all you can eat and drink. And by the time we were done, I was furious. I was telling Joel, like, no, like I can't fucking believe, what are you talking about? And Joel told me that night that he thought I was his best friend. And I was like, what are you talking about? Like, he uses people. He used me to feel good. Anyway, as we left, I was really, really upset. I was shouting. Like this, actually. This is the volume that I was using. We were on the street. It was freezing cold outside. I was in my Destiny parka that I got from Deep Stone Crypt. It's so warm. It's way too warm. And we were walking down the street in Manhattanville, okay? Manhattanville. And we were walking down the street from there, and I'm telling them they're so shitty. Oh, you think because you have a child now, you think all these things are great. You like oh my God, you don't even want to stay in the city? You're just a fucking gentrifier like everybody else. And I was yelling at them. I wasn't behind them, and I wasn't facing them. I was yelling into the ether. I was in front of them, okay? I was walking, they were behind me, and I was mocking them and shouting like I do, until we made it to the corner. And then I'm explaining all these things to the two of them, even though I'm shouting. And I'm really upset. They keep doing it, and eventually I've sweat through my clothing. And I took my coat off, because I'm a sweaty motherfucker. And when I took my coat off, would you believe what happened? When I took my coat off, I just chucked it on the ground because we weren't walking. We weren't going anywhere. I took my coat off and I put it on the ground. And Caitlin went, oh, I don't feel safe anymore. I don't feel safe anymore. And I was like, oh? You think I'm going to strike you? Do you think we're going to throw down in fisticuffs here? Your friend of 10 years has decided that tonight is the night that we're going to throw down in Manhattanville? That's what you think is going to happen? You think that's more likely than my literal shirt being soaked? It wasn't until that happened that they started to sort of understand how violent their behavior is. But even then, Caitlin's to get it, and Joel is the only one who, he thinks himself an empath, but he's really a narcissist like his mother. So he thinks himself an empath, so he's like, oh, I see you upset, and he deploys sympathy, and then he thinks that then he can feel what the other person is feeling and that they know the same thing now, right? Finally, I do what I always do when someone says, oh, I don't feel safe. I sit my happy ass down on the ground. I sat down on my coat, crossed my hands, folded my hands like this, looked up at Caitlin and said, how's this? Do you feel safer now? Is this better? Is this what I have to do to get you to listen to me? To get you to hear how violent your behavior is? Is this what I have to do? And then I lost my shit. I just started going and I started talking about my trauma, my childhood stuff, things I had experienced. I just went, and I was bawling, and I finally stood up, and Joel was finally like, oh, okay, I've really hurt someone here, and he gave me a hug. And at that point, I believed that they could change. But it continued at work. I hired Joel. I'm an idiot. I know not to hire my friends anymore, but Joel was being mondo racist at work all the time. In addition to being transphobic, as you can see here, refusing to gender me properly. He knows that my pronouns are they, them. He knows that Caitlin's pronouns are they, them. This is precisely what I'm talking about when we talk about enabling someone's death. This is transphobia. There are laws against this. This is discrimination. You were notified. You did have a responsibility of safety to the person, Caitlin, who was having a mental breakdown. I'm the person who informed you of the mental breakdown. I told you what was happening well ahead of time. I told you if Kate reaches out to you, I'm not saying you don't have to talk to Kate, but please just tell me, loop us all in so that we can all have a conversation together. Kate will manipulate anybody and everybody that they can if they're able to keep them separate. I begged them, and I even said, Kate is getting violent. Please don't give Kate a key. Kate has access to the building. I had broken my key March 2022 at a conference. I had sat down on a thing. I stood up and I snapped the key in half. And I was so busy, I never had time to get another key. I never made the time. I never made it a priority because one of us, whoever needed the key at the time, would take the key and the other one would just use oh wait, no, that's right. No, that's not what happened. Kate gaslit me for 3 days. That's right, remember? Because Kate kept telling me that they couldn't get into the building, and I was like, I know I have to be places, and I know that we only have one key. I bent my entire schedule for like 2 weeks around making sure that I was home to let Kate in. When in reality, Kate had the code for the front door for at least 3 days, and Joel and Caitlin knew this, and Caitlin pretended like they didn't have access to the building, as though I were withholding something from them, as if I were keeping them from somewhere safe. I didn't have anywhere else to go. I have an entire shit ton of gear. I was running a fucking startup at the time. We hadn't run out of money yet. I didn't know what the fuck to do. I'm not gonna move out right now. You fucking move out. You're the abusive one. Get the fuck out of here. That's what happened. Joel and Caitlin are not to be trusted or believed. Joel was fired because he didn't see a problem with calling music ethnic music when he was referring to African sounds. And one of the other people under him as well was a racist. He was mondo autistic, so it was a little bit harder for him to understand, a little bit more difficult for me to communicate clearly with him. And as far as they're all concerned, I fired them because I'm crazy. When in reality, they all had multiple opportunities to A, stop misgendering me, B, stop treating music like the two of you white motherfuckers made it, and C3PO, I don't remember, what's 3, I don't fucking know. Joel was fired. I gave him many opportunities, and I fired him because I'm not doing it anymore. I'm not leaving my team with people who will be violent towards them because of their skin color. That is not something that I'm willing to do anymore as the founder of a company. If you do that shit, if you are the kind of person who I have to be in the fucking room with you to make sure that you don't say something shitty, something racist, something sexist, something homophobic, anything, you name it, something uncouth, get the fuck out of here. You're fired. No, I'm done. I'm not doing that shit anymore.
Well, then he pushed back when you tried to explain to him why saying ethnic music is wrong, and that the right thing to do is to research the type of music you're talking about, find out what that music is called.
Which ethnicity?
Right, like, you know, and like him and the other, I don't know if you want to say names, but like him and the other,
Doggo.
yeah, they both pushed back and said, you know, like, that's just what it's called. Like, I don't know.
Exactly.
When I learned it in music school, that's what it's called. It's like, why do you think you learned it in music school? Because, like, colleges are the tool of the oppressor. Like...
Read a book. Just a book. Just read a book. Okay, moving on. When Mark lost earning their second eviction in New York, they were so unhinged that they had to be removed from the courthouse. Shortly after that, they were appointed... No. Are you... I swear to God, how many... Somebody give me a fucking are you stupid counter. Is Erik Piss Pants Garlington known rapist and idiot? Yes. When Mark lost, earning them their second eviction in New York. So first of all, no, that's not what happened. The first time... So, you can Google me, actually.
If you, that one you won, the first one.
Yeah. So in 2013, 2012? 2013 it was over for the first time, and then they appealed because they switched it to the judge because it was the Hasids and they know how to pay everybody. Point being, I sued Northriggs Holdings, and actually my case is case law. It's being referenced as case law these days. Northriggs Holdings runs a company called the Rabsky Management, aka Goose PM. If you are ever encountering an apartment that is run by either of those companies, run in the opposite direction. They are the crew of Hasidic Jews, no racist, I'm Jew, it's fine. It's just the reality is there is a Hasidic business community. And the way they do it is they build these shitty fucking buildings, charge out the ass for them, make them look really nice on the outside, and make them really shitty on the inside. And I was renting from... I lived on North 9th and Driggs, right across the street from Crip Dogs, or a block away from Crip Dogs anyway. And 2 blocks? 7? I don't remember. Across the street from Isle of Skye. I used to drink back then. I don't drink anymore. I sued them because they refused to do anything about the other tenants on their balconies who were smoking cigarettes and cigars. Every tenant in New York has the right to clean air, and there was nothing they were doing about it. They wouldn't even say anything to the tenant. I went and said things to the tenants, and they said, fuck you. The building didn't say anything. They're these fucking French guys who just moved here. They're assholes. And so I started doing research, and in so doing, I discovered that Northriggs Holdings, among many other of the rent-stabilized building owners and developers, were raking in money getting tax rebates without following the rules. To be a rent-stabilized building, a 421A building, there's also a 51, something, a different classification. There's 2 classifications for buildings in the city that can be rent-stabilized. And you have to follow a certain set of rules. And I helped close this loophole. I'm very proud of it. That's why you can't do it in the city anymore. In 2013, we won a case against Northriggs Holdings, which created case law that prevented landlords from hiking the rent in between the stabilized rent and the market rent. The way I explain it is the way I'm about to. Wow, I've been talking for a long time now. I'm tired.
It's okay, we're almost to my section. I figured I would take a turn.
Oh, cool, thanks. The guidelines say that you can't have... The point of rent stabilization is that the rent not fluctuate crazily, right? In New York, in the city, it used to be that you were allowed to charge what they would call preferential rent. If you've ever signed a lease in the city, you've probably seen preferential rent. And if it's a rent-stabilized building, that preferential rent is not the stabilized number that's being referred to, right? In order to get that number, when the building is built, the building is evaluated, and each unit is given a number, right? And that's the maximum amount that they're allowed to charge for that unit in the city. That's determined by the Rent Guidelines Board. What they used to do is give you preferential rent at whatever the market could support, but because the actual number was up here, that meant that they could go anywhere between the preferential rent and the exorbitant cost. there would be like, an apartment listed or that they're allowed to charge up to like $4,300, but the market won't support more than $1,800. If the market begins to support more than $1,800 by a lot, let's say $2,500, your landlord can go, sorry, this year it's going from $1,800 to $2,500, meaning that rent stabilization was totally useless. And so on top of that, there were developers using that loophole while also not following any of the rules of rent stabilization, or what had to happen with the buildings, with the units, with the laws, etc., zoning, all these things. We won that case. That is why there is case law now. That is why that loophole is closed. Today, they cannot do that. And I am why. You can Google Mark Bursteiner, ProPublica. Okay? They flew a photographer to me in California to take my picture. I was not evicted from that apartment. I left that apartment because Kate and I got together. We were still dealing with that because they appealed it and won the appeal on bogus grounds, and then had the judge shuffle around. Every time we went to court, it was a different judge, and they did this for Joel and Caitlin's too. People who work at the courthouse know what to do, know how to get in front of the right judges that they need for their outcome, right? The judge that we had before was so amazing. She was so kind. She was like, I see what you're doing. It's risky, but you're young. You can do it. Good job. Keep going. Yes. And they went and got, when it was put back on trial after the appeal, they went and got a different judge. And the judge said, haha, LMAO, no, and overruled the whole thing. So I had to pay all the back rent, but it did not include an eviction, I don't think, because it was a settlement. I don't remember, honestly. I don't remember. It actually might have been an eviction on the books, but I don't think so. It would still come up on my credit check, like when yeah, I don't think so.
They didn't say anything when we moved here about.
No, and I ran the credit check like with myself too. I saw all the data. Okay, when Mark lost. Okay, so no, incorrect. No, incorrect. No, incorrect. I was never removed from the courthouse. Excuse me, and this wasn't when I lost. I was appointed an EPS representative on November 3rd because I was not well. Kate had died. So, APS is how you get a guardian ad litem. I couldn't find a lawyer in time. Obviously, couldn't afford a lawyer. I've represented myself before. That's what I did when I won that other case. And APS will assign a guardian ad litem if you would like one. They usually only work with not only, but mostly they work with seniors and abused women. They do also work with people like me who have severe complex post-traumatic stress disorder and are experiencing incredibly difficult moments of upheaval in their life. So shouts out APS. They made a lot of mistakes. I was pretty shitty to them. I was pretty raunchy in emails, but I did appreciate them and said as much and said thank you. Anyway, next hearing is on 2/2. Adult Protective Services is actually taking on Mark's case, and he'll again misgendering me. Going in for a psych eval sometime in the next 6 weeks. Next hearing is in 6 weeks. No, wrong. They sent a psych, and we sat down and talked, and I said I would like a guardian ad litem, please. They tried to pin Kate's suicide on their family. Mark is still using Kate's phone to harass Kate's family and accused their own father of killing them. No, I'm not using Kate's phone. I just use my phone number and tell him these things. He is an actual predator, an actual PDF file. He's a closeted man who can't deal with his own homosexuality, and he takes it out on the people around him. Yeah, I've been texting the shit out of him. I have been lighting him up via text. I'm checking into how I can file between the states. I truly believe he's one step away from being physically dangerous. To whom? To you, Gerald? Here's what I've been saying to Mike, okay? The reality is that Mike spent the last 2 years calling and texting me at 2 a.m. to call me a murderer, okay? First of all, that's the reality. Second of all, I told him off. I had finally had fucking enough. Because like at 2 a.m. like I fucking can't. So I was done talking to him on May 25th, 2023, and he said, "You're in trouble, son. Murder's a rough game. You're going down." Send me the GPS coordinates for my daughter's final resting place. Again, misgendering. I want to see her, followed by a visit with you. That was June 24th, this past June, at 1:13 a.m. I forgot, you only respond to promise. Mark, I promise I'm coming to see you. Coward, little punk coward, 1:30 a.m. I let it go. That night, I let it go. But the next day, I think I went to therapy or something, and I felt much better about it. So I just started lighting them up. Here's the thing. I don't give a fuck anymore. I don't give a single solitary fuck. You, Bartiz, Eric, Kate's dad, Elena, Joel, you can all get the smoke. Come and fucking get it, bitch. Posting this was the best thing you could have done for me, Erik Garlington, you fucking piss pants. Here's what I said to Caitlin's dad, starting June 5th. Let's talk about cowardice. Have you come out to your family yet? Do they all know you're gay, or are you still lying to yourself? Not very talkative during daylight hours? Oh, that was the next day because he didn't fucking respond. All of these are me, by the way, because Gerald Bartelt is a giant fucking PDF filed pussy. These are all me. So, first one, June 25th. Next day, not very talkative during daylight hours? A few minutes later, what exactly were you shit-canned from the police for again? Something to do with minors? The next day, did your roommate Julius leave because he was tired of the charade? 2 days later, so do you text me in the middle of the night because you know Kate's death is your fault? A total failing of your ability as a parent? Or is it easier to pretend like you didn't treat Kate as a trophy, an extension of yourself, a reflection of the only good choices in your life rather than a whole and complete person unto themselves? Kate wanted nothing to do with you. They were no contact for 3 years. Whatever you think you know that the rapist and minor groomer like you, Erik Garlington, told you is a lie. He manipulated Kate just like you did. Let me be crystal clear with you. I control Kate's estate. If you want to visit Kate in peace in this lifetime, you will fix your fucking face and how you speak to me. That was June 29th. The next day, why do you think Kate didn't talk to you, I wonder? The next day, still nothing to say, huh, clown? The next day, actually same day, in close contact with Eric, huh? Does that feel better? That was when Mila was messaging you. Eric's girlfriend was messaging Nikki, saying that they were in close contact with Kate's friends and family. You're such a genius, Gerald, August 2nd. Kate fucking loathes you, more so now that they know you gave Erik Garlington information about their personal life. You are a joke of a waste of space. You are not a serious person. What happened, Jerry? Later that day. I thought you had so much to say and so many promises to make. Did you forget to tell Team Dipshit about the allegations against you leading to your ejection from the police? 2 days later, have you let your family know that you're queer yet, Big Mouth? And then, from then on, whenever the fuck I feel like it, I text either Jared or Mike the sentence, when was the last time you spoke with Erik Garlington? That's what I would like to know, because Kate's estate would like to know. Mark's currently trying to intimidate them into staying silent. And now, they're trying to pin it on me. Their affair drove Kate to suicide. Not me, Kate's father, not anyone else that's been dragged into this saga. Just Mark and Nikki. Incorrect. You're full of shit. You don't know anything. You don't know Kate. I know Kate. Kate and I met up 2 times before they died. You don't know anything. You're hilarious. You're hilarious. You know how? Remember when you worked for me and you didn't deliver any of the things you delivered? We were talking about how the character would be. The character that you were going to write, because you made your way onto the writing team even though you were hired for music. You shoehorned your way onto the writing team, said you had worked on movies, and then refused to produce any of your previous writing because actually, as it turns out, you were like 11 when you wrote it. So you don't have any writing to produce. And when you were fired, actually no, it wasn't when you were fired. No, you doubled back on it then. But when we were working on this character, you said, I want to avoid this like black man clown trope. I don't want, like, there's always like this like dopey black man in these ensembles. And I was like, okay, yeah, I'm with that. Eric is so terrified of being laughed at. Eric would give anything not to be a bona fide court jester. But he is. He actually is. It is so delicious and perfect to me that this is like the utmost example of clownery from Eric's camp. The people who are supporting Eric think that this is a valid line of thinking and reasoning. They think that all of these things are happening the way that Erik is saying that they happen. Kate died because they could not overcome the shame of what they had done in the weeks prior. I told Kate, I love you. I forgive you. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care. I don't care. I forgave you for all the cheating. I didn't even find out about extra cheating until literally months prior. Okay? I found out about more cheating from the years prior in April of 2022. Okay? And I forgave Kate for everything. I forgave Kate for everything. And when I knew I had done wrong, I went to Kate and I said, you just tell me, say the word, tell me what you need me to do to make it right by you, and I will do it. And Kate said, fire Nikki, never speak to Nikki again, and take all of Nikki's money and equity away. And that's exactly what I did, and I did not think twice. I did not think twice. Kate is the love of my life. Kate is the best friend I have ever had. I love Caitlin Bartelt so much. I miss Kate so much. Oh, it's your turn.
Yeah, my section's coming.
Yeah, you wanna?
Yeah? You ready?
Yeah, I need a break.
Yeah. It's okay.
You wanna scooch over?
Yeah, I'm gonna stand up with my laptop here.
Sorry about the mess.
It's fine. It's fine. Let me get my papers. Okay. Oop. After I trip and fall. Okay,
Scooch
wrong
to your
way.
right.
Here we go, this way.
Or your left? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
You want me to pan it down? Tilt it down?
No, it's okay. The world only needs my face.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody.
Everybody, this is Nikki.
I was married to Erik for almost 3 years, but altogether we were together for 10, almost 11. The first thing that I want to show is let's see if it'll work. This is the order of protection.
Here, put it back closer. I'll pull focus.
Thank you. Sorry for how bright.
Closer. Yeah, there you go.
So, this is my order of protection. This is what I have that lasts through March 2025. It's stamped by the court.
Embossed.
It is. Here is the paper that shows that Erik's order that he tried to file against me was dismissed. That's all I had to show. Can you put it back?
Oh yeah, put it back.
Yeah, thank you. So, if anybody wants to say that I'm lying, I really encourage you to DM me. I'll talk all about everything now, and if people still have questions, I'm happy to talk about it later too. I spent my entire adult life not being able to interact with people in honesty and I could not be myself. I wasn't allowed to be myself. Every single thing that I did, from the moment I opened my eyes in the morning to the order with which I did my morning routine, the consistency of which I did my morning routine, the outfits that I would choose to put on my body to leave the house, where I went when I left the house, who I did those things with when I left the house, what time I got home, what I chose to do after I got home, like all of those things, every waking moment of my life was under scrutiny at all times. I've never been able to tell anybody. Even people that knew me really closely. I have messaged a few people and I've asked about certain situations that I know they were present for. And I said, what was happening for you in that moment? Because we can't see outside of ourselves. And from my end of a lot of those encounters, I was trying to pretend to be as normal as possible. That way nobody knew that Erik was mad at me while we were at a show. That way nobody knew that Erik had just got finished yelling at me for taking too long to get ready. That, like, he was texting me under the table while I was with friends, telling me I was too drunk, that I needed water, that I needed to stop talking so loud. Usually the volume of my voice was a problem. I would always talk too loud or say too much or talk over him or, right, like all of these things. Like I could not be in public in a way that I had to, like, freedom over. Like, I had to analyze everything I did before I did it. And if I missed something and if I acted in a way that Erik didn't like, the air in the room would change and the rest of the night would be ruined. Anybody who's been in a relationship with a narcissist knows what that feels like. Let's keep going through this with the statement here. Yeah, I can scroll. Okay, here we go. Nikki. Here's my section. My entire 11-year relationship with Nikki was that of me being forced to be their caretaker. We met in high school. When we were in high school, I was a sophomore and Erik was a senior. Erik's girlfriend was a freshman. She was younger than I was. Just throwing that out there. Then when they were in college, they asked for a couch to crash on for spring break and never moved out. That's because during my spring break, we started hooking up. I was drunk all the time, and Erik's roommate at the time, who Erik is no longer friends with, his name was Dave Emig.
Sophia knows, right?
Well, and also, to be fair, Dave Emig is, like, not the best person either, so, like, fine. Everybody is dealing with their own stuff in their own ways, and Dave Emig was the kind of guy who would tell everybody at the party that he was a better guitar player than Jimi Hendrix. And he was just like a guy, you know, like, come on. And so Dave, one night when I was extremely drunk and Erik was extremely drunk, brought us both into the bathroom and had us sit on the edge of the bathtub, and he, like a cartoon, like, pushed our heads together and was like, now kiss. And we were both, like, wasted drunk, and so we ended up hooking up. And I was 17 at that time, and Erik was 19. He was about to turn 20. I graduated high school early because I got picked on in school. My childhood circumstances were not great, and instead of dropping out, they told me I could graduate early. I had enough credits, and so I graduated high school a semester early, and I started college. So I was 17 when I was in college, I didn't move out of Erik's because the reason I needed a place to stay was because they were making everybody leave the dorms, and my mom's house was that of isolation and abuse, like, in, you know, like, it's a lot. Like, my childhood was difficult. Like, it's something that I've been in therapy for a lot of years to talk about and work on. But my mom and my dad both struggled with drug use, and my mom left my dad when I was young and was a single mother. My mom does have a disability. She can't walk. She can move around with a walker, but anytime leaving the house is a great ordeal. My mom does have disability benefits. My mom does have a handicap thing for her car that hangs in the window. Like, my mom did the best that she could with the limited tools that she had, and it's also true that the tools that she had access to, it wasn't enough to make a childhood that gives people the things that they need to move through the world as an adult successfully. When I was 17 and when I was meeting Erik, it was my first experiences out of the house that I lived in with my mom. I was sexually abused as a child. Erik has said that that is a lie. Erik also said that I was tricking him by not having sex with him while I was working through those things in therapy. It's disgusting. It's hard to talk about stuff. So when I met Erik, it was my first time living by myself, living outside of my mom's house, and I was drinking a lot. It was college. It was my freshman year of college. I was binge drinking. I would drink whole bottles of whiskey. I would drink like 20 beers. I would drink so much. I was always like so drunk. I would get so drunk I would cry. I would sit on bathroom floors and cry. Those are true. Those are things I did. When I met Erik, he was living on his own. He had a lease. He was an adult. He had a car. I did not have a car. My mom never bought me a car when I never got like, oh, here's your first car. Like, I did, but my aunt got it for me, and I was already I had already dropped out of high school. I was like 18 when I got that car. So when I had met Erik, I didn't have a car. I needed a place to stay. I didn't want to go back to my mom's for spring break when they were kicking everybody out of the dorms. And during the time I was staying there, we started hooking up. So he never asked me to leave. He makes it sound here like I moved in and just kind of took up residence, which is not the case. Like, I was sleeping in Erik's room with Erik. Like, I was doing the dishes at that apartment, and his roommate's girlfriend was telling me I was doing the dishes wrong. And like, you know, I was cleaning up. They got a puppy and didn't tell the landlord, so I would help clean up after the puppy. Like, Dave used to spit his tobacco, like his dip spit, in like empty soda bottles and leave it around the living room, so I would like pick up and help around and whatever. That is, you know, like, Erik's not lying. Like, I did ask for a couch to crash on, and I did never move out. But it's not exactly like he describes. Over the next decade, the main struggle in our relationship was their lack of ambition in life and unwillingness to grow up. They wouldn't clean up, they barely bathed, all they wanted to do was get high and gossip. The biggest struggle in our relationship is that I wouldn't have sex with Erik every day. That was the biggest struggle in our relationship. We used to have conversations, we used to have arguments about how everything, we were so compatible in the way that we lived, and like, oh, everything is so great except for not having sex. Like, that was always the only thing that I didn't do right. I'm gonna read through some texts. They're not on screen, but I'll read them to you.
If you screenshot what you're reading, we can put it in the database.
Yeah, it might already be screenshotted somewhere.
Okay.
But yeah, we could put it on the website. This was July 2017. If you know me personally, you probably remember when we lived in a garage off of the Marcy J. Yeah, that is a sentence. We lived there. It was supposed to be temporary. Our friend from high school was going to move to New York and be our roommate. And the roommates that we had in Bushwick were, like, they were, it was like a couple in their 40s, and the guy had just gotten out of jail, and he would like break in through the fire escape, and they had a very tumultuous relationship. Like, it wasn't a good living situation. And so Erik and I wanted to move out to get away from like the craziness of that apartment, and we needed another person in order to afford rent for a 2-bedroom apartment at the time. it was supposed to be for a few months. I had talked to my manager. There was space in the garage that wasn't being used, and we were going to stay there. It was supposed to be, I think, literally 3 months, 2 months. And our friend was not able to move to New York, and we ended up living in that garage for about a year and a half. Almost 2 years. It was like a year and 8 months or something. And that's and I don't mean like, you know how people have like a basement apartment and it's still insulated and things like that. Like, this was not that. This was a garage. It had a brick wall, no insulation, and it had a sliding garage door, and the garage door wasn't sealed, so like snow would come in under the door into the space that we lived. Like, I would wake up and there would be snow by my bed. We would sleep with a space heater right next to the bed, which is not safe. I don't recommend doing that. The garage was attached to where I worked, so I could never call out sick. I could never say I couldn't work. I could never, like, I was working 24/7 while I lived there. And on top of that, I would take care of our cats while I lived there, that lived in the garage with us, because Erik would usually be gone. He would leave me alone to go on dates, to go sleep with people, and he would stay the night and not tell me he was going to stay the night. On a few occasions, it was too cold to sleep in the garage, and he didn't want to sleep in my job, which I get that, but I slept in my job, and he went to someone else's apartment to go sleep in the heat. And like, I still didn't have heat. I just was further away from the garage door, because the place I worked also didn't have heat sometimes, and it didn't have electricity sometimes, because the owner was often out of the country not paying bills. So like, so 2017, we're living in a garage. I think Erik was playing shows at that time. We were using my work car for load-ins and load-outs. So I'm not sure if anybody remembers going to proper shows in the Brooklyn area in 2017, but if you saw me driving a little boxy like Honda Element, that was me driving my works car to load in and out of shows after I worked a 12-hour shift. Living in a garage. So on top of that, living in a garage, helping load in and out of shows after working 12-hour shifts, being okay with Erik saving the best for himself always. On top of that, the pressure for sex that I mentioned thoroughly, and read any post that I've made, and I'm very clear about how he pressured me every single day of my life to have sex. It did not matter if I had just walked in the sleet and snow to come home. It doesn't matter if I had worked 80 hours that week. It did not work if I had a migraine. It didn't matter. None of that mattered. None of that mattered. None of that mattered. What mattered to Erik is that I was fun, like that he could take me out to shows, he could take me out to people, and I would be cool and funny and interesting enough to make them think that Erik surrounded himself with cool, funny, interesting people. It was important that I was fun. It was important that I was as sexual as he was. And when that wasn't possible, then I needed to at least meet some bare minimum, like, level of sexuality. Like, if I wasn't going to have sex every single day, then I at least needed to get excited when he would propose sex to me. I still had to get excited when he would send nudes to me. Like, I was getting unsolicited dick pics from my long-term partner. And I needed to always be so thankful to receive them, and I needed to return them. Like, if I, like, there, I have texts in my phone and my laptop saying, when's the last time you don't even want to send me nudes. Like, I live in a garage. It's 20 degrees outside tonight. There's snow coming in under the door. I don't feel like having sex right now, and that was never an option. And here are some texts from that time. I'm going to read some of them to you. This is all really bizarre, sharing all of this really personal stuff. I've never done anything like this before. So it's weird, but this was July 28th, 2017, and for context, we are talking about the frequency in which he participates in gangbangs. That is the topic of conversation here. He texts me and says, "Do you mind if I check out this swingers club Thursday night to try and find some guys? It's just $20. I'm still screening these guys on Wednesday, but I doubt we'll pick any of them." So Erik participates regularly in gangbangs, specifically where there's 5 to 7 men and 1 woman. And at the time, Erik didn't have a job. Erik did medical studies. Money was always tight because his pay was inconsistent, and I dropped out of college to move to Kansas City with him, so I didn't have a degree, and I was going for photography anyway. Like, if I wanted to be a photographer, I could just, you don't need a degree. So Erik, we never had money. We were broke all the time. We were always broke. I only made like 10 something an hour. Erik's studies, I really like that. So at the top of all of this, Erik totals up this like $50K that he makes. I don't know it's possible he makes that much now. I don't know his life. I haven't known his life for the last few years, except for him imposing himself on my life. So maybe, but I don't know. But Erik didn't file his taxes for like 6 years. We never knew how much his studies made in total. Erik would throw away the pay stubs. Erik would throw away the tax documents. He never filed those taxes. He was always like, "I'm not doing that." If you know Erik and you've ever talked to him, you've heard him say, "I'm not doing that." Like, that's his tone. That's how he speaks. And in regards to taxes, he just said, "I'm not doing that." And he wouldn't keep track of his paperwork. So there was no way to tell how much he even made. His studies were usually about a month and a half to 2 months to complete the whole thing, because you have to screen, which is 1 day, and then there's the check-in dates, which is usually like a few days up to a few weeks, and then there's usually a set number of follow-ups, and those take place over the weeks after the inpatient. So when you're looking at the scheduling of this thing, yes, it is a check for $3,500, but it's broken up into all these little payments spread over this long period of time, and certainly did not make up a salary of any sort. Any amount of money helps, but that's not what that was. He would overlap studies, which is illegal and also unethical, because when you are taking prescription medications that are being tested for their efficacy and for their any side effects, any adverse effects, it ruins the data if somebody is not honest about being enrolled in other studies, taking other drugs that are still under testing. Erik would routinely take multiple different testing, like medications that were being tested at the same time. And so even though he overlapped them, it still took months to get that money, and he absolutely was not doing that because what one study was like, say they're all $3,000, right? And that's like really generous, because usually those are like usually like $1,800, $2,500, like 3,000 sometimes, 4,000 sometimes. And there are studies that you do a 30-day inpatient for $10,000. So like that was all, or 12,000 sometimes. Erik never did a 30-day inpatient study. Erik never did a study that was more than $5,000. And so if you do the math, and like it's every few months, a few $1,000s, like Erik probably made like 30K. Like, and at the time I was making about 30K. Like, I don't know who he's trying to say that he made so much more money than me, because I think we were making about the same, and it would have been easier to tell if he'd filed his taxes one time.
One time, just once.
Like, you know, like, and it, whatever. So, money was tight. He was spending $20 to go to a swingers club to meet men that were willing to have sex with one woman. That was the specific situation they're seeking. And I don't mean to kink shame, it just seems like we should be questioning why we want to be in a situation where a group of men are doing this to a woman. Like, sure, you know, people work out. Like,
that's so crazy. I think what makes it, like, because it's still like that's still a little bit kink shamey. Like I don't.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. It's not
no.
that.
Like I think what you mean is like, it's not. That's fine. If you need every hole stuffed, that's fucking fine. I don't give a fuck. As long as everyone has enthusiastic consent.
Right.
And you'll see he says this later. He only learned that term from me.
Yeah, you said it to me, and then Erik said it like 2 weeks later.
Yes. He had never heard that before in his entire life, and that is the important thing. And the woman that we're talking about in question here is the same woman he's been manipulating for the last 6 years. So manifestly, this woman does not have the opportunity to consent, and he's looking for other people who are going to enjoy that too.
Literally. So, yeah, like, because that's the thing, is that she will do anything he says, unfortunately.
Yes.
So.
Yes. The texts from her in this look exactly like the old text from you.
Yeah, I mean, like, when I saw those Reddit posts, I was like, wow, that was the inside of my life.
Yeah.
Like, those Reddit posts are exactly my same experience. Like, I said, yeah, that's okay. Is this something that you want to consistently do? It seems like it's been taking up a lot of your time lately, so I just want to talk about it a little, if that's all right. He said, yes, I thought we already talked about it. Tell me how you feel. And then he said, well, going to the club won't be consistent. That's just to find experienced guys. And I said, I guess since you got back from the hotel, I feel like you're spending a lot of time looking for guys for the next time. I just wonder if you plan on it being like that now, always looking for the next group of guys, especially since you take on the responsibility of coordinating. It seems like something that will be a part of your life every day now, which is totally fine. I'm just talking with you. Because when we talked, you said more than once a month, which is a far stretch from daily coordinating and planning. I'm just trying to be on the same page as you. He had told me that he wanted to do gangbangs a couple times a month, and my motivation for saying yes to everything, unfortunately, was to get the burden off of my back. I would come home from work like totally exhausted, like had been screamed at by customers all day, like had to deal with dog fights, had to deal with, you know, like I love working with animals, I love my job, but oh my goodness is it stressful. And I would come home and I would be like visibly stressed, not knowing how to manage my stress. I have learned a lot about how to manage my stress now, that I'm not being abused every day. It's a lot easier. And like I would come home and be expected to put out, like I would need to, first of all, not stink,
be completely shaven. Eric really liked when I shaved. He wouldn't let me. I have the longest armpit hair in the universe these days. I stopped shaving a couple years ago. He used to tell me all the time, like, oh, your armpit hair stinks, like you're getting stinky because your armpit hair. Like, he shaves his armpits. He would make me shave my armpit. Like, he wouldn't make me per se, but if I didn't, it was a problem. Like, the air in the room would change. Like, Eric would love you to believe that he was my caretaker. Like, he would love you to believe.
Fern.
No. So he said, nah, we're looking for one group of guys, not a different set every time. 2 of them were from out of the country last time. 2 weren't that great, and the rest didn't show up. I just don't want to keep making ads on Reddit for dudes that have no experience and will get nervous or back out. Once we find 10 good guys to rotate, all this meeting up will be done. Then it'll just be me asking if you mind if we set up the date and do it. Men are just flaky, though, in general. I'm tired of having to go this cycle of flaky, inexperienced guys. Ideally, I'd do it twice a month. Plus, the next time is already 3 weeks away, and we're trying for 8 guys this time. It's a lot of work. That's why we're trying the Swingers Club. Are you sure all of this is okay? And I want to be really clear here because I do say yes. And the reason why is because this is 2017. So at this point, I've been with Eric for 6 years. By this point, I already knew that if I wasn't okay with him doing this, it would be the end of the relationship. And I, should have ended the relationship. Like, I am happy to say that. And was that an option for me? I had no college education, thanks to Eric. I had only worked a few jobs, and most of the time that I was at work, I was at Eric's beck and call. He would ask me to edit photos while I was at work. He would ask me to drop things off. One time he asked me to drive a van to Pittsburgh with him to return it from Brooklyn, and I had to work the next day. We left at like 11 o'clock the night before. We had to get to Pittsburgh, which is a 6-hour drive if you're speeding, and then, then catch a Greyhound bus to come back here. And I got off the Greyhound bus 2 hours late for my shift, and I went straight to work from driving a van to, my job was never a priority. My education was never a priority. It was Eric's plan going through, regardless of in what context. Eric's plan for the band, Eric's plan for what our apartment's going to look like, Eric's plan for what happens when he goes out drinking with his friends. God forbid I talk too much. So I said okay. I said it's fine and I want you to be happy. I'm probably going to feel sidelined at some point during the next few weeks, but that's not your fault at all. And I'm glad we're talking about it, so I know it won't be constant coordination for this until the end of time. What happened?
It's a really old camera, so the shutter closes like every hour and a half.
Fun. Okay.
And that's why I don't stream with it anymore.
Hilarious.
It's not made for this at all.
So I'm explaining here, yes, I want you to be happy. Yes, go do this thing. Recognizing I'm going to feel sidelined, recognizing that I'm not going to feel good about it. And he said, why sidelined, though? I'd do it with you if you asked, which that was also, a really, persistent request. He said, I'm still going on regular dates, too. It's not just gangbangs taking up all of my time. That's precisely the problem, is that he was going on these dates maybe once or twice a week, and then he was going on these gangbangs once or twice a month, and then he, in his free time in between that, he was coordinating, talking to people. And what that meant is that while he was doing that, I wasn't allowed to talk to him. So if I was at home, sitting scrolling on my phone, he would be like, why don't you go do something instead of sitting and scrolling on your phone? You have no ambition. When he just wanted more time alone to coordinate the gangbangs. It was his full-time job. He is a sex addict who makes it his full-time job to find people to have sex with. and multiple people. He drives like 4 or 5 hours out of state, over state lines, all kinds of shit, to meet up with young women who will do whatever he wants. Like, the sex with Erik Garlington is constant. He has told me he thinks about sex when he wakes up in the morning. He thinks about sex when he goes to bed at night. And he told me he resented me for not having sex with him. So him saying, "I'd do it with you if you asked," is his reminder that I have no reason to be upset with him, because I will not participate in the things that he wants me to. He said, I'm still going on regular dates too. It's not just gangbangs taking up all of my time. And what I said was, because I'm not ready and likely won't ever be interested in such a large group, so it directly shuts me out. If it was going to be a big part of your everyday life now, not just for a few weeks, then that would make me feel a disconnect in our relationship. But I stop short of myself there and I say, that's why I'm glad we're talking about it. Because every time we talked about it, like, us talking about it was really Erik telling me how it was going to be. That way I could adjust my expectations. And that was enough for me back then, because, like, everything revolved around sex. And as long as he was getting sex somewhere else that wasn't pressuring me for it, I was more likely to be fine with him just going. Like, I'd rather spend the night by myself crying at home than be coerced into having sex, which I will get to that point as well. He said, I don't know what to say. Are we going to be okay? It was always about that. Are we going to be okay? And then he said, it's not because I'm doing it with Mila, is it? I want it to be a part of my everyday life. I really like it, and I wish it didn't take me this long to make it happen. And I said, so what does that mean for us then? He responded, what do you mean? I didn't think it meant anything until you brought it up. I had just said 2 texts prior. If it was going to be an everyday thing, that would change things. And I said, no, it's not just because of Mila. And he said, are you sure? Because I'd like to do it with whoever shows an interest. And I said, I guess I'd feel better if it were a different girl a few times, but I understand it's difficult and not even close to my main concern. I just don't want our lives to become drastically separated over time because of this. Like, if you work towards making this part of your daily life, and then there's not enough time in the day to really satisfy both lifestyles, if that makes sense, I guess it's that the thing that would make you happy will likely never include me, because it seems like this is really fulfilling and important for you. I'm just scared that this is going to take up a lot of your time, and between the album and basically never-ending work that being a musician is, then there won't be room for me anymore. Daily is a lot, that's all. But if it's what you really want, then I'm not going to stop you. I was inching towards a breakup conversation. We were having a discussion at that point. We were saying, he was saying I want it every day, and I was saying that's too much. And those are different needs. I wish I had known back then that different needs doesn't make people bad people. You could just want different things. And at the same time, like, the thing that really makes it for Erik is, like, the woman being in distress. So, like, I don't know. He said, it really hurts that you don't trust me, though. Finding other girls into this isn't that easy. Part of my everyday life means a couple times a month. But that's not what we're talking about. He always changed the meanings of things. That's not that drastic. It's not a lifestyle. It's just something I do from time to time. Like I said, once we have the guys, it'll just be picking a place and doing it. No screenings and having to go to probably gross clubs. I'm hopeful you'll show interest in it someday, but if you don't, it's fine, as long as you don't try to stop me from being sexually satisfied in that way. As long as you don't try to stop me from being sexually satisfied in that way. He says, it is really fulfilling and important. So is stuff like anal, but you know I'm not going to drift away from you because you aren't into it. he always would pressure me for anal sex. He coerced me into using butt plugs and sending him pictures. I didn't want to do that. I didn't like doing it, but he was like so thirsty for it and asking for it all the time, and I really felt like I was wrong for not wanting to do those things. Like, I thought I was the weirdo. Like, he said, by everyday life, I mean just becoming normal like any other sexual thing I do. Not doing it every single day. I'm already picky enough. I couldn't find enough people to do it every day with. It's literally not that he doesn't have the need or the urge every day. It's that he feels that he is too picky and he can't find enough people to sleep with 10 to 12 dudes a day.
He's too good for his victims? Like...
And I responded and said, I do trust you. Like I said, it's not just Mila and not even close to what I'm actually worried about. I'm literally never going to hold you back at all. I thought you meant like every day. Because he did say every day. But then when I said every day was a problem, he started walking it back. And I said, what made you ask if we're going to be okay? Do you feel like we're not okay? He said, because you bring something like this up every few months. I feel like you're never just going to have faith in my commitment to you. I don't know what to say besides it'll only be a few times a month and I'd love to do it with you. The reason that I didn't have faith in his commitment was because, first of all, I'm going to go on a short tangent here of all the extra, like, all the times Eric cheated on me. Before we entered an open relationship, he first cheated on me by being in a relationship with this person named Camille, way back when I lived in Kansas City. If you knew me in Kansas City, if you knew Eric in 2012, you probably remember Camille. Eric had left Warrensburg and moved to Kansas City, and I was still in school at the time, so I stayed. And this was 2012. Eric moved in with a mutual friend named Jeff and met Camille and had a relationship with her. He was dating me, like texting me, morning, miss you, all those things. We'd been dating for about 6 months, and he was going on dates with her, holding her hand, texting her every day, saying I miss you, saying I love you, hooking up with her at Jeff's. And then I would visit on the weekend, and we would hook up in Jeff's bed. I didn't know that he had Camille over days before around everybody else. Every one of those people that were our friends in Kansas City saw him with Camille and then saw me come visit on the weekend from school. Eric at this time is 20 and I'm 18, I think. I think I had a birthday in between. And Camille comes up again because Camille's the reason that we're even in an open relationship to begin with. I found a message open on Eric's Tumblr where he was saying to Camille, I miss you. I found it and I had brought it to his attention and I said, are you cheating on me with Camille, who you previously cheated on me with? And he said, no, I just messaged and said, I miss you. And she didn't respond at first, but she later did and said, I miss you too, I think. And it turned into a 3-hour-long conversation on the couch in our house where he convinced me to be in an open relationship with him. We had been arguing about sex for months at that time already, because I had stopped wanting to have sex all the time. Eric also almost cheated on me with a guy that he worked with at Forever 21, and he tried to say that because it was a man, it didn't count. And when I was living with him in Kansas City, after I moved to Kansas City, he went for a movie night at his manager's house when he worked at Forever 21, and apparently he fell asleep and decided to stay the night, and he didn't come back until 10 a.m. the next day without telling me. Like, all of these things. It was all of these instances and cases before we even were talking about an open relationship, before before I even knew what any of that was. So I had a lot of reason to not have faith in his commitment. But he said, I don't know what to say. Besides, it'll only be a few times a month, and I'd love to do it with you. And he knew I never wanted that. And I said, I'm not bringing it up. I'm just being honest because you asked me how I feel. This stuff is a huge part of your life. If you were going to be making plans constantly with anyone that I'm not invited into, of course I'd feel left out. And again, I'm not invited into because it's like been agreed that I am not interested in that lifestyle. He said, I said, if you were going to be making plans constantly with anyone that I'm not invited into, of course I'd feel left out. I'm not saying you're shutting me out. It just doesn't include me because I'm not ready. It's just factually how it is. I'd feel excluded regardless of who it is, and that has nothing to do with your commitment to me. I'm completely okay with you doing this. I love you. I was just worried that I'd fall out of your daily life in a really big way. But you already explained that it wouldn't be every day forever, so I'm okay with that. I don't think you'd leave me for the gangbang life. I know you're committed to me and aren't going to leave me. Because I was the stable one. Erik got to go be a musician and go on dates and fuck whoever he wanted, and I was working 12-hour shifts every single day to make sure that we did not get kicked out or evicted or not being able to pay or what have you. Erik would also borrow money from women. Erik borrowed a lot of money. I really, if Erik owes you money, I apologize. There's a long list. I know. I was involved in all of those conversations. Erik always told me that he would just work it out. So, I don't know.
I mean, that's where the income came from. That's how he gets to the extra. You know, he's just hustling women.
Oh, yeah. So he just looks at his bank account balance and says, that's how much money I make.
I made this. That
Yeah.
name. I made this.
He said, but you are invited. You just aren't interested. There's a difference, and I can't help that. That's not really fair to feel left out of something you don't want to do. I'm not an asshole. I don't know why you think you'd fall out of my daily sex life. Not my daily life, not about going on dates, not about being in a relationship,
Just
not
my
about
rotation.
just the daily sex life.
Just my rotation.
It hasn't ever happened, and it's not going to. I don't even get where there'd be a disconnect when I try to do this stuff on days you work, and it's pretty much like a job interview. It's not really fun meeting all these guys. I look at mediocre-looking guys and ugly dicks all day. It just doesn't seem fair for you to feel the way you do. So after that, I felt that my opinion and the way that I was interpreting the situation was incorrect. That's because I was used to Erik saying how our life was going to be. He told me, and I said okay to everything for 10 years. To the point where I changed my outfit before I left the house because he told me I wasn't having a good fashion sense. He dictated what I would wear. I would have to pick out my clothes hours before we left the house. Like, can't make that up. And I said the same thing. You aren't excluding me. I'm just not interested right now. We're on the same page there. I never meant it like you're an asshole. I'm not angry at you or anything like that. I know you aren't going to leave me. I just got scared for a second. So now I'm trying to back up and say, oh no, now I have, and it's okay, I had one already.
Oh, sick.
What was I talking about? I got lost. Oh yeah, I was trying to walk back because his tone had shifted and it was already clearly a problem. And he said that I wasn't being fair, so I wasn't being fair. Like, I never put up a fight with that man. I never one time put up a fight with that man. So I'm saying, like, we're on the same page. I never meant that you're an asshole. I'm not angry at you. I know you aren't going to leave me. And he said, I don't think I understand then. It just feels like you don't want to get left out, but you don't want to participate either. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. Again, I was not trying to participate in the gangbang. I was trying to participate in my partner's life. We had lived together for 6 years. He was spending every day away from me, basically. I don't think I was in the wrong for asking for clarity. We ended up getting into an argument where, you know, and I say I freaked out because I thought you'd be going out every day. You said every day. You know, and I even said I read it wrong. And then he goes, I misspoke then. Everyday life wasn't supposed to mean I'd be going to a gangbang every single day. That's not even possible. Meanwhile, earlier in the conversation, he said the only reason it's not possible is because he couldn't find enough guys he wanted to have sex with. And then he goes on to say, like, he says, I feel anxious even saying the word gangbang. It just feels like you're judging me or feigning interest. Like when you ask how it went, or I don't know if I'm just supposed to keep it short and say good, or if you actually want details. Or even if you're asking because knowing the details would turn you on. I just can't tell how you feel about anything sexual, and I feel stupid asking or attempting to try something new or be my sexual self around you. He really thinks about sex 24/7. I can't stress that enough. And I said, I'm not judging you. And he said, that right now, that felt like such a short reply to everything I just typed. I said, I'm still typing everything else that was just really important to get out first. He said, it'd be better to get it all at once then. And I said, that's the other thing. Eric hates multiple texts. He will stop talking to you if you don't text him the way he likes to be texted, which is if you're talking about multiple topics of conversation, make sure to send it all in one text, just with spaces in between. That way Eric can tell what you're talking about in separate little lines. But don't send them in separate texts. It has to be one text. And I said, I've been telling you that I doubt I'd be interested in larger groups, but I could see myself interested in a threesome. I was trying to walk my boundaries back in order to keep the relationship and to keep him happy. I said, I just want to have successful dates on my own first. That's another thing. Eric would constantly say that I didn't understand polyamory. I didn't understand how dating works because I myself did not go on dates. In the 7 years that we were in an open relationship, I went on 2 dates. The first date I went on was in Kansas City right at the beginning, and he came over to the apartment, or to the house. We were living in a house at the time. And I had told Eric that I didn't want him to bring people home. However, I found myself in the moment, when I was planning this date, I realized I didn't feel comfortable going out in public with a man I didn't know. And so I invited him over to Netflix and chill, which was a new phrase back in those days. This was 2013. I am aging. And I invited him over to the house. And Eric didn't like that, but he got upset because I had said, well, we had sex twice, but I didn't mean full penetration the second time. Eric didn't really ask, and I didn't really say, but there was only one condom in the trash, and Eric flipped out and completely lost his shit because he thought that I had sex without using a condom. And really what it was that we had sex, and then we fooled around otherwise a second time, after the first time of having sex. So my first time going on a date, not really great. Eric got really mad at me. We ended up in an argument. It took me a while before I tried again. The second time I went on a date was in 2018 or so, I want to say. I met up with somebody at Flowers for All Occasions, the bar. I don't know if it's still open. And we ended up having sex on the roof of this guy's apartment. And during that date, Eric called my phone 30 times. And it freaked out the guy that I was on a date with. Because imagine going on a date with somebody and then their phone goes off 30 times. And then he said it was because he needed to know I was safe or something. But I think he really just needed to monitor me. He would say I didn't know anything about polyamory because I didn't go on dates. And then he would knowingly make a difficult time anytime I did go on a date. And that's because it wasn't about the dates. It was about Eric having power over me. I'm only laughing because I have done so much crying. It's really something to realize that you wake up and you're 30 years old and your neglectful, abusive family was in charge of your life as a child, and then your neglectful, abusive husband was in charge of your adult life. Anybody that I talk to lately, I say, like, if you knew me then, you don't know me now. Like, I'm not the same person, because I'm in charge of who I am for the first time. We go on to go back and forth, and the whole, I'm not going to read everything, but he did end by saying, I don't think you need to loosen up. You just need to come off as asexual. Or if you think you're leaning towards asexual, just tell me. I don't know. I'm kind of losing the plot here, but he was...
Go back to the letter, or go back to what he published.
Yeah. I'm not gonna read through like an entire argument, but it was an argument in 2017 about us
I think you've made
having
it.
sex.
Yeah, you've made it.
So, let's see. Over the next decade, the main struggle in our relationship was their lack of ambition in life and unwillingness to grow up. They wouldn't clean up, they barely bathed, and all they wanted to do was get high and gossip.
You already know that.
Yeah. Also, those are the symptoms of depression.
Literally.
Like, of course I wasn't cleaning the house or showering. Like,
You were cripplingly depressed because you were being abused.
every time we'd argue, their go-to move was to drop to the floor, cry, and threaten to kill themselves. I did express to Erik several times when I was genuinely feeling suicidal. I have self-harmed a lot of times in the past. I don't anymore. I haven't for a few years, and I wasn't trying to say, if you break up with me, I'll kill myself. I never said that. I never one time said that. I expressed to Erik that the stress I was going through at his hand was so difficult to deal with that I wanted to die. Erik also would shush me in the bathroom when I was self-harming. He would want me to be quiet when I lived at my job. When we lived in a garage, that's when I started self-harming a lot. This was 2017, and he would tell me to be quiet when I was harming myself. After about 5 years of this, I finally got them to try therapy. He said that I was doing this, that me not having sex with him was harming him, and I needed to figure out my childhood sexual abuse. That way I could perform sexually like a normal adult woman. I went to therapy originally because I was not able to have sex, because I was abused as a child. And being abused in real time. Why not? Let's see. I got them to finally try therapy. A few months in, they started telling people it was their idea. I never said it was my idea to go to therapy. I said, I'm so glad I'm going to therapy. Also, Erik told me I was making therapy my entire personality, and he actually eventually didn't like that I was going to therapy because I was learning about myself. I was learning about how to be a person for the first time. The website Nikki made is a lie. I'm not backing down from that. I'm not going back and forth. Ask them for proof of this group chat about me. It didn't exist. The group chat did exist. I don't have screenshots of it because I wasn't in the group chat. But if anybody who was in the group chat with like our old roommate and a few of our friends, I don't want to say any names because even though Erik has no problem name dropping everybody and their mother in here, I feel like it's disrespectful to name drop people. I was very diligent in censoring names. I did miss one, but we fixed it right away when we realized, and like it's not right to bring people into this that don't know that they're being brought into this. So I won't say names, but if anybody who was involved in a group chat with our old roommate discussing Erik's abusive behavior, first of all, I'm sorry that I shut you down in 2018. I have been apologizing to so many people because when people tried to talk about Erik's behavior, I was not ready to face that he was abusive. I threw a few tantrums in public. I got real drunk and I cried a lot in front of a lot of people about it. If you were at a mutual friend's birthday party in 2020 and I brought my puppy with me, if anybody remembers sitting at a bar with me and my puppy, Erik wasn't there, and I fucking lost my shit and I was crying. If anybody was there that night, please understand it was because I was not ready to deal with the fact that my longest relationship that I'd been in since I was 17, that this man was raping me. So I wasn't really ready to deal with that. I'm sorry for the effect that it had on everybody. My biggest regret from that time is not saying, hey, all of you were right. So Erik says the group chat didn't exist. So if anybody just wants to let me know that I'm not crazy, because his gaslighting is very evident here, that would be appreciated. I don't need to post it, but just knowing for myself would be helpful. Erik says what really happened was we had an abusive roommate that we had to kick out. That roommate was a bully and I was the one to stand up to her, and I have all the receipts. In the last few years alone, everyone involved has come to me to tell me I was right about this person. And then he includes some screenshots of people talking shit about our old roommate. People, I'm not going to read them. People would talk shit about her. There were several people with the same name as her, and somebody told her one time, oh, how does it feel not being the most important blank name in the room? People were not kind to her, I don't think. And she did go through a lot of mental health stuff, and I hope she's doing okay. I reached out to apologize to her for her experience while living with us, because I'm not proud of how I was Erik's flying monkey. Anytime Erik was mad at somebody, there I was to defend him. He says, when Nikki feels scorned by someone, they try to turn everyone against that person. I'm not the first man they've falsely accused of misconduct. They're just too afraid to come forward. Mark knew me for 2 months, 3 years ago. My friends and family knew Nikki's behavior for a decade. I've never accused anybody of raping me. The only person that has sexually abused me besides Erik is a person named Tom Harfield from Concordia, Missouri. He was my downstairs neighbor's son, and he forcibly touched me and made me touch his dick, and I was like 5. I remember the whole thing, and it has affected me so much in my adult life.
Really proud of you.
He's married and has kids now, so I hope he doesn't make them touch each other. So that's the only person who's ever sexually abused me besides the man I was married to.
What was his name?
Tom Harfield?
No, the man you were married to?
Oh, Erik Garlington.
The known rapist.
Sure.
Yeah.
Those are the only 2 people that I have ever been with of my not of my own accord somehow, you know? So I'm not sure who this text is to or from. It says, sorry, was trying to wrangle blank to get ready.
It's one of his parents.
Okay. One thing for certain I can say is there's literally nothing these people can say which would make me love you any less. Oh, it's one of his parents?
Yeah, it's one of his parents.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that your parents love you. I'm serious. Everybody deserves parents who love them. I didn't really, but I love that for him.
You did deserve them. You just didn't get them.
Great. So this is a text from mom or dad saying that they're going to love him forever. So that's fine. Which would make me love you unless there just isn't. However, have to tell my family and blank family about the situation, and it may impact blank. Unfortunately, as much as I want to, I can't make this just about me anymore. I'm so sorry, but I am personally here for you. Nikki's message made me sick to my stomach because anyone who doesn't know her would probably believe everything. I'm sorry this is happening. As for Mark, literally screaming in the wind, and it's sad. Okay. Hey, sorry for the delay. TBH, I'm just scared of being targeted as well. Even though it's anonymous to the public, I know Nikki will know. I'm not trying to target anybody. My main goal here is to tell the real version of what happened. The only people I've DM'd were people that were physically there during times when Erik berated me, Erik was yelling at me on the street, when Erik was texting me under the table. The only people that I've DM'd about this have been people who knew us both. And because I need to make sure that I understand what happened, because it was a lot. Like, he would yell at me the moment we walked out of the door from a party with all of our mutual friends. Like, he would text me under the table being like, you're talking too loud. Like, every single thing was monitored by him. So basically the only reason why I'm making such a public statement is because Kate is dead, and Erik was telling people that there was a murder case. A murder case. There was no murder case open ever. Ever. That is a lie. As for sex, I always got Nikki's enthusiastic consent. They knew everything I was up to. Sex work. I never knew Erik doing sex work. I knew that he reached out to sex workers to use their services and pay for their services. But Erik, to my knowledge, I don't know that he was up to any sex work. He says exploring the kink community, all of it. I didn't know when Erik stopped using condoms. I didn't know that at first. I found that out later when I got chlamydia. Let's see. They've met many of my kink friends. They aren't just random strangers. These are people I've seen get married, have kids, move away. They're as close to me as my music friends. I can't post too much here as it would out them. But if they're your friends, you have no problems putting your friends' names on here. Whatever. I can't post too much here as it would out them, but everything was above board. I never coerced, raped, or kept Nikki out of the loop. Having sex without consent or coercing somebody into consenting to have sex with you, or creating an environment where there is a power dynamic such that that person can't say no to having sex with you, those all classify as rape. I posted a pretty graphic Instagram story describing what happened to parts of my anatomy because of it. I'm sure you all have Googled at one point or another, or have come across the phrase, my body rejected him, in terms of like sex with men or people with penises. And the anatomy of the vagina, it really is interesting. Like it's almost like I didn't want to have sex, and so I was not wet enough to have sex. And when that kept happening and kept happening and kept happening, I thought that something was wrong with me. I thought something was wrong with me. I really believed that. I believed that I had some sort of issue with natural lubrication, that my body did not produce that thing, that I wasn't able to achieve that or have that. And so the solution that we had decided on, because my vagina was so dry that it was hurting me when we had sex, we decided to just use lube and have sex anyway. And is another really interesting thing about anatomy. It's something that I have talked about in therapy. Involuntary orgasm is a thing. It happens a lot when men get raped. It happens sometimes when women get raped, or people with penises, people with vaginas. And essentially, your brain connects that release to something else. What would happen for me is I would reach orgasm when Erik orgasmed, because I knew that meant it was over. We were done having sex. And so I would sometimes reach orgasm knowing that the time of us having sex was about to end. I've had to talk about a lot of really hard sex stuff in therapy, about like the anatomy specifically. I went to Planned Parenthood a few times because of swelling. I thought I had like a cyst or something, but it only appeared for like 2-3 days and then would go away. I also had chronic yeast infections. I got chlamydia one time and I had to undergo 2 rounds of treatment for it. The 1 round of treatment was not enough. I still had chlamydia afterwards, so I had to do a second treatment. My pelvic floor is a mess. When you are consistently raped by your husband inside of your marriage and you aren't allowed to consider it rape, you aren't allowed to think of it as being raped, because God forbid what that means about him. The body does keep the score, and there are a lot of physical things that have changed for me since leaving my husband, that I've had to work through. I don't have any receipts for that aside from my medical visits, but I wouldn't wish any of that on anybody. The physical pain of having sex when you don't want to, the physical effects of rape are very difficult to deal with, and I have not recovered from that. Just want to put that out there. So, he never coerced, raped, or kept me out of the loop. It's just not true. It's just not true. These are screenshots where I say yes, I say I'm down, I say sure, let's have a glass of wine, like no, go for it, of course, go for it. Okay, I'm glad you asked, it's been so long, okay, like yeah, I'll do it for you, okay, you too, like no, I was gonna make a move, like blah blah blah, like this is all after I turned him down for sex for 2 or 3 nights. And it became a problem where he's stonewalling me, where he's leaving me without talking to me, where he's doing all these things because I'm not having sex with you. And so then he starts to, like, after the big wave of the argument ends, the part of the narcissistic cycle is taking care of somebody and being kind and loving to somebody after you just finished being horrible to them. So he would make an effort to be like, why don't you try this on? Why don't you do this? Why don't you do this? And I was so ready to just be like, okay, yes, whatever you want. Yes, whatever you want. And so there's a bunch of screenshots here of that. He's got a lot of them. He's got like 10 years of stuff. He says they knew I'd done sex work, but like, I don't know, like he never, to my knowledge, he never got paid for sex. Like,
I think he's talking about charging people the way he did, where he would call it like splitting the money.
oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess if Erik wants to come out and say that his role in sex work is the pimp end of it, then sure. Like, because like I never knew Erik to make any money from having sex, but with the gangbangs, what they would do is Erik and Mila would split the cost of the room by the number of people that were coming, excluding Erik and Mila. So if they were inviting 8 dudes and the hotel room was $200, they were dividing $200 by 8 and not by 10 to include them.
So they were making money.
They were, I guess, yeah, making money to pay off the room. Like they weren't like netting anything because it went towards the room, but like
No. They were netting the cost of the room every time.
oh yeah, I mean yeah. I guess I just think of netting as taking it home, but I never finished college, so I don't know.
I guess you're right. I mean, technically that is gross. You're right.
Right, like gross
But they took it home and spent it on the hotel, is what I'm saying.
Right.
They netted the cost of the hotel, which they had already pre-spent.
Yes, to pay the hotel.
Right, so they got a free night of hotel. They made everybody else pay for the hotel.
They did make everybody else pay for the hotel.
Right, so
they
they
did not
put their money down first, and then they collected money.
Yep.
To pay for that thing.
Yep. Yeah. So I mean, if that's Erik saying I knew that they were participating in sex work, then fine. Like, fine. Let's see. More texts where I'm like saying yes to everything. Here's a good example of the inequality of how we spent money. Here's me asking permission to spend $24 for Final Fantasy X and X-2. Erik, I don't know how he did this. I don't know how he managed to do this, but he spent my money without my permission, but he needed to approve all of my purchases. That was a dynamic that we had. I to this day, I don't really spend money. Like, I mean, like, I get a coffee or a snack or whatever. Like, I don't buy clothes. I don't buy shoes. I don't buy games. I don't buy things. I do not spend money on physical things. Not very often. And so me buying something that wasn't just like a coffee or a snack or whatever, lunch, like, I never really did that. So I would always have to get approval for that. So here's some more texts where I'm basically under duress, you know, like, it's fine. Their tactic is to show my lowest moments of frustration in our nearly 12-year relationship instead of producing anything real. I've produced a lot of real screenshots, real letters, real receipts.
Real orders of protection.
Real orders of protection.
And these are not his lowest moments.
They're not.
If he wants to show his lowest moments, we can get those up on the internet for him.
They're not his lowest moments. They were never controlled by me. That's not true. As for our open relationship, their big rule was to not pursue each other's friends. They habitually broke that rule. He's projecting. Habitually is really insane. The only person that I ever was romantically involved with that we both knew was Mark.
Oh, me?
Was you.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Whoops.
I had like flirted with our friends, but like it never went anywhere. I only went on 2 dates. I was not an active participant in this open relationship. Erik actually like told me multiple times that I was not active enough, that I should be fucking other people. It was a problem that I wasn't doing that. Like, but then when I did, he blew up my phone, like double standard as hell. Erik habitually broke that rule. Erik asked for my permission to sleep with 2 friends in Kansas City and 1 friend here in New York.
You can say Abby's
2
name.
friends.
She's defending him.
Oh. Well, Erik tried to have sex with Abby Katz, and he posted it on Twitter years ago. Coming out and saying, yes, I tried to fuck her. I think that's really how he said it. He asked me if he could take Abby on a date, and I said no, she's too young.
How old was she at the time?
At the time, she was 19, I think, and Erik was like 26 or 27. And I said, she's too young, and we both know her, so no. He kind of was mad at me about it, and like I think he did it I think he was talking to her, texting her, liking her pictures, doing all of that stuff anyway. As for our money situation, I never financially abused her. They were a receptionist at a dog store. I made 3 times as much money as them. Again, it would have been easier to tell if Erik had filed his taxes a single time, or saved his pay stubs, or had any sort of solid amount of money. Like, any time that we ever had to answer the question of like, how much money do you make a year, Erik always like guesses because he went so long not filing his taxes. He didn't really know.
That's why I didn't know how much to ask for. And also, we're missing the most important thing about that line, which is a fucking riot that Erik clearly does not understand what financial abuse is.
No, because financial abuse is like lying about how much money you have, lying about how much money you spend,
Controlling the other person spending, monitoring the other person's spending. He thinks financial abuse means I stole from you. He thinks financial abuse means Nikki made more than me, and that won't stand.
Right, and like what it really was, like there's somebody that I've been talking to that was dating Erik for a few years in 2021, and I won't say her name. She came forward anonymously, but she stayed at my apartment. Erik had coerced her into a threesome. She told me she never wanted threesomes. She didn't like threesomes. She wanted nothing to do with it. Erik said, "Oh, I have a friend. I have a friend coming over." The friend was a guy Erik met that same day. It wasn't a friend. It was a stranger from FetLife.
He thinks about it.
And he had a threesome in my bed without me knowing, without getting my permission. And then he texted me and said, "I brought this girl home and Fern chewed up her shoes." Fern was our dog, if you knew us. Fern lives at my mom's. She's happy. Fern's fat and happy. Fern is doing great. But Fern was a puppy at the time, and I was training her by myself because Erik was out fucking every night. That like she wasn't crate trained. She didn't know not to chew up shoes. She didn't know any of that stuff. And Erik had closed the door and had a threesome and closed the puppy out in the living room, and so Fern chewed up this girl's shoes. And Erik told me the shoes were $300 or something, $200-$300. Like I can't find the text, but I remember him taking out a few $100s to repay her for shoes. I don't know what that money was really for, because that woman did confirm that those were like $45 Amazon shoes, and Erik refused to pay her back for them. Erik made her walk home in his slippers. He didn't even get an Uber for her. So when she told me that, I was like, that's horrifying. I'm so sorry that he made you walk home in slippers. Like, so Erik lied to me about money all the time. He had different prepaid debit cards that he never told me how much money was on them. I didn't have access to them. I never knew. That's so funny. Babe, just start treating yourself. I feel like a lush all the time. I want you to be ridiculous too. I can find the rest of that text. I can find the rest of those texts. He's like, this is later in the argument. I'll post the rest of this conversation later to the website. But this is a later part of that conversation where, like, I even say it here. Babe, I've never felt like it's my money. It's always been ours.
That's what he said, I think.
No, that's him. It's ours.
And you said, I just guilt myself, and I need to change that. But, like, you decided that you guilt yourself when he's an expert.
Like guilting me.
Like, he's the one who guilts you. Earlier in this conversation, he is seen guilting you. And then later in the conversation, you take responsibility for guilting yourself, and he goes, yeah, you could do it, because you're the broken one, and I can fix you.
Literally.
He's so full of shit.
We had one joint bank account, which they mainly used to buy drugs. That's really funny. So, that's really funny. I started smoking weed to manage my anxiety, and I also started smoking weed to loosen myself up to fuck him more. Actually, I think if I scroll up, that text is in here. Let's see.
I'm all stoned. I wish you were here. I'm all stoned.
Oh no, it wasn't on here. It was in my conversation that I was reading before.
Oh, in real time.
It was in this other conversation. I said, maybe smoking weed will help too. I'm sorry. and this was the conversation about me not wanting to participate in gangbangs. So I had said maybe the weed will help. Like, I started smoking weed for my anxiety. Actually, the first time that Mark came over to our apartment.
I told that whole story.
Oh, you did?
Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. So you already heard about how the first time that Mark met me, Erik was yelling at me in our apartment, and Mark packed a bowl for me immediately. Like, oh God, this girl's about to cry. I just met her. What the fuck? Yeah. They would routinely spend weed on $500 on weed alone. I probably did spend $500 on weed.
That's how much weed costs.
Like, that's how much weed costs. That's how much I still spend on weed. The problem was that I was always alone and making the money.
Yes.
Like,
$500 for you was like $1 billion in his mind.
well, like, meanwhile, he spent $400 on our anniversary outfit, and my dress was $30.
And that was like $20.
My wedding dress was $30 from
Get the
H&M.
fuck outta here.
My wedding dress was $30 from H&M, and then he got upset that he didn't buy an outfit to get married in because he didn't care about getting married. He didn't care about getting married. We got married in private. We got married at the courthouse, so nobody was going to be there that he cared about their opinion to see how he was dressed. So he didn't buy anything. But for me, it was the only wedding I ever thought I would have. So I wanted to at least buy something. And so I bought a $30 dress from H&M. And then he said he was jealous of me that I spent money.
Oh my God. What a piss pants baby.
In court, they got a lawyer appointed to them because they make below minimum wage. I don't make below minimum wage. I make poverty wage. And not for long. Because actually, while all of this has been going on, I got a new job. So
Yay! Don't tell them where.
to me. No.
Okay.
Yeah, no. I haven't told anybody where I live or work the entire time I've been back in the city because I've been too afraid of anybody to find me.
Mm-hmm.
Because Erik insisted that I should watch over my shoulder to several people. So yeah, in court, they got a lawyer appointed them because they make below minimum wage. We both stated our incomes on the record before a judge. I still make 3 times more money than them. When the judge asked me how much money I made, I had a tax return to look at and get that number from. It's never $50,000. That's not an annual income. Your income is like 46, 80, 40, 34, and 34 cents. Like, that's it's not. So I show up to court and I give them the number that is my income, and they ask him what his income is, and he goes, $50,000. And then it was too much money to be granted a lawyer. And then he came back to court and said, I can't afford a lawyer.
Like 3 times.
And the number changed every time. He said 50, he said like 48, 50, and 51.
And he was constantly on tour, all this and that.
Yeah, I was in court for that restraining order for a year and a half because he kept pushing the date and being like, I have a gig to play.
The only reason he got a lawyer, you said?
Oh yeah, the only reason that he even got he did get a lawyer. I like that he says that. I like that he doesn't mention that part.
I think he did in my section.
Oh. Okay.
I recall talking about it, but not this part. Go on.
Yeah, but he was going back and forth with the referee, and the referee and my attorney were both like, hey, like, there are much more serious cases in this court. There are way more serious cases in this court than 2 people who hate each other and want to file restraining orders against each other. Like,
which is what he made it look like.
That is what he made it look like. That is the whole goal of a retaliatory restraining order. That's the whole point of a retaliatory restraining order, is to muddy the legal situation, to make it look like we're both being difficult, not just Erik, when in reality, like, they granted mine and they dismissed his. That's the truth of what happened.
You showed them the paper with the emboss.
As for the restraining order, after Kate passed, my attempts to reach out to Nikki ramped up. That's true. Kate's family and friends, who Mark already said that they were highly abusive, were concerned there was foul play. I'm fully paranoid after 2 years now of Nikki and Mark trying to tarnish my reputation, and finding out time after time that they were. I wasn't in a good place. I'd make separate accounts to try and call them. I threatened to contact their employers, the whole nine. He says the whole nine to lighten the tone, to make it seem like he was justified in the things that he did. The reality of that is that Mark and I were reeling from Kate's suicide. We have been in therapy since then. Like, no breaks in therapy since then, to talk about and discuss how all of these events took place. Like, these texts and these communications and this whole situation went through in therapy in real time. I talked about this in therapy while it was happening because I didn't have any fucking friends. Because Erik told everybody that I was racist and crazy.
I'm trying to find the screenshot of because he made
So-
an entire Mastodon account.
Yeah, he did make a Mastodon account. That means that was him who messaged that.
1,000%,
And we
that's-
knew that was him.
We
We
knew
just
it was
didn't have
him.
the proof that
I'm
it was
trying to
him.
find the screenshot. I'll be there in a moment.
And so the whole nine was a lot.
Torture.
It was torturous. We were not able to sleep or eat. Not able to sleep or eat because of crying, because of grief, because of depression, because like still having to try to make, some sort of income. I had to move back here and get a job right away. We were also dealing with Joel and Caitlin, who Mark was
in
talking
court
about.
every month.
Yeah,
reliving
Mark-
everything every month.
Mark was reliving, every month was in court. We were going through so much.
Here is the screenshot of the account that Erik made. Dummy. Fuck you, you fucking fuck at mastodon.social. So creative. Because I had tweeted, or I had posted on, tooted on Mastodon about, he had just gotten an interview with, like, Rolling Stone or something, and said something about how he's a genius and nobody can tell, and how smart he is. And I had tweeted that geniuses don't call themselves geniuses, okay? That's a fast way to tell someone that you're a dipshit. Geniuses get called geniuses by other people. Geniuses think they're idiots. And this is what he said to me. Quick question, are you a massive cunt because you realized early on that you aren't smart and have zero talent? Or is it just because your dad didn't love you? The zero talent phrase is what told you that it was him.
Yeah. With zero. Can you fix the camera?
Oh, of course I can fix the camera. Sorry.
Thank you.
Here you go. Thank you for your patience.
So, Erik's attempts did ramp up. For sure. I'm fully paranoid. Erik does have schizophrenia that he currently is not treating. That's something that is from his childhood. When I met Erik, he was having schizophrenic episodes. He did for the first few years that we were together. He was in therapy when I met him. His parents made him go. And when his parents moved, they stopped making him go to therapy. And he said, fuck that shit. My therapist just tries to get me to make gratitude lists, and that's fucking stupid. And he stopped going to therapy. And he never got any treatment for his schizophrenia. And then he stopped talking to me about it. And I asked him, one time, years and years after he had stopped talking to me about it, I said, do you still experience that? Do you still feel those things? Do you still see those things? And he said, yeah, he just doesn't talk about it. So, this whole account, this whole 50-page manifesto is Erik's untreated schizophrenia trying to cover up the fact that he raped me for the entire time we were together. That's what this is, unfortunately. That's what this is, unfortunately. I don't know. He needs treatment. He needs to check in and go somewhere. He needs to just figure his shit out before he drives other people to suicide. Throughout that whole time, I probably sent 20 to 30 emails. He sent emails. He sent voicemails. He sent Instagram messages. I have all of those. I submitted them as part of my court case. That's why the letter that I posted, says C, the letter C at the top, because that was my third submitted piece of evidence. So I had to list them and label them and stuff. So that's Exhibit C. like he did so many things. Let's see. In the last week alone, Nikki and Mark have sent me too many emails, phone calls, threatening texts to count. I have not sent anything to Erik.
Literally.
I have not sent a single thing to Erik. Mark has sent so many.
Unless you count him impersonating Mila while talking to you on Instagram.
Oh yeah, I did talk to Mila. So if that was actually Erik on Mila's phone, then yes. But besides that, no. I never sent anything to Erik. I actually wasn't in the room while Mark was sending most of that stuff. I was.
Oh yeah, I don't fucking ask for permission.
No.
I don't fucking need anybody's
like
permission.
we're
to
not.
get this guy
That's
new
not
asshole.
how this works.
No.
And so. Sure. The difference here is that where Mark and Nikki dove in, my friends pulled me out and I stopped. I mean,
Aww.
I'm glad, like I said, everyone deserves friends and family who love them.
That's heartwarming.
Like, I'm really glad because those people that Erik, like, says are close to him, those people, like, witnessed firsthand all these times that I was crying and at my worst and, like, this close to being pushed over the edge and did nothing, and they stopped talking to me. Everybody stopped talking to me for a few years. So let's see. Back to the restraining order. By December 2022, I got served an order of protection in which Nikki claimed that Kate was their friend and that I was just mad Nikki had a new boyfriend. They literally had to tell a lie to get the restraining order. So here's the thing, right? When I filed my restraining order against Erik, I wasn't trying to bring Kate into my restraining order. I didn't want to mention their name. I didn't want to bring up what happened because Erik's behavior towards me has nothing to do with Kate. Erik fucking hates me. Erik fucking hates me. And he feels like everything is my fault. He told me that for 10 years of my life. Everything bad that happened to him was my fault. So when we split up and he did all of this with Kate and then for Kate to take their own life, he obviously feels something with his involvement in all of this because he wouldn't be so desperate to make it my fault. Mark and I are the ones who have been in therapy every single week, several times a week for several months. Mark and I are the ones who have sat with a therapist and analyzed what part was our fault. I know what part was my fault. I know what I did that upset Kate. Erik's the one who's not willing to face what he did to contribute to this.
You've apologized to Kate too.
I talk to Kate all the time.
All the time. All the time. All the time. Kate lives here as much as you and I do.
That's true. Kate lives here as much as Mark and I do. We talk about Kate. We should talk about Kate more.
I agree.
You said that the other day.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Erik's the one who wants to believe that talking to Kate's abusive family counts as supporting Kate. So yeah, that's why I wrote the order of protection that way. I wrote it that way because my order of protection was about Erik's behavior towards me. It had nothing to do with any of the rest. I was just trying to cope with the rest. Then Nikki tried to get the maximum penalty and add some bogus criminal charges. The default restraining order, the default order of protection is a criminal charge. It was Erik got a good lawyer because the referee was fed up with it taking so long because Erik was representing himself and kept pushing the case back.
She did also say that she wanted to make sure that a black man like Erik got his representation.
Yeah, I have that transcript as well. That she said she wanted to make sure that all of the steps for justice were taken. And that lawyer was good, and he had suggested that we file a civil order instead of a criminal order. And what that means is that if Erik violates it, I appeal to the court. I file a petition of a violation. So instead of calling the police.
Mm-hmm.
And so if Erik talks to me, sends me a text, sends me an email, calls me,
Writes a big blog post
Writes a
referring
big-
to you,
yeah.
about you, referring to you.
yeah. Or if
And
he
post it on
messages,
Google Drive.
or if he messages people saying, "Tell Nikki this, tell Nikki that," that all counts as a violation. So the default is a criminal charge, and now it will be a civil petition, and I will file one of those, and then we go back to court. And if he doesn't show up, that's criminal contempt. That's contempt of court, which is a felony. So there are criminal charges linked with every single restraining order. When that failed, suddenly they were ready to settle. I was ready to settle because the referee was ready to throw the case out because he fucked everything up so bad. We agreed to both walk away and never contact each other. On our next court date in January, as we're in the middle of ratifying this settlement, Nikki just changed their mind. They said, "I just don't see why I have to agree to anything too." What I said was, I did not do anything that warranted legal action be taken against me if I speak to Erik. Because that is the truth. Erik raped me for years. He coerced me into having sex with him for years. He coerced me into being okay with so many things for years. I did not do a fucking thing to that man. And I said I said I'm not going to agree to that because I did not do that thing. That's what I said. Me, Nikki's lawyer, and even the judge were all stunned. My lawyer was taken off guard, but that's because he didn't understand what I was asking for. My lawyer really wanted me off of his caseload, which is valid. There were other people going through much more severe physical abuse than I. The judge was so stunned that she appointed me a lawyer. This is not common. She didn't appoint the lawyer because of any of that. What sense does that make? What sense does that make? That, because if I didn't agree to settle, the next step is going to court. She appointed you a lawyer because she wanted to follow all the steps of making sure that justice is served here.
Oh, he's requesting transcripts on Tuesday morning.
Yeah.
You think Mila filled out the paperwork for him?
Mila probably did fill out the paperwork for him. Also, every music festival, Puza Music Festival in Canada, Erik did not fill out those documents. I filled out the documents for him. I went to the post office for him. I did everything. He didn't know how to sign a fucking letter when I met him. He did not know how to go to the post office, address a letter, put a stamp on it, and mail it.
And he's gonna go to the courthouse and request transcripts?
He's not gonna do, when I was filing the divorce, oh my God. He said, "I will file the papers. I just sent you the papers." He sent me a link to the Brooklyn court. No papers. He sent me a link to figure out how to file. And he texted me and said, "I just sent you the papers." So I went through the trouble of figuring out how to get divorced. No contest. I didn't ask to be paid for the work I did for Proper. I didn't ask for royalties from the album that I sang on.
Alimony?
I didn't ask for, alimony didn't even cross my mind. I wanted to be free of that man. I did not ask for anything that I was owed. I didn't ask for anything that I wasn't owed. I said, "Please, for the love of God, just divorce me and leave me alone." When they ask you when you file an order of protection, they ask what your ultimate goal is. They want you to say what you want to happen. In mine, I said, I wish Erik included the whole thing. He just included the part that I wrote about Kate. But if he had posted the whole thing, he would see that what I wanted to happen. Oh, it is on the website?
His.
Oh, his?
Oh, you wanted your thing.
No, mine.
I apologize for interrupting you.
It's okay. The thing that I had posted that I wanted to happen from the restraining order was that I wanted to be left alone. Erik's restraining order is available on the website, and his request was that I submit a written apology to him. That's not how order of protections work. You can't demand an apology through an order of protection. Fucking idiot. Okay, so before I was having to represent myself because I made too much money for a public defender. So after I got a lawyer appointed to me, he doesn't really touch on the fact that they have a limit of income that you make for a reason. Because if you really made as much money as you say you do, then you should be able to afford a lawyer. But he said, oh, I make so much money, I'm so much better than Nikki. And then to turn around and say, I can't afford a lawyer. So he had one appointed to him, and we went to court the day after my birthday of this year. And he said, that day, I walked away with no wrongdoing found, and I just agreed to not talk to Nikki, which is what I wanted anyway. He pushed for 6 months. So him saying that he didn't want to talk to me, sure, I would believe him if he wasn't trying to haggle down the length of time he wasn't allowed to talk to me for.
Remember, it was going to be 2 years at the beginning. This was supposed to be
That's
2
what
years.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say next.
Okay, go on.
It was supposed to be 2 years, and the only reason why it's only through March 2025 is because the referee counted all the time that we were in court to go towards the order of protection. And so, like, he wanted to do 6 months, and I argued for 8. He wanted to be as little time as possible before he could speak to me again.
And he even said, because Nikki's going to say something about me publicly.
He did. He said that in multiple court dates. He was like, she's going to come public about everything, and I don't want her to do that.
Let's get the transcripts, buddy.
He said, that's a huge win for me. Or a huge win to me. I'm not on any registry. When I touched down in the States from Europe yesterday, I wasn't pulled aside or questioned. They're again bending the truth by omitting critical details. Like,
Congratulations.
a month goes by, and then these rape allegations begin, clearly because Nikki didn't get their way in court. The reason that I am making this video is because Erik told people that Kate is dead because of me, and that all of this is my fault, and that everything has always been my fault forever. And that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. Erik convinced me to have sex. I have panic attacks when I have sex now. They didn't think it would be pertinent to tell a judge that I raped them 2 years ago when first filing this case. I did tell my lawyer, and the lawyer, like, you have to go to the police. You have to go to the police and convince a cop that somebody raped you in order to have that happen. Like, no, I didn't go to court. No, I didn't go to the cops. No, I didn't do any of that shit. I went to the cops when I had a restraining order, and he made fake accounts to talk to me. And do you think the cops helped? Hell fucking no. They were useless. By this point, I left them almost 3 entire years ago, and there was no mention of that. When asked, they likely weaponized therapy again and claimed they only recently realized it. Yeah, because it took me talking about how sex used to happen with 3 different therapists before somebody finally got me to see that that was rape, that I didn't actually want to have sex. And I used to say, no, I wanted to have sex. I wanted to be normal. I wanted to be normal and have just as much sex as everybody wants me to. I didn't want to have sex. I wanted to be normal. I wanted to not be in trouble. Now Nikki and Mark are trying whatever they can to deplatform the band. They tried telling festivals that I've been an active pedophile since 2017. They were still married to me in 2018. Well, I mean, listen, if you had tried to hook up with Abby a few months earlier, I mean, that would have counted. Like, Erik used to, when he was posting for his band Great White before they renamed to Proper, Erik used to tell me that he used to DM teenagers on Tumblr because those were the only people who would listen to him. So, like, one step away. He fucking knows that young people are vulnerable, and he uses that. They tried telling people I'm transphobic. Well, you are. Erik misgenders people constantly. That I steal songs, and that I eagerly tried to take down a black femme at Beyond. What really happened was the lead writer would take every criticism or differing opinion as misogynoir. It's almost like it's almost like they had a writing career and Erik was just some fucking guy. Eventually, they convinced Mark to fire me for it. 3 months later, in September 2021, they publicly called out Mark for the same thing. At that point, I wasn't aware of the affair and Mark's manipulation. We were all scared of Kendriana, who Erik has no regard for people's names. Yeah, yikes. The fact that I need to play a game to earn their trust makes me nervous. I know I'm a white woman and it's a lot different because of that, but goddamn, I promise I'm a good person. Yeah, definitely watch out for them and their bullshit. LOL, this cements it. We gotta open our own businesses up ASAP. I can't work for someone else for long periods of time. Treading lightly at work is gonna trigger me, so I'm gonna talk to Abigail about tips to handle it. These are texts with me. Mm-hmm. And likely Mark too, because I'm all for being sensitive in the fact that I'm white, but I'm also not going to sacrifice my mental health for a job. Here's the thing, I wasn't the one that Kendriana was accusing of misogynoir. Kendriana and I had a fine working relationship.
So did I with Kendriana at that time.
Yeah, at that time, so did you.
We had a fabulous relationship.
And actually, this person, Kendriana, that Mark is talking about, or that Erik is talking about here, Mark and Kendriana decided to fire Erik while I was out of town. They made that decision together because because of me and the danger I was in. I've noticed that Mark is so pro Kendriana for a while based on how he talks. I just can't live in fear of Kendriana.
I mean, that's... Kendriana's brilliant. I'll say it to anybody who will listen. Kendriana is fucking brilliant.
Nikki's main claims fall apart under the tiniest questioning. I'm sure you won't want to hear this, but the burden of proof is on them. I've posted so much proof. For Kendriana, for this alleged group chat, for all the claims they're making. Again, if anybody is in that group chat and wants to share, they're more than welcome to. Again, I knew Mark for... Oh, nope, this is you. This is your turn again.
Yeah, you want to stop out? You ready?
Yeah,
Done?
I'm ready. Yeah,
I think you're all right.
I'm pretty talked out. I will leave you guys and say... if you're in a relationship with a narcissist and you're dating somebody who's trying to coerce you into having sex, just leave as soon as you can. Leave as soon as you can. Nobody should ever coerce anybody into having sex if they don't want to have sex.
Keep talking.
I went through a lot while I was married to Erik. He sent money to women without telling me. He would make fun of me for not knowing how to cook when I was never raised or taught how to cook by my family. He found me at a time where I was extremely vulnerable, and he capitalized on that. And when I was older and I went to therapy and I learned how to do it differently, he told me I made therapy my entire personality. He said that I have nothing to be angry about. I have nothing to be angry about. If Erik asks you, I'm crazy and I have nothing to be angry about. I will never be the same after my experience with Erik Garlington.
Well
That's
done.
all. Yeah, for now.
Proud of you. That was amazing.
It was a lot of talking. It's hard to say all the things because it was 10 years of my life.
10 years is a long time. I'm gonna take a break, everybody, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. We're just gonna get some water, pee, and be back. Okay, hi everybody, we're back. Shouts out Nikki for doing that. That takes a tremendous amount of energy, gumption, indomitable human spirit, of which Erik possesses none. We're gonna switch back to me. Nikki did a great job covering everything that pertained to me. Here's your papers back so we don't lose them.
Oh yeah.
I don't have any. I corrected or added wherever I needed to. Thank you for dealing with my interruptions.
It's fine. You don't berate me when I tell you no.
No, why would I berate you? Why would anybody berate someone they love? Okay. Let's get back to it, folks. What page is this? 35 of 50.
I can't believe it's a 50-page like psycho manifesto.
I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. God damn. Okay, here we go. Oh, okay. God, it's like I feel myself getting dumber the more of his shit that I read. I'm sorry. Like the more I have to piece together these sentence fragments. Okay, again, I knew Mark for a little over 2 months. Yes, that's correct, I think. They're a dangerous manipulator from the crypto world that preys on people's trust. Sure. Let's say that. I'm a dangerous manipulator from the crypto world that preys on people's trust. Let's say that. You're a rapist. I'm a dangerous manipulator from the crypto world that preys on people's trust. That's why I launched a shitcoin. That's why I sold NFTs when they were just photos and didn't have a functionality, right? Like, anybody who fucking knows me knows this is bogus bullshit. You only knew me for 2 months, remember, dickhead? Ugh. I do believe that applied cryptography is the future of technology, whether I like it or not. It sucks that most of the people in the crypto space are cishet white men who fucking blow. I would love for that not to be the case, but that is one of the few areas in the world where I am marginalized. So I hate being in that space. I'll tell any crypto bro to fuck off any goddamn day of the week. I hate them all. I'll teach you about applied cryptography, but I'm not going to shove it down your throat. I'm not going to hijack an entire conversation at a meal anymore. You know, it's not fucking 2017 anymore. In 2017, yeah, fuck yeah, I would have been a little bit more aggressive like that. But I don't prey on people's trust. I earn people's trust. I don't prey on anything except for prey animals. Not even that. I don't hunt. I don't like hunting. I prey on bitches that I click their skulls in Destiny, but I don't know. I don't think I'm a predator. If you think I'm a predator, please let me know. If I have preyed on you, please let me know. And if that is indeed the case, I deeply apologize. If I owed you an apology before and I haven't apologized, please accept this apology and let me know, and I'll give you more. If I have preyed on you, if I have hurt you, if I have harmed you, if I have done wrong by you, and you haven't heard from me, it's because you've made it very clear that hearing from me would be more harm and would really only be for my sake, so I haven't reached out to you. If that has changed, please, by all means, my emails are always available. Leave a comment, send a DM, follow on Instagram, send a Gmail, an AOL instant message, if you will, and we can talk about it, and I will apologize to you in private and in public. I'm not scared. I've hurt people, many times. But I'm 99% sure that the people that I've hurt, that I give a shit about being on good terms with, I'm on good terms with. Kendriana is one of the few that I'm not. I would love to be on good terms with Kendriana. I'm not going to talk about what happened with Kendriana because it doesn't matter. Kendriana is brilliant, and that's all you need to know. They are a phenomenal writer. Their imagination is boundless. They are flexible. They are book smart and street smart. They are so easy to talk to and fun to be around and funny and willing to be who they are, regardless of who is around them. It broke my heart to see that Kendriana went to work for She-Fi and changed their pronouns back to she, her, because I know in my heart I don't mean to misgender you if you're watching, Kendriana. I can't call you she, her. Like, that doesn't sound like you to me. And I really miss playing video games with you. I've already apologized to you in public, but I'll do it again. I'm so sorry. I mean private. I didn't do a public apology because you were being really shitty at the end. But I would love to talk with you and play video games. I think you're brilliant. You're brilliant. The world needs so many more Kendrianas. So many more. And there's only one. And they like changed their name. Like, it really makes me cry. Like, they don't go by Kendriana anymore. Like, it really makes me mad. Nobody says their name right. So they just gave up. I hate it. Okay, sorry. I smoked a lot of weed. All the behavior that I'm being accused of is who Mark actually is. This is more projection. He learned what this is because I said it out loud. I accused him of projection. I showed him what projection was, and he saw his reflection in it, and he can't acknowledge that it's him, so he has to project once more onto somebody else. Come on, little baby. You need your poopy diaper changed. As a reminder, they started an affair with their secretary. No, I didn't. No, she's not. Made them sign an NDA. No, I didn't. And start couples therapy. That was a mutual and good and healthy choice. Are you saying that couples therapy is bad? Oh, you are. Where I no doubt believe this rape idea was planted in Nikki's head.
Yeah, we just manipulate each other in front of a therapist because it's not like it's not like you were just saying about how a therapist dismissed you for that same thing happening. Like, therapists dismiss people who come up with untrue things in therapy. I don't know. I mean, Eric probably wouldn't know because the last time he was in therapy, he was 19.
His ball still hadn't dropped. He is hilarious. So what you're saying is couples therapy is bad, and it is an institution in which people will be convinced that they were raped? You sound like an incel. Like, you legitimately sound like an incel, with the only difference being you know how to manipulate women well enough to, A, either give it to you for free or steal their money so they don't have to. You're a pimp. Disgusting. When I first met Mark, they were quitting their medication in favor of microdosing ketamine. They said multiple times that they often question reality. Yo, I cannot. Please listen to me closely. Ketamine infusions are the single most effective treatment for depression that I have ever encountered. The most effective treatment for complex trauma that I have ever encountered. Intravenous ketamine is actually one of the most well-studied drugs on the market in human existence. Every single hospital that you go to has ketamine in it. Every single one. Isn't that the horse tranquilizer? Well, yeah, multiple things can be true. Try and keep up. In a hospital, they're going to give you ketamine when they put you under for anesthesia. Ask any anesthesiologist. Ketamine is not only very helpful, useful, it's very safe. But you know what? When you take it at a really high dose and you have a really big trip, what people call a K-hole, not helpful. You don't have the wherewithal to access the neuroplasticity that you need in order to be able to heal the things that you need to heal in your mind, right? Because it's mostly in your head. It's mental health. It's in the brain, which is an organ. So, as it turns out, we studied ketamine well enough, and I got my infusions from one of the leading researchers on the subject. He's based here in Manhattan. He's fantastic. DM me if you would like a recommendation. I will absolutely recommend you. And as it turns out, ketamine is incredibly effective at, I shit you not, regenerating a human brain's mood center. And I think I explained all of this to Eric. He's just a little duturu, you know. I did all the research myself. I spoke with my therapists, plural. I met with the doctor. You have to meet with him first before you start. As it turns out, though, the ketamine only regrows your mood center, heals, stimulates growth in your mood center if it is a steady amount over a long span of time, usually 60 to 90 minutes. Anybody who's done ketamine infusions will tell you. And it's also becoming one of the most popular treatments. There are many out there now. Also, psychedelic mushrooms are becoming very, very useful and accepted and well studied. Mind Bloom is a great choice. There's another one, I forget the name. I think it's like blue or green or something like that. Everybody's blue or green. In order for your mood center to get any help from ketamine, it needs to be a steady amount of ketamine over a long period of time. It takes a really long time to get there. It takes like a week. You got to go like every week. And you're like really rip shit on ketamine. And part of the point is you have to sign a release that says you're not going to work. You're not going to do anything. It's not heavy machinery. It doesn't matter. Work, any kind of work. If you're trying to do, even if it's personal work, freelance work, you know, my personal writing work, you waive all liability. Like, they're like, you signed this, do not go to work. If you go to work, it's your fucking fault. Your brain is mushy right now. Go to therapy instead. So that's what I did. Whenever I had an infusion when I was at work, or, you know, not at work, I would clock out for the day when I left for the infusion. I don't know who he's talking about here. Hold on. Before I move on, I need to double back and again reiterate. You cannot take ketamine recreationally and fall into a K-hole and expect to have any kind of healing. If you want to have that, you need to be doing it under the supervision of a medical professional. And that means either IV infusions, or these days they have Spravato, which is a nasal spray, but you have to take that in a therapy session with the person in front of them, and then you have your therapy session, and then you go home. It's a much weaker experience. Mind Bloom also does some, but they don't do sprays. They do troches, lozenges. They do compounding pharmacies, and they send you a strength that works for you. You have to shove them all in your mouth, hold them in your mouth, spit them out. It's kind of a nightmare. It's kind of annoying because not only is it yucky, not only is it inconvenient, it's nice to be able to do it at home, but you can't dose properly because the bioavailability for ketamine orally is completely different than the bioavailability in our intravenous system, of course. And consuming it actually makes you sick. You can't swallow any of it. You have to keep it in your mouth. It gets absorbed orally. So you can't be sure how much you ever absorbed, ever. You can just set a timer and cross your fingers that it was close to the same amount, right? If you're looking for something like this, Mind Bloom is a great choice for someone who has already done a lot of therapy. Somebody who's already accessed these memories, maybe done some chair exercises, maybe you've spoken to someone, you've confronted something, whatever. Don't try and do Mind Bloom first if you're interested in ketamine infusions, if you're interested in ketamine treatment for depression or for trauma. Do Mind Bloom once you've made some progress. Mind Bloom will not help you make progress. Mind Bloom will not incite progress. Mind Bloom is almost 100% on you. The strength of the dose is much weaker than intravenous, and you have to do a lot of the mental and emotional work to make that thing work. Intravenous is orders of magnitude more expensive, but orders of magnitude more effective. You can process so much, and when I tell you the sensation, it's not like I don't own any ketamine. I don't have any ketamine. I've only ever done it, medically. So I don't know if I'm just like sounding like an idiot here, but like the sensation of it intravenously, it really, I shit you not, it felt like the most beautiful garden. It feels like, because I haven't done it in a long time because I'm supposed to do boosters, but like I haven't done it in a long time because I had other things to do. And I didn't have money. So it's really expensive. That's the main thing I'm trying to tell you. Anyhow, moving on, I can't support ketamine enough. I think this has got to be Joel. Oh, geez, I forgot to update you. Sorry, man. Sounds like Joel. Yeah, it was interesting. Sounds like Joel. Mark was there and definitely on a lot of ketamine or something. He was heavily subdued and the room would suck into itself every time he spoke. Seemed to be moving through jello. I mean, that sounds like me, and that sounds like the hours after a ketamine infusion, but I don't know. Like, can you post some dates and times, dude? And what is your fucking point? Like, what is your fucking point? That I'm trying to heal? I don't know. Okay, another screenshot. Holy shit. Okay, this is December 11th, 2022. Holy shit, nah, we never even talked like that. Just work stuff. And Eric said, yeah, man, Mark is fucking losing it. I just wanted to give you a heads up to be safe. That's so sad, dude. I can't help but feel like he's responsible, again, misgendering me in some kind of way, some way. But thanks for letting me know. Kate is his ex-wife, and misgendering both again. His ex-wife, right? Pretty sure I never even messaged her, again, misgendering them. Oh, whoa! Who is this? Setting a good example for little poopy pants Erik Garlington, correcting yourself on a pronoun and moving the fuck on. Holy hell, do you have any idea who this is?
Let's see. So sad dude, I can't help it. You know, cases with
Yeah, Nate, Kate was
Yeah, Kate was the wild
that's
dude.
what it is.
I don't know who that is.
Again, misgendering me, responsible for this, and he's been reportedly acting more and more unhinged, so just protect yourself. Wild dude, guess those ketamine treatments didn't do shit, huh? You're fucking lucky I had those ketamine treatments, buddy.
No, honestly, those help you so much.
Dude, you are so fucking lucky that you had those ketamine treatments. Or that I had those ketamine treatments. You are so fucking lucky, Erik Garlington. You are so fucking lucky. Count your lucky fucking stars that I healed enough before you pulled this kind of shit and killed my best friend. Dude, I would have rended you limb from limb. But these days, you're the one who's threatening physical violence. I don't need to do that because I know the truth and I stand in it. You're a little pissy poopy pants. Fucking child. Yeah, I don't know who that is. For the last few weeks, they've been harassing everyone remotely associated with the band, trying to bully them all into making public statements about me. No lies detected. I have 100% doing that thing, except it's not harassment to ask people to be held accountable. It is not harassment to reach out to companies and say, hey, do you support this rapist that you're actually making money off of at this very moment? That is not harassment, you little prick. Read a book. Or learn to read. Or both. Ideally both. Yeah, I've been messaging everybody and their mother. Absolutely everybody. Who haven't I messaged? I got everybody. I emailed the entire roster of Father Daughter Records because the founder of Father Daughter Records, Jesse Frick, is an unabashed rape apologist. Since day one, Jessie has been ignoring my emails. She purports to be a safe place for weirdo musicians. That is 100% not true. They have been blocking me on absolutely everything. All Eric had to do was go, oh, but I'm black. I can't be vaping. I'm a black man. That's all he had to do. Jessie Frick is the kind of white woman who will bend over backwards to not be called a racist because she knows that the only thing that she can do is cry. And that will prove the point. You with me? Everybody else can get the smoke too. Bartees Strange, I was on the phone with him a couple weeks ago, and I told my therapist how much better I felt, how light I felt, that he believed me, that he believed Nikki, that he said, that makes perfect sense. That's exactly what, I worried whether Nikki was okay back then. That's exactly what I thought. Like, holy shit, what an asshole. And he even texted me that people from the soundtrack were asking him about this, and he had been texting people and warning people, and he wanted to check on me and see how I was doing. And then the other night, I think Bartees is also a little doo-doo-doo. He removed, like, you can't remove reacts from a message in iMessage accidentally. There's no remove all, and even if there were only 2 removed. You have to tap and hold on something, and then select the, not any Not anywhere. It isn't a large button. You have to select the emoji you selected to remove the react.
Yeah.
And he did it twice in a row, and I texted him a question mark. I could show you this, but I don't give a fuck to. Maybe Bartiz could show you, because Bartiz is the rape apologist. I don't gotta show you shit, dude. You don't understand burden of proof, Erik Garlington. Fucking piss pants. Anyway, and I messaged him immediately. I was like, question mark? Like, did I do something wrong? Like, what did I do? I don't understand. So he put the hearts back. I'm on Android, so I'm not on iOS. So I get a message with every single thing. That's why I got a message. I wasn't watching the fucking. Oh jeez. Oh my god. He fucking too long. No. I got a fucking message. I got a message at like 9 p.m., 9:30 p.m. Bartiz removed, loved from this text message twice. So he put him back, and I was like, I'm not asking because I need the hearts to be there. Like, I'm asking because you're being fucking weird. I think the next thing, yeah. When asked for proof, Mark turns on people. How many people have asked me for proof?
Not very many.
I think the only people who have asked me for proof have been comments on TikTok.
Yeah,
And-
people that don't know us.
Right.
Anybody who knows me has been like, oh my god.
Yeah, none of the people who I'm talking about, that Eric's talking about, that I've been emailing, have asked me for proof a single time.
No.
They have all been gigantic
They've
roast
all
beef
been saying-
vaginas about it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's rude. That's rude.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The way you look is fine. The point being, everybody's been a giant fucking pussy about it. Every single person has refused to say a single thing. And I thought Bartiz Strange was the exception until like 2 nights ago. And as it turns out, there is something that Erik can say that maybe it's not in here. I don't know if this is all he's got. It looks like this is all he's got. That when he's accused of rape, all he says is Mark's crazy. And my hypothesis is that Bartiz isn't really a rape apologist. My hypothesis is that Bartiz is just a giant pussy as well. My hypothesis is that Bartiz is scared and doesn't want to be involved.
Like another person who like doesn't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole because
Yeah.
of their career.
Right. He's scared that something's going to happen to his career. He doesn't know who to believe, so he's just going to block everybody, and the news will hit him when it hits him. The problem is silence is violence, and each and every single one of you fuckers, yes you, whose names I found, will not hear the end of me until you either say you're sorry or admit that you're a rape apologist. Those are your two options. That means everybody. Every single one of the artists can come and get it. Every single one of you. Artists on the soundtrack, Phoebe Bridgers, Sloppy Jane, Bartiz is on there. Who the fuck else? Yule, covering that Broken Social Scene song. Alex G did the soundtrack. Jane Schoenburn is her name, the director of the film I Saw the TV Glow. Jane Schoenburn at gmail.com. Jane does not know at gmail.com. You can email her if you don't like this either. I've also told A24, I've told every single last the fuck one of you, and you've all known for at the very least a month and at the very most a year and a half. And you've all stood behind Erik. Beside Erik, behind Erik, on top of Erik, inside of Erik. You'll let him do anything he wants to you. What proof was I asked for? What proof? What more proof do you need or want? Do you want me to go get Caitlyn's ashes? Do you want me to get Caitlyn's death certificate? Showing that I own Kate's estate? That Kate left everything to me? That I am Kate's rightful next of kin? And you're talking out of your ass? When you should really just sit the fuck down and let that little tushy sneeze that dirty diarrhea, that stinky dishwater, until you get it all out of you. Huh?
So disrespectful to talk about somebody's estate that you don't even know. Like to say like to ask for proof. Like it's just really disrespectful. Really disrespectful to Kate.
Unhinged. He calls me unhinged because I've been using that word about him, and he is that fucking meme. What is it, XKCD? I don't remember. But it was all over Reddit like a billion years ago. But it's like a guy, and then some other guy comes with like a globe, and he's like, I made this, or a ball. And the guy walks away, and the guy who was giving the ball is like, I made this. That's Erik Garlington in a nutshell. And he fully fucking did rip off the Love Drug song that I put him onto, absolutely, for the song on the I Saw the TV Glow soundtrack. All of you fucking artists can come and fucking get it. Every single fucking one of you. I fucking told you. Bridget Lundy Payne. Justice Smith. Where are you? I told you. I've been in your Instagram. I've been in your Gmail. I've been in your agents. I've been at your friends. Oh, yeah, thank you. Yes, this one. This is exactly Erik Garlington in a nutshell. Here he is, folks, ladies and gentlemen. You made this? Oh, I made this. Sure you did, buddy. Sure you did. Did you have a template? Did you start from something? Did you use crayons? Okay. Oh, look, unhinged again. The kid doesn't know how to think. Okay, so what proof was I asked for that anybody wants? Anytime somebody on TikTok said, where's the proof? I haven't seen anything about this. I Googled it and I can't find anything about it. I literally come back and say, I'm the proof. I'm the source. He manipulated my late spouse until they killed themselves. He's a fucking sociopath. He, like, all of the things that you've been hearing me say. I've been saying these things with my chest for fucking months. Okay? Erik Garlington is a giant fucking pussy. That's the fucking truth. Moving on. Over the last 2 weeks, countless people have reached out to me to tell me they're fearing for their safety and that Mark's reaching out to their loved ones who have nothing to do with this. Loved ones?
You haven't reached out to anybody's family.
Oh, Eric's family.
You reached out to Eric's family.
Oh, yeah.
But
Oh, we'll get to that.
But people haven't been coming to him saying, Mark's messaging my family. You've never messaged anybody's family. Get out of my face. You haven't messaged.
I messaged Jesse Frick's dad because they're the co-founders of the company. Like, I emailed him
they're
too.
The co-founder of the company.
It's called Father-Daughter Records.
Right. So then that's not reaching out to like, what?
Like, I was shitty about it on Instagram too, because, like, when they finally looked at the story, I said, oh, did daddy have to get involved? You know? But
I'm not saying that you weren't shitty, though, is the thing.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not arguing that I'm not shitty.
Right. Like, that's not...
I'm ultra shitty.
The debate here is that you reached out to people's family and they're worried. It's like,
Yeah, no. I did reach out to Eric's family, but we will touch on that. Countless people. It's only countless because Erik can't count. It's only countless because Erik can't count. If they don't give in to Mark's demands, Mark threatens their livelihoods. Why not just produce the facts? Rapists' livelihoods and their apologists should be threatened. All rapists and their livelihoods and all rape apologists and their livelihoods should be threatened. I'm not saying you should go and threaten anybody. You should brigade anybody. Don't brigade anybody. You don't need to brigade Erik Garlington, okay? He's already brigading himself. Don't go harass Erik Garlington. I am reaching out to Erik Garlington. You don't need to speak for me. I've got that covered. Don't you worry, okay? If I'm reaching out to you and asking you to speak for me, it's because you're in a position of power and you have more of it than I do. And I'm okay with being vulnerable enough to ask for help. And when I give people the benefit of the doubt, which I tend to do way too often, as I did with Erik Garlington, it usually tends to bite me in the butt. So please understand, if you are one of those people, your name is on a list and it's gonna be public, and you're gonna need to say you're sorry, or you're gonna need to say you're a rape apologist. I mean, the site will say it for you. Moving on. Why not just produce the facts? We did and are. What the fuck more do you want? What facts are you missing, Erik? How about you include the fucking dates and times on these fucking screenshots? How about you fucking learn how to use Google Drive and fucking put more than 1 or 2 images on a fucking page? Have you ever learned how to resize something? Oh no, obviously not. These are all fucking squished. You mean to tell me that you expect the world to believe that you have some kind of fucking creative talent? Show it to me. They keep adding random people across the music industry, most of whom I don't even know. That's on you, dickhole. Into an email thread and sending unhinged messages. Good job with the vocab. Right now, the thread is up to 157 people, and goddamn proud of it. I actually did trim it down earlier today, and you know that. You know that. You know I trimmed it down earlier today because I sent that email right before you posted this drivel. I trimmed it down to way lower because there are a few artists who have been watching the stories, and I have to imagine that they have said something behind the scenes because maybe they've been wondering, like Bartiz. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe I'm being mean to Bartiz for no reason. If that's the case, I'll fucking apologize. I'm not fucking scared. I'll apologize. I'll buy him a meal. I'll cook him a meal. I'll give him a hug. I'll give him a kiss. I'll work for him for free until he feels that the debt is paid. Okay?
I just want to know why he didn't text me back.
Why didn't he text Nikki back? Like, why not text Nikki back? If you're afraid of me, if I'm so violent, which, by the way, I get all the time because I look like this. If it's not, oh, look at the fucking Jew, look at the kike, it's look at the spick, look at the, you know, whatever the fuck, you're brown. I do have black ancestry. I do have enslaved ancestry for a century. Yes, that's correct. I am phenotypically black. Not as black as you are, Eric, but as we'll see here, you're about as white as I am black. Moving on. Actually, you're 100% white, dude. You're white in your heart. You're a white man. You're a white man. And not because of how you speak, not because of your mannerisms, not because of anything like that. You're a white man in your heart because you're a rapist. You're a colonizer. You're a taker. You raise. R-A-Z-E. Do you need me to define it, or can you look it up? Cool. Moving on. Right now, the thread is up to 157 people. I'm so fucking proud of it. I found the contact information for all the people who I needed to reach out to. Thank goodness for bands putting so much contact information out there. Thank you a billion times. Thank you. These are texts that I've been sending to. Wow, thanks for obscuring my phone number, you prick. God damn it. Oh my god! And he's telling people I'm doxing him because he loves to fuck his girlfriend with 8 other people on camera. You wanna know what he sounds like? Yeah. Sorry. She hates it. That's what he sounds like. If you ever see me say Y-E-H over and over again, just know that's the sound. That's the sound Eric makes while he's watching his girlfriend get absolutely positively violated by people. In fact, we'll get to this in a moment, but I did. You know, he does talk about that. We'll come back to it. I'm just too excited. I'm so sorry. Yeah, oh my goodness, and he's like only helping. Like, yeah, I've been sending all of this shit. Yes, that was me. Are you scared, pussy? I thought you were scared for your life. You're scared for your life, but then you're saying you're worried that I'm gonna get hurt if we meet up? Which one is it? Are you scared for your life, or are you scared for my life? Or can you just not tell? Because you have untreated paranoid schizophrenia and severe narcissism, such that any amount of introspection will cause a collapse. Ouch. Yeah, I sent the shit out of this, and I'll send more. I'll remind you every single fucking day that the choice you made when confronted with this guy's a rapist, and I'm a victim, and she's a victim, and I'm here to answer your fucking questions. Didn't ask any fucking questions. Shame on each and every single fucking one of you. You're gonna get emails like this until I die. Until the day that I fucking die. Until you either say you're sorry or acknowledge that you're a rape apologist. Read this drivel, read the website, understand what's happening here. This is 5 hours worth of me live, Nikki live, talking. Erik Garlington can't speak for more than 3 minutes consecutively. He doesn't have that many thoughts up in there. He's got 2 brain cells to rub together. Moving on. You know what he's really scared of too is being called the R word. I would never call him the R word. I don't use the R word. But he's like so terrified that somebody would call him the R word. What is the website they built? I noticed that Nikki brought back her OG Insta account and has been refollowing people like blah, myself, blah, etc. I assume this is them trying to further divide people in your life. Both blah and I did not accept the invite. That's got to be Maddie Rappa, right?
No, I think that's Chris Salliers.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
The Silver Surfer?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Silver Surfer! Let's fucking go! Herald of Galactus!
The last time I saw Chris Salliers, where he told Eric that I wasn't doing well, I got a drink with him when I came for Jordan's wedding, back when I still drank, and Chris paid for a lot of my drinks like always, and I went back to his apartment, and I am not convinced that we wouldn't have hooked up that night, but I left. And not to say that it was that he was taking advantage of me or anything like that. It was a decision I was willing to make. Like, you know, like I was there on my own consensual terms.
Yeah.
But he was seeing someone is the thing.
Oh,
And,
he
like,
was in a relationship.
right. And
Oh.
like the way he behaves with women is not.
He was trying to
cute.
cheat with you.
Is not cute.
Yeah.
And he was like, no, I was just saying I needed to go to bed. Not I have to work in the morning. I didn't say you had to leave. Like, I'm out. Goodbye.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Are you cold?
Right.
Do you want a blanket?
Right.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Okay. So, that's Chris Salyers. A black person? Did he mean to put that? Oh, yeah, he put that on top of this. LMAO, I called him, and he kept cutting me off and yelling at me. And that, oh, this is Jarek. This is Jarek. Not Jarek on Instagram. Listen, folks, I hate to be the one to tell you. I hate to be the one to tell you, but Eric is the middle child. His older brother's name is Graylin, and his younger brother's name, I shit you not, his name is Jarek. It's Graylin, Eric, and Jarek. Gerik. And he's on Instagram, he's not Jarek. Notgerik. Yeah. So I had started messaging Eric's brothers on Instagram, and eventually later that day I also messaged his parents, both his mom and dad. And his brother messaged me, Jarek messaged me, but I thought it was his dad. I thought his dad had messaged me back. And he was talking some shit. I'm not even gonna bother. He was talking some shit about, like, why didn't I call or something? And I was like, well, your messages are off or something or other. So I had to do it that way, but you can call me anytime. And I gave my phone number. I thought I was giving it to Eric's father. But I gave it to Eric's younger brother, who I have the recording of. And Eric, if you really want me to post it, I'll post it. But, like, I don't think you do. And I certainly don't think that Jarek had the know-how or the wherewithal to record it on his end, did he? He is a really sad case. I really shouldn't laugh. He has religious psychosis. He thinks God is real. He said he was praying for me. I think they're Southern Baptists, if I'm not mistaken. And they're like a really... if you don't know, I was raised Catholic and Jewish, so I double up on the guilt. And I was in Catholic school for 12 years, so I am very familiar with organized religion. And I know religious psychosis when I see it. And this kid has a chunk of his brain missing. It's really, really sad. He's got a chunk of his brain missing. He can't think for himself. The only thing he knows how to do is to watch his older brother, Erik Garlington. And the only thing Erik Garlington knows how to do is to teach his younger brother, Erik Garlington, how to be a rapist. It's really, 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 really disgusting. I don't even know where to start. It makes me so sad. Well, there's more. Yeah, I did tell him it's the whitest shit ever. Because I was yelling about rape, and he said, well, I'm not listening unless you're going to come down, which is the same exact fucking thing that men do in relationships with women, because they're being hysterical, and they won't listen until they've calmed down. And I know because that's been done to me about 1,000,000,000 times. I'm non-binary. Anyway, he thought it was funny. And I cut him the fuck off every single fucking time because I'm smarter than him, I can think faster and speak faster than him, and I don't give a single solitary fuck. And when he said, well, maybe if you would have a mature conversation, this is some tone policing colonizer garbage. Okay, Jarek? This is some white shit. This is, you have you have as much internalized racism as you do religious psychosis. Okay? Go to and stay in therapy. Very much baby talking to me too. Check into an insane asylum. He needs help. Again, misgendering me. He posted some crazy story just yapping about me defending you. Yeah, it's still Jarek. This is so wild. Yeah. He misgendered me the entire time. And then when I said, the whole family's transphobic. The whole family's transphobic. When I said to stop misgendering me, I had already said he had religious psychosis. and he said that I had like non-binary psychosis, and he refuses to respect those pronouns. So not only is Erik Garlington, Erik Piss Pants Garlington, who wets the fucking bed, not only is he a fucking transphobe, but his younger brother Jarek, what the fuck were you two thinking? Honestly, I don't understand what you were thinking. Randy and Erica, right? The two of you named him Jarek? So I wanted to let you know that this dude followed me. It feels pretty shady. They tried to say that they had all this proof, but they never sent me any. Wait, who? Where'd my light go? Did my light? No. Oh, did it fall out? Yes.
Whoops. Need a hand?
Uh-oh. There we go. Okay, we're back. I need to clean my desk. There we go. Oh, my camera got... Ugh. It's fine. I don't care. I honestly don't care about how it looks right now. As long as you can still see everything, right? Yeah, okay, cool. So I wanted to let you know that this dude followed me. It feels pretty shady. They tried to say they had all this proof, but they never sent any. And then they tried to say I'm lying about my age, and that you tried to assault me too. Who is this? Oh, Zoe! She just followed on TikTok. She just left a bunch of comments on TikTok.
Oh, fun.
If you go over to TikTok, right here above me, TikTok.com/ oh shit, it's not slash. Oh, dang it. Oh man, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, but I have to fix that. I cannot let that stand. I cannot believe I did that. I have never streamed before in my life. This is my first day on the job. I'm just figuring out how this all works. Okie dokie. Okay, that's better. It's TikTok.com/ @ you have to put the @ for TikTok, @ proper lead singer rapist. Very very clear. Hard to get wrong. This is a young woman, Zoe, who you might have heard Nikki earlier talking about how Erik will drive across state lines for 4 to 6 hours to fuck a young woman who doesn't know any better. This is one such. He didn't include any timestamps or names or anything, but you can actually see that her profile matches right behind this scribble out. Erik doesn't know how to put 100% effort in. Like the most we're gonna get from him is like 12 max. Yeah, so she thinks she's one of his flying monkeys. She can't think for herself. He's completely got her under his spell. If you go to the subreddit, the emo subreddit, where the post is still pretty high, you can just Google Erik Garlington. You'll see the Reddit posts. Somewhere in the emo subreddit, or on the emo post, there's someone who very clearly details why this happens in the scene, and it's exactly this. Erik is a pimp, and he also takes advantage of young women. And I didn't say that he tried to assault her. I said that he's a rapist. And she just kept saying, well, he didn't rape me. Woo! I didn't get raped. No.
The leopards didn't eat my face.
The leopards didn't eat my face. She said they didn't have very much chemistry, but, he went and got the Magnum, and he was inside her for like 5 minutes. And that was it. And they snuggled and watched movies the rest of the night. That's enough. This young woman doesn't know shit. It's pretty fucking wild. On one hand, I feel really bad. My heart breaks for her. She's being abused by Erik as we speak. On the other hand, I'm looking at you too if you're standing by him. So, you do you. I really haven't seen much of what he said lately. Again, misgendering me. It's getting really old. I restricted his access, again, misgendering me, visibility on IG, on the band and personal accounts. He followed wife, and it made us feel pretty, that's Ravo.
Oh, because did you follow Tosh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like yesterday, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm
and
hella.
then Matt has seen everything.
Yeah, I emailed him this morning. I called him this morning.
Oh
Yeah, I called him this morning. Your resume is great, Maddie. Actually, no, it really fucking sucks. Your resume sucks ass. You should really try and talk more about like the practical things that you were doing, because it kind of just sounds like you're jerking off onto the page. You are a terrible person. I've heard about how you treat Tosh. Again, Tosh can get the smoke too. She's standing behind Erik. Anyway, Erik is including screenshots of Reddit as if it means something. These are my comments on Reddit. You can find me on Reddit, M. Bursteiner, if you're so inclined. It's an ancient account. I don't know what your point is. This is just comments of me eviscerating people who are coming into the comment thread to tone police. I got like 3 people to delete their accounts the other day. Like, what's your problem? I see that you're just like every other Redditor, because like obviously I have a lot of downvotes on all my comments. But as the person in one of those threads says, I wonder what would happen if we put all the users of r/punk under a microscope. You know? Erik is representative of a larger problem, a much, much, much larger problem. I also went through and, oh wait, this is a duplicate. He had the same thing twice. Erik, did you proofread this? Tell me the truth. It's been over a month since Mark initially tried to get Proper kicked off of festivals by claiming pedophilia. Listen, first of all, don't sell yourself short, Erik. I didn't just claim pedophilia. I said that you were a groomer. I said that you were a rapist. I said that you were an abuser and a manipulator, and that you were dangerous. I didn't only tell them that you were a PDF file. Though, I don't know. I don't have the women all around me shave every single bit of hair so that they look nubile. They tried telling A24 that I'm transphobic, which you are literally demonstrating in real time. Like, in real time. I know that this is 5+ hours long, but this is real. This is what's really happening, Erik. This is real, okay? You are transphobic. You can't not be transphobic by saying you're not transphobic. And guess what? Bisexual people can be transphobic too. So before you use queerness to hide behind, like you use race, like you use kink, like you use queerness, I said it, I'll say it again. What's the other thing he uses? Autism. Oh my God, the way you use neurodiversity. I'll tell you what, dude. You're not autistic. Maybe you are. Maybe you are. But you're not. If you had an inkling of the empathy that autistic people have, if you had the pattern recognition, you would be able to put these things together. But the fact is, you're a bumbling baby in a diaper wandering through a hallway covered with shit on the walls because the diaper is fresh. Like, you completely, like Nikki said on the website, completely misunderstand your involvement, the damage that you do, every single thing about you. The only real thing you've ever said is, I hate my family, I hate my name. You are transphobic. You are producing the evidence. Yet not one single piece. You are producing the evidence. Just anonymous tips that I fully believe are fabricated or paid for. Wow, that's really good evidence. Your beliefs. Oh, my beliefs. They're sending creepy voice memos / emails to people, literally singing and baby talking at them. Was I singing? I don't think so. I think I just have a very sing-song voice. Yeah, that's all. I think I just have a very sing-song voice, and I also laugh a lot when I'm dismantling people like this, as you might have noticed. It is a little fun for me. I love taking power back from people who have taken it from other people, especially me. Literally singing and baby talking, hell yeah, you've seen me do it here, and I'll do it the fuck again. Erik Garlington. Oh, Erik Piss Pants Garlington, who wets the bed. Oh, I'm Erik Garlington. I'm coming home from abusing women to abuse my wife, and then fall asleep drunk in the bed, and in the morning, I'm gonna have my wife clean up all my piss. I'm a good little piss boy. I'm not gonna stop pissing at the piss club. Okay, moving on. They're sending revenge porn of my girlfriend to people. Really? Really? To whom? Who have I sent revenge porn to?
You definitely haven't sent it to anybody.
I certainly haven't sent it. I sent it to him. I sent him a screenshot of Mila. The header of the website is a still from one of our videos. What? Oh, yes, this is. Yes, exactly. This is a still from Erik treating Mila like a dog for the internet's viewing pleasure. Again, not here to kink shame. If that's your thing, I love that for you. I love that for you. Erik is one of the men who will see a woman being horrifically abused in pornography and say, well, she consented. She signed the release, you know, so like we could do whatever. And that's how women get even further hurt. Women and men. All kinds of shapes and sizes get more hurt. Because they're afraid to say anything, and they've already signed the contract, and they've already agreed. But they're already doing it. Guess what? There's somebody inside you. What you gonna do? The way that I know he has treated Mila is proof positive that Mila, given the opportunity to be a full and complete human being without needing a favorite person like Erik to abuse her in order to feel useful, Mila could live a full life.
I hope she gets to someday.
I hope so too. I hope so too.
It's
You-
like I told her, my door is always open if you change your mind or you ever feel differently.
Yeah, you can reach out to either one of us. She'll be way nicer. Way nicer. My partner and I deleted our FetLife account years ago. Which one was that one? Was that Cloutfoot? CLOUTF00T? Or was it Lubert E? Lubert the Third? LOUBERTIII? Or maybe it was BKM and E. I think it was BKM and E, the one that you deleted most recently. We don't know how they obtained it. Well, you put it on Al Gore's internet, Erik. You put video of your very tattooed body on the internet, treating a woman very poorly for the entertainment of other men while you grunt. This is the only picture I'll share, but Mark has also sent me one of my girlfriend's face. It's clear they're watching and making comments about the videos. Yeah, I watched every single one. I watched every single excruciating minute of every single one of the videos that Erik and Mila have circulated online. They're not difficult to find. Not that you should go look for them. Revenge porn is also classified as things that are sent privately. Privately, Erik. That's with a capital P for proper piss pants Garlington. Things that are sent privately and shared without people's consent. Yes, that is indeed revenge porn, and revenge porn is a really fucking bad thing. I would never fucking do that to anybody. I've never done that to anybody. I would never in a million years give anybody sensitive material of somebody that they entrusted me with, let alone publish it on the internet. You're receiving this because you think that doxing is someone realizing that you're a predator. You think that doxing is someone saying, oh shit, I recognize every single one of your fucking tattoos. Oh my god, wait a minute. You're that guy. I've seen you, like... Never mind. Not continuing to watch. Fucking weirdo. And yes, I did send him a picture of Mila because the most disturbing part to me in these videos, there is this moment. Trigger warning. Trigger warning. Giant trigger warning. Trigger warning. There is this moment. It's group sex, all men except for Mila. And there's a moment where, if you've ever had sex, like that's a ridiculous qualifier. Like, if you've ever had sex, you know, or you should, as Nikki was talking about, it's hard to know sometimes, but especially if you're the one with power, you should know that there is an unspoken communication that happens during sex. When you're being intimate with someone, when you are vulnerable that way, bearing yourself, it is a method of communication. One does not have to use their mouth to communicate. Sex is communication. If it's consensual, you don't need to convince anybody, is what I'm trying to say. Anyway, I really don't want to say this out loud, but I think I have to. In the scene, it's a group. If you've ever been having sex and your partner or partners is in pain or uncomfortable, physically or mentally uncomfortable, or straining themselves, or unsure, needing reassurance, okay? Ask yourself right now in this moment, think about the last time you were intimate with the person you love the most, okay? Think about it. In that moment, if you needed reassurance and you couldn't figure out the words to say it, where would be the first place it would come out from? Where would be the first place your partner noticed that you needed reassurance? Did you say eyes? In this scene, you can see Mila's eyes in distress. Anybody who's ever had sex knows, stop. Somebody's in distress. Stop. And I understand what safe words are. Again, I'm not here to kink shame. You do whatever the fuck you want, privately or publicly. I don't give a fuck. I don't have to watch. It doesn't affect me one little bit. You can be as much of a freak as you want to be. I don't give a fuck. The issue is not being a freak. The issue is being a rapist, being a manipulator, extracting consent from people. If you saw your partner in pain, wincing, that look in their eye, a little weird glimmer that's like, oh, you have something to say? You would stop for a moment and say, do you need a pillow? What's going on? Like, is it, do you need water? What, are we good? You don't get enthusiastic consent one time, Erik Garlington. Enthusiastic consent is a perpetual mode of intimacy. Without enthusiastic consent, the person with the power is driving. Do you understand?
It's not just a word you say.
No!
Like,
it's not just a fucking, that's what he
not a
thinks these things
contract.
are. He thinks that if you said yes, if you said consent, it's a gotcha. This motherfucker is the emo Johnny Depp. He's no different than Johnny Depp going after Amber Heard. Amber Heard experienced reactive abuse. They're actually trying to change it now so it doesn't sound like the person who's reacting is the abusive one. I forget what the new thing is that they're calling it, but like that's exactly what this is. Moving on. So yeah, no, I'm not watching. Gross. I forgot to finish telling you the story. Moving on. Anyway, the photo that I sent him is of Mila in a moment where the situation has changed. I don't need to tell you any more detail than that. But she is obviously in distress. You can see it in her eyes, and that's the screenshot that I sent him. It was painstaking to find that one screenshot where you can see it in her eyes. In her eyes, she's looking at the camera. She's not looking at Erik, she's looking at the camera to try and get Erik's attention. Because Erik's not looking at her. He's looking at the camera. He's got to make it look good. She looks at the camera in distress because her head is hanging off of the bed, bobbing. Have you ever had a crick in the neck? Have you ever had, does anybody live with chronic pain?
like we're all in our 30s.
We're 30. We're 30. And granted, that was years ago, that video. But would you believe, ask yourself really quick, again, humor me. What would you do? Let's say you're in this situation. Let's say you like group sex. Let's say everybody has, given the C word consent and everything is happening here. Do you see this and say, well, she consented. It's probably fine. I can do whatever the fuck I want. Or would you say, wait, hang on, just one second. I just want to check and make sure everything's okay. You good? Do you want to scooch this way? Do you need water? How can I best support you in having the best possible time here? Would you believe that what Erik did? He saw her in distress with her head bobbing, with a man on top of her, and this screenshot you're looking at right here, this is him stomping over to do this thing. This is Cloutfoot stomping over to grab Mila's head and shove it in this man's asshole and hold it there. What if that were you? If you were in distress, if you were in a group sex situation and you said to yourself, this is really uncomfy, even if you didn't say, this is beyond my boundaries, even if you didn't say red light, whatever your fucking safe word is, even if you didn't say those things, this is common courtesy. When somebody agrees to something like a rim job, the consent is implied. You don't get to decide that because that was a thing on the list that we said that we would do, that you get to shove her face into a man's ass, who she probably met that day. She's a human being. It's insane. I have never been in a situation like this. I have never once had group sex in any way, shape, or form. I'm not ashamed of it. Maybe one day. Who gives a shit? I don't fucking care. It doesn't matter. I'm not ashamed to say I haven't either. And yet somehow I have the good sense. I have the good sense to know that if someone that I purport to care about is looking at me that way, just take a breather. But no, we're going to stomp over. We don't think about the things we do. Not Piss Pants Garlington here. No. If it's good for the camera, it's good for me. People are so scared they're going to the cops and even the FBI. I get calls every day from private numbers. One of the few times I answered, it was someone pretending to be a cop, threatening me with a felony if I didn't drop my countersuit against Nikki. I called the precinct this man told me he was from, and they didn't know what I was talking. I have no idea about that.
No, I went to try to report him for making the fake accounts, and a cop called him, but never went, and they told me they couldn't do anything. They said that nothing could happen. They did
So
not go
he
to
wasn't
his
pretending,
house.
it was a real cop.
No, a real cop called him. Because that's what they said. They said they brought the domestic violence police officer down from her office, and I spoke to her, and I spoke to the male officer who was at the front desk, and they together told me that they can't do anything, he hasn't done anything, blah blah blah, and then the domestic violence officer went back to her office, and then the guy cop was like, what's his number, I can call him and tell him to leave you alone. Like, and so the cop called
The cop
him,
said, I can call him and tell him to leave you alone.
and he did.
And he did. So one of the few that he was getting calls from private numbers because Nikki reported a violation of the order of protection. But in Erik's mind, of course it must be someone calling him and pretending. Occam's razor does not exist for this guy. Oh my God! I need to. There's a new thing.
It's like so elaborate. Like that's
Right.
Like I'm a mastermind. Like as if I haven't been on the floor with you,
Right.
breathing this past couple of years. Like as if I've had the energy outside of working and caring for you and caring for myself. And
As if
like,
you had the energy during his relationship to develop the skills of a mastermind.
No, seriously.
Like, come on!
Like he would love to believe that he did everything for me. I went to the post office for him. I paid rent. I did everything that was having to do with bills. My name, like the only thing that I had in my own name was our utilities.
Wow.
No accounts, nothing beneficial, just the utilities in my name. That way he could ditch me with a $2,000 bill.
Which also happened. You wrote about that. Okay, so now we know. This was actually a real cop, Erik. Nikki reported you because you called me a cunt, I think, on Mastodon. And it was only a temporary restraining order then, and nobody really gave a shit. But guess what, dude? Now, like Nikki said, since it's a civil order, not a criminal order, this actually works out great for you. Because the other way, we would need to get a cop to give a single solitary fuck. This way, all we need to do is file the petition and show the actual court that you're still doing this shit. That you wrote to Nikki. Did you think Nikki wouldn't read it? Do you think that because it doesn't say Dear Nikki that you're going to be able to argue in court that you didn't address Nikki? Okie dokie. These are probably... Well, I mean, if they're recent, they're me. I didn't start doing that shit until recently. August 17th. Yeah, these are me. These are me. These are me. He did this for months. All throughout November. All throughout November. I'm not going to play the voicemail because I have so much fucking evidence that I don't even fucking give a shit to show it all. Like, honestly, it's just going to fall out of my ass over the next few months because it's just the truth, and Eric is just going to keep doing shit like this. He left disgusting voicemails for me, also. And in November, he kept making different numbers, calling from different numbers. My guess is he's an Android user, so my guess is he probably knew how to use Google Voice. Who knows? Who cares? These are most definitely me. These most recent ones are all me. I am super, super, super interested in calling Eric at all times. I'm very interested in meeting up with Eric face-to-face at all times. If you're interested in more, you can actually go ahead and scroll down to the bottom of the page on erikgarlington.com. You can scroll down and you'll see the embed of the TikTok post. It's also on YouTube here on this channel of the phone call when he actually did answer about 2 days ago. And you can hear him when I call him Piss Pants. You can hear him go, Piss Pants? Oh, it's him remembering that he is Piss Pants. So if you listen to it knowing that, like, understand. I called him Piss Pants and he goes, Piss Pants? Oh. And he doesn't refute it, he just moves on. And he does the same thing later. My favorite vocal stim from that video, this video right here, is shitting all over the walls. Okay. He pretends like he doesn't remember the horrific things he's done when Nikki can text a person who they haven't spoken to in a billion years and say, hey, I know I was shitty last time, I'm sorry, how are things? Also, do you remember this stuff? And they're like, oh yeah, that guy's a fucking goddamn fucking huge cucumber prick. Like, he's terrible. Yeah, he did do those things. I remember all of that. Do you remember shitting all over the walls, Eric? Were you too drunk? I don't know. Moving on. Just a heads up, I got a call from a private number an hour and... January 2023. Just a heads up, I got a call from a private number. Okay, this is Eric's message out, and claiming to be a detective, saying Nikki was at the precinct upset and that I should leave her alone or else I could get a felony. An hour prior, Mark responded to my cease and desist with just Nikki's case number against me, so they're definitely trying to intimidate people now. Wow, grammar's really tough for you, huh? I thought you were proper. So as we've already reviewed, that was a real detective from the real domestic violence unit. And yes, I did respond to the cease and desist with the order of protection because Eric didn't tell them that there was one. So I responded and they said, well, this one's about Nikki. And I was like, you might want to look into indirect contact. And then that was all he could afford. That was one of the last things he told Kate. It was one of the last things Kate told me. Kate back-channeled that information back to me to tell me that he was going to send the cease and desist and that it was probably the only thing he was going to do because that's all the money that he had. And he has since sent another cease and desist, but this one was from him and had improper capitalization, did not come from a legal firm because he can't afford his legal firm, Lewis and Lynn, who has been CC'd on each and every single one of these emails. He might have neglected to tell you that among the 157 emails is David Lynn, the co-founder of Lewis and Lynn Law, who is not representing Erik Garlington now or in the future. Eric believes that he can change that, but what a riot. Ugh, buddy, next day, I'm so sorry. What a shit show. You could get a felony is like 7 layers exaggerated from all the things that Nikki would need to make happen, but for anything like that, and yes, it absolutely intimidation. Glad you see that and aren't put off. Any guesses?
No.
I don't know who that is. Eric, you wanna fill us in? Mark emails me probably 15 times a day. 7, I think, probably. 7, I think, is more realistic. I do it whenever the fuck I feel like it, the same way I text Kate's horrible family. It makes me feel better. And that's okay with me. You know? I made peace with it. Whenever the fuck I feel like it, I tell Eric whatever the fuck I think. He doesn't like it. He really doesn't like it. But I'm not gonna stop until Erik Garlington, Erik Piss Pants Garlington, Erik, what's his middle name again? Randolph Garlington is a. All of them? Oh my god. Until Erik Piss Pants Randolph Garlington is a registered sex offender. He says in the Nikki section, oh, I'm not on any registry, as if it's like some sort of a celebration. Like, haha, see? I'm not a sex offender. As if being accused of a sex offender isn't equally bad. So yeah, I do email rapists a lot of times a day whenever I fucking feel like it, and I say things like that. Oh my god, I wish he would have at least selected some of my better ones. Okay, let's go in reverse chronological order from 12 minutes ago. Big brain response. This was the day that I spoke with his brother on the phone, if I'm not mistaken. Almost a month ago now. Big brain response, you genius. Because I think that was when I said, what does rape mean, fuckface? And he, like, ignored it. He said, it means that Kate's lying. Like, no, that's not the definition of rape. I don't think you understand the definition of rape. Because I think you're a rapist and you want to make excuses for your shitty behavior. Big brain response, you genius. I thought you were going to sue me. Remember when you overcooked the steak, chef, when I came over to eat and I brought really fucking nice beef that Kate cut themselves and got sick and couldn't come? So I came with it anyway. He did not know how to cook it. He doesn't know how to cook beef. He doesn't know how to cook steak. He overcooked the shit out of it and called it like a Thai bowl, some sort of Thai bowl. Like, have you ever been to Thailand, dude? God damn. Like, he overcooked the living shit out of the steak and he made it way too fucking spicy for almost anybody. And he's obsessed with fennel. He doesn't know how to put the fucking fennel down. He puts it in everything. What happened to David and Lynn? Do they cost too much? Yes, they do. Next time you go on stage, don't forget the clown makeup. Also, don't forget, I'm a streamer. Like, I have streamed for 12 hours consecutively before in my life. I don't do it right now, but this is fucking child's play for me. I could be live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, talking about you, answering questions. Yeah, sure, you can live in my brain rent-free as much as you want. We'll all talk about it together. You ever gonna produce any of those award-winning papers from when you were 11? Were those mommy's favorite? I thought you were gonna make sure my shitty little game never got made. What happened, punk? Too busy trying to find 19-year-olds to manipulate? Because he texted me in, I think, October or November, right after Kate died. Or right before Kate died. Your shitty little game is never gonna get made. I should print it out and put it over the toilet. It's like honestly the best thing I've ever read. Do you have to tell yourself every day that you're not a rapist? Or do you just accept that it's true and spend your energy trying to control everything else around you? Really wild for you to be quoting Kendrick at all, you goofy-ass freak. How can you not feel that everyone is laughing at you? Why do you think that these things are worse than being called a rapist? Why do you think that I wouldn't say these things again with my whole chest right now? I would say them to your face right now because you're a rapist. Are you going to rape me about it? This is what I messaged him because he started messaging people from the I can't believe he remembered the password for the proper TikTok account. But he started messaging people from the proper account or from somewhere because for the reason this all started was in like April, May. I saw the TV Glow stuff on my TikTok like crazy. And Erik Garlington is the kind of manipulative little shitbag that knows where he's going to be seen because it's the only thing he cares about. He knows that movie is important. He knows how important it is for cinema. He knows how important it is for trans people, and he knows that he's a transphobe. So he needs to be able to blend in. All of the things that Kendriana thought that I was doing back in the day are the things that Erik does. And I know this because I am in therapy and stay in therapy. I fucking hired a therapist for the fucking team, as a matter of fact. We had team members going to a therapist to talk about the stresses of being in a startup. Fuck out of here. The day he was doing this, I said, LMAO, like, every time I'm done talking, you just need a little more supply. Because, like, I'd stopped emailing him. Like, I say what I need to say, and then I fucking move on with my life, right? I go back to cooking or whatever the fuck I'm doing. And we had been going back and forth for a moment here, and he couldn't help himself. Like, he had to say something else, you know? He had to say something else. Every time I'm done talking, you just need a little more supply, huh? Narcissist pigs like you are so easy to read. Your poor brother and family, I would hate to be them, or you for that matter. How are you going to make money without your public persona, and now that you're banned from all future studies? Because I did report him, by the way. I did report him to the places that he does medical studies because he's harming people by doing it. Keep flapping your gums, Whitey. I'm as much black as you are white, remember? Own it! Huerta is a colonizer's name. This is the only place where I will admit I'm being unfair. Huerta is not a colonizer's name per se. It is Spanish in origin. It has been reclaimed. It means a lot of really important things to a lot of important people. But that's the thing. They're important to important people, you know? Like, Huerta was a president of Mexico and did a lot of colonial things, you know? Like, people think that people who look like me aren't white. People who are Latina think that because they're Latina, that marginalized identity means that they're not white. But guess what? There are black people in Central America. There are black people who speak Spanish as a first language. There are Latine black people, also known as Afro-Latine. Wow, we got there. There are white people in these countries. That's why my complexion looks this way. Because I have a very storied past. I don't want to say the M word about it. Right? What mixed with what? Right? It's terrible. It's fucking terrible. I do feel a little bad about saying this. I would feel worse if he weren't a rapist. He doesn't speak Spanish. He hasn't tried. He went to Mexico and paid out the ass to eat some good food. He doesn't try. Listen to the song where I think it's called Huerta, where he says, "Quién soy? ¿Quién soy? Ay, ¿quién soy?" Like, are you serious? The ni de aquí ni de allá thing is like very played out, and we have solutions. We go to therapy. Like, if you're having trouble with your blended ancestry, then maybe you should find someone to talk to about it. Maybe it would improve your music. I will say this. Erik Garlington is proof positive that I'm incorrect about my hypothesis that in order to make good music, you must be upset, sad, mentally unwell, etc. It doesn't disprove it, but it is evidence in the other direction because he doesn't have a lick of genius inside of him. Moving on. I don't need to dwell any too much longer. It's already almost 6 hours. Oh my God, Erik. Oh, here we go. Yeah. God, he can't keep up. Like, I write words, and he has to, like, sit down and read them. He doesn't know. He can't think of a thing to say. You can hear it in the phone call. You can hear him be like, oh, okay. And then you can hear when I finally say, do you need help? He gets so upset. He's like, all right, what do you want? You know? That's how he is. LMAO, gotta have your indoctrinated widow brother fight for you, too. And I laugh. What does rape mean, fuckface? And he says, it means that Nikki lied to you and that I'm not the first person she's falsely accused. Whenever her back is against the wall, this is what she always did. Also, what minors did I groom? If you're going to tell that lie to post, you might... One of my favorite things about Erik's emails is all of the questions he's constantly asking because he is 100% in perpetuity, forever confused. He doesn't understand. He refuses to get his paranoid schizophrenia treated. He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand. He's asking questions. Who did I do this to? Why did I do that? And he wants to know so that he can have the rebuttal ready. He doesn't know because he doesn't know. And not knowing is not a good excuse for raping somebody or abusing somebody or manipulating somebody or being a shitty person. It doesn't mean you can't be forgiven. But guess what? You know what comes before forgiveness? Apologies. Narcissists don't like to apologize. You're gonna have I love this one. You're gonna have to type a little faster, rapist. Like, look how much time in between these messages. Like, he can't fucking think for it. He can't. He tries so, it takes so much energy. We also scheduled this to go up at the right time so that he was still in Europe when this happened. Oh, so good. LMAO, like every time I'm done talking, I already said this. You sound hella white with the only contemporaries in the genre left all being cishet white men crying about a cigarette. But you're a genius though. I'm sure no one can see through the facade of posturing. You're just a sad widow kid who, I don't remember what else I said, but I stand the fuck by it. Let me brighten a bit because the sun went down. Is that better? Or is that exactly the same? That's exactly the same. My complexion is fantastic. OMG, that's right. Sugar Mama Mila will keep paying for you since you're a narcissist and she has BPD, so she's super easy to manipulate. She'll do anything that you tell her to, even let you log into her Insta or use it from her phone. Like 99% sure that Eric was messaging Nikki through Mila's account. So many names in my brain.
Yeah,
that
okay.
Nikki was messaging Mila and it was actually Eric on the other end. I do think it was Mila at first. I do think it was Mila because the conversation took a really sharp turn.
Yeah, and I think either he manipulated her into being angry at me, and then her tone shifted dramatically, like because of words he put in her head. Or whether or not he just grabbed the phone and did it himself.
Right.
Because there were times where I would be like crying, writing an email, and he would be over my shoulder, and I would just be like, "Do you just want to do it?" Like, you know, like.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I'm sure she was just like, here, say whatever you want. Anyway.
Yeah, because he talks in circles and makes you feel crazy until it's like a sobbing on the floor type of fight. Like.
I said this about Jarek. Oh, and please do tell your brother that there is more to blackness than the trap. Poor kid has so much internalized racism, and the religious psychosis is wrecking his brain. You're setting such a shitty example. Knock it off. He looks up to you. When I told him that he sounded white, because he was tone policing me when there was a much more serious thing at hand, he doesn't realize that, like, being called a rapist isn't like a thing you do for funsies. Like, do you think that this has been easy? Do you think that this has been fun? Do you think that I haven't been, like, literally sweating through my clothing for 5 days at a time? I say this in the email threads too, and I'll say it right now. The devil works hard, baby, but I work harder. Like, this is work, this is labor, this is effort. Point being, when I said that's white as fuck, like you sound hella white right now, he said, what, just because I'm not in the trap doesn't mean I'm not black? That's racist. Like, what? Dude? What? Is that all it is to you? Is that what blackness is to you? Like, do you think that you are better because you're not in the trap? Do you think that black excellence is gonna save you or the rest of us? It's just capitalism, dipshit. His poor brother. Moving on. This is not how an innocent person acts. Oh, and you would know. The way they're acting is beyond unhinged. Wow, is that a pun? Did you intend that? The things they're saying about me are insane. Again, you would know, but I have support. And I'm gonna take this to court. Wow, you can write. Oh my god. You're gonna take it to court. He's gonna take it to court, folks. I don't know how long it'll take, but it will get handled. Until then, I don't plan to become a hermit. I'll still go to shows, go out with my friends, etc. I stand by my innocence, and I'm prepared to weather this. Scene. 50 pages, and this took him 5 days to put together. He did not have this written when he sent the email saying I'll have a statement soon. He decided to make a statement the moment he sent that email.
Yeah, he did.
Guaranteed. I guarantee you 100,000%. He doesn't know how to do drafts. He only knows how to do one thing one time. Okay? He sat down, wrote this from start to finish, and said,
I've done it.
Eureka! Like, I have the ultimate rebuttal for rape!
Everyone will believe me now.
Everyone!
Like,
I will defeat recidivism! Like, this clown is gonna keep doing this for as long as he needs to until he gets it out of his system. Go to erikgarlington.com. Please understand, if you've been getting emails from me, you better answer. Because you know what's not harassment either? talking about your experiences with companies. As long as they're true. I wouldn't say anything defamatory. That would be a lie. Who would do that? Eric, do you know? Do you know what it would mean if you were telling lies about a dead person? I wonder who would then be able to sue you then, if not the person, if they're dead? Like, how can they defend themselves? Oh. I remember. The person who controls the estate, that's me, is them. I'm Kate. I control Kate's estate. So I get to decide who gets sued for wrongful death, for gross negligence, for involuntary manslaughter, for intentional infliction of emotional distress, for general personal injury. And guess what else, Eric? You know what's crazy about the statute of limitations is that on rape, it's infinite in New York State. The only difference is depending on what degree of rape. If it's a little bit removed from the real thing, quote unquote, yeah, you'll get a little bit less time. You'll get 30 years for second degree, and you'll get 10 years for third degree. But I'll tell you what, 10 years I think might do you some good. If you have any questions, I couldn't give a single solitary fuck. The information is all out there. I don't care. I'm going to keep saying the things I need to say. I really, really, really am so thrilled. I am over the moon that Eric posted this. Over the moon. Oops. Over the moon. Over the moon. He really could not have done a better job for me, for Nikki, for Kate. He really played his role as the court jester so beautifully. The thing that he is so scared of being, the court jester, is exactly what he is. It's exactly what he is, ladies and germs. Erik Garlington, known rapist. Google his name. Also known as Piss Pants. It's the first hit. And I think that's about it. Anything else you want to say?
No, I said everything I needed to
Yeah,
say.
we said that shit. Good job. You did great.
Thank you.
I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of both of us. Thank you, Kate. I love you so much. Okay. I'll see you guys. 6 hours is the most vulnerable shit I've ever put on the internet. Please remember. I'm not going to stop. This is not going to stop. Okay? No peace for rapists or their apologists. This is not going to stop. This is going to continue until Erik Randolph Garlington is a registered sex offender. Am I being clear? Am I being understood? Neato. Thanks for watching.